Hi everybody, I'm Rebecca Coles and this is Rebecca's Garden on DVD. We've put together some of the best stories that we've had over the years to bring you this collection of getting started in your garden. Hopefully it's going to help you and inspire you and you'll enjoy getting those hands dirty. And if you like this DVD, you'll like the others that we have in the collection as well, including one on roses, flowers, gardening in the summer, gardening in the fall, and look for our holiday edition. Hope you enjoy the show, and until next time, keep those hands dirty. You know, every year I like to get organized in the garden, so I start off by making a garden calendar. I write down all the important dates so it reminds me of things I need to do in the garden. Now, the first thing you need to do is write down the most important dates, your first and last frost. And of course, this will vary depending on where you live.
For me, the last frost is usually around May 10th and the first frost around October 13th.
Now, everything you do in the garden is based on these dates. For example, you can plant your cool season vegetables and flowers 3 weeks prior to your last frost, whereas your warm season vegetables and flowers can be planted 2 weeks after your last frost. So once you get those dates in, then you can go month by month and just fill in the gaps.
January and February, I remind myself to order seeds and summer bulbs, start my seeds indoors, clean and sharpen my tools.
And don't forget, February 26th, my birthday.
March, April, and May, there's plenty of reminders like amending the soil, divide perennials, and of course plant. And in the good old summertime, can't forget to deadhead, sharpen the mower blade, and don't forget to control those aphids with insecticidal soap.
Now in September, I have to remember to fertilize the lawn and dig up the summer bulbs. Write that down.
And speaking of bulbs, in the fall, don't forget to plant your tulips, save your leaves for mulching, and make sure you clean up your garden before winter arrives.
Now, once you've filled in the dates, use the calendar as a journal. Write down things that go on in the garden on a daily basis. That way, next year, you'll be ahead of the game. It's that time of the year. You're thumbing through the latest garden catalog. Now, picture this, if you will. Perennials, lots of them. You find exactly what you're looking for. It's the right plant, the right color, the right amount of sun, and then suddenly you realize you've entered the wrong zone. So what is all this zone stuff? And is it really important? Yes, it is. Because knowing your zone will help determine whether or not a plant will survive in your winter weather conditions. You can find out what zone you're in on a cold hardiness zone map like this one here. It was developed by the United States Department of Agriculture and the National Weather Service. It divides North America into 11 hardiness zones. Zone 1 is the coldest, Zone 11 is the warmest. Each zone represents a 10-degree difference in an average minimum winter temperature. So let's say you live in Zone 5. That means you can choose plants that will endure winters with temperatures as cold as 10 to 20 below. Knowing your zone is extremely helpful when shopping for plants. Just check the plant's label. It should list which zone the plant will grow best in. Now, if your garden is located on a hill, steep slope, or in a valley, then you may have what we call a microclimate, where the temperature is actually affected. So knowing your zone is a good place to start, but in these situations, you may have to do a little experimenting with some of the plants to figure out what will grow well in your garden. Some other factors that help determine a plant's survival are soil type, rainfall, daytime temperature, day length, wind, humidity, and of course heat, which can be deadly. How a plant will survive in extreme heat is something that the cold hardiness map doesn't tell you. Just recently, the American Horticultural Society has developed a new map based on heat. The plant heat zone map is divided into 12 zones according to the number of days when temperatures typically rise above 86 degrees. That's the point at which many plants suffer. This map is especially useful for gardeners in the warm southern and western climates. But for all gardeners, using both the ratings from this map and the cold hardiness zone map make it possible to choose plants that thrive, not merely survive. Because the heat tolerance zone map is so new, it's just now starting to show up on some of the plant labels. It may take a few years before it actually takes off. So remember, before you buy any plants, you must know your zone. Most garden books and nurseries will have maps to help you out. So entering the plant zone will be easier than you ever thought. If you've ever been shopping for gardening tools, you know there's a lot out there, all with claims that you must have them. Today I'm going to show you how to get started with just the basics. Every gardener needs a good shovel and a good rake. The first thing you want to look at are the handles. Keep this tip in mind. The longer the handle, the less stressful it's going to be on your back. Now the hardware is very important. This one has an open shank. The more open the shank is, the more likely that water and mud can get to the wood and cause rotting. The blade should be thick. Look at the footstep. This one is curved. That's going to be harder on the foot. Go for ones that have a 90-degree angle. Look for the same criteria on the hardware of the rake, but also look for one that has a flat back. This way, not only can we use the rake as a weeder, cultivator, and aerator, we can turn it over and level out the soil in the garden. Another great basic garden tool is the trowel. They come in all shapes and sizes, but to start with, go with a wider blade, and you gotta buy stainless steel. They won't rust, bend, or break. Now this one has a wooden handle. That means more maintenance in the fall, but you can also buy plastic and cushion handles as well. Another must-have are pruning shears. I prefer the bypass pruning shears, just like kitchen scissors. This won't crush the plant, plus you can have the blade sharpened as well. Definitely worth the money. So there you have it. These are the basics to get you started. And then you may want to start adding to your collection. You may want to add something like this gadget here. Do we need a license for this? So here's the deal. You worked like a dog in your garden last year. You picked the right plants, you put them in the right place, you fed, you watered them, and still they did not look very good. So what's the problem? Well, the answer might be in your soil. Healthy soil is the key to a successful garden, and just because it looks good doesn't necessarily mean it is. It's always a good idea to have your soil tested. There are many kits that are available, but I prefer to stop by the local county extension service and pick up a little bag like this. This is the kit. On the back there are instructions that tell you what you need to do. Basically, they tell you to grab a small sample of soil from 5 different locations in your garden. Then just mix the samples together and then we'll fill up the bag. Then seal it up and send it away for a test. And what you'll get in return is this soil test report card.
It measures the soil's fertility and shows which nutrients are missing. It also measures the soil's pH. The scale runs from 0 to 10. Anything between 6 and 7 is considered ideal. As you can see, mine is running a little acidic at 5.8, which means I need to add lime.
The test will also tell you what other amendments you need to add to make your soil better. Healthy soil means a healthy garden.
I think if people knew just how easy it was to plant and grow a vegetable garden, more people would be doing it. Plus, once you sink your teeth into something homegrown, you'll know why it's worth any effort that you put into it. The first thing you need to do is pick out your location. Vegetables love sunshine, at least 6 hours a day. They like well-amended soil, and they like well-drained soil. A few weeks ago, I tilled in the 3 magic ingredients: compost, cow manure, and peat moss. Let it settle. Now I'm ready to go. Now you just have to decide what to plant. Think about what you and your kids like to eat. Also, talk to your garden center or local county extension service and find out what vegetables thrive in your area. Some of the easiest to grow, no matter where you live, include beans, carrots, tomatoes, cucumbers, or squash.
When you plant your vegetables, it's always a good idea to plant them according to their family. And also, you don't want to put them in the same spot that they grew year after year. You can see my garden has been divided in quadrants. That way I can move my crops around. It's called crop rotation, and it really works because what happens, a lot of plants actually take nutrients out of the soil while some plants put nutrients back into the soil. So the plants that take out get moved, the plants that put in come back in their spot. Plus, it's excellent because it helps prevent the spread of many soil-borne diseases.
For example, in the first quadrant, we'll plant vining crops like cucumbers and squash. Building a trellis for these vegetables can help save a lot of space. Next to it will be the nightshade family, including tomatoes, peppers, and eggplant. The third quadrant will house members of the brassicas family, like broccoli and Brussels sprouts. And in the fourth quadrant, the root vegetables, like beets, carrots, radishes, and onions. Make a list of where you plant your vegetables this year. That will help you play musical chairs in the garden next year. There are two groups of vegetables, your cool season crops and the warm season crops. Anything that falls in the cool season can be planted before the last frost. They include your radishes, spinach, beets, carrots, any of your lettuces, broccoli, and cauliflower. The warm season crops can be planted after the last frost. They include tomatoes, peppers, eggplant, any of your vining crops, and corn. Now, most of your cool season crops will be started from seed, and keep in mind that most people plant their seeds too deeply, and that's why they're not successful. Each seed will be planted at a different depth. You can read the directions or just remember this rule that typically the seed will be buried 3 to 4 times as deep as its diameter. So something as large as this beet will be planted about 1/2 inch deep, and something as small as this lettuce will simply be pressed into the soil. As far as your warm season crops are concerned, you can start them from seed indoors, but you do have to start early. The benefit, however, is that you get a wide variety of plants to choose from. Now, if you stop by your garden center, you're going to get what looks like this. This is called a transplant. Planting these is simple. All you need to do is dig a hole as deep as the container, pop it in, and you're set to go. Now, I want to show you a tip with tomatoes. We've got 2 plants here. This one looks great just planting it as is. This one's a little long and leggy, so let me show you a technique I learned that will help grow a sturdier plant that will give us more tomatoes. Now, the planting technique is different. Instead of a hole, we're going to dig a trench. Then take the plant, gently remove it from its container, and you'll want to loosen up the roots so they'll spread out. And then we want to remove the leaves all the way up to the top, so just pinch them off. Okay, once you get the leaves picked off, then what you want to do is take the tomato and lay it horizontally into the trench, like so. Then we'll cover it up, leaving the end, and we'll slowly bend this up. Place a stake on the back side of it to help support it. And that's all there is to it. Now just sit back and wait a couple of months and you'll be tasting tons of tomatoes. Now keep in mind, with all young transplants come the invaders like cutworm. This is a garden pest that can wrap around young stems and saw them down. To prevent this, cut out a tuna can, put it over the top of the plant, and sink it down at about 1 inch deep. Or you can use nails, carefully place them around the stem. It's a great cutworm barrier. And if rabbits are a problem, simply reach in your kitchen cupboard and pull out your cayenne pepper. Sprinkle this around the base of your plant. The rabbits will take one whiff of this and they won't be dining here any longer. Now just keep your vegetable garden well watered and be consistent with it. Then in no time, you'll be enjoying the fruits of your labor. Or would that be vegetables of your labor? Who doesn't want a beautiful garden bursting with blooms? Well, it's pretty easy. Just keep the plants healthy and you need to keep them fed. There are a lot of different fertilizers available, but which one do you use and how much does the plant need? Well, what you need to do is divide your plants into 2 different categories. You have your annuals and your perennials. That's important to know because each of them have different nutritional needs. Now, because annuals bloom continuously, you need to find a fertilizer that will promote those blooms. So be sure to find a water-soluble fertilizer. The plant takes that up quickly, and one that's high in phosphorus. How do you know? Well, take a look at the 3 numbers on the front here. You want the middle number to be the highest. This is phosphorus. That promotes bloom growth. All you need to do is take the powder and mix it with water and pour it over the plant. To prevent burning the plant's roots, less is more. I always measure the fertilizer at half strength, dilute it with the recommended amount of water, and apply it every 2 to 3 weeks during the growing season. The water-soluble fertilizer can be a great little snack for perennials, but really to get them up and started, you need a granular fertilizer, an all-purpose fertilizer. That means the numbers in front are equal, like a 10-10-10. All you need to do is simply scratch this fertilizer around the base of the plant one time in the spring and then a month later, water it in, and your plant should do just fine. And don't forget, there's a lot of different organic fertilizers that you can use for your flowers. Just remember the same rules apply. Water soluble like fish emulsion, great for the annuals, where the granular varieties are better for the perennials.
When spring arrives, everything is in bloom at the garden center. People are buzzing around, loaded with questions. They're trying to pick the perfect plant. Should they use this pot or that pot? Should they seed or should they sod? A lot of questions out there. So we thought this would be a great opportunity to give you some shopping secrets to keep you ahead of the game. If you're looking for ways to beat the crowd, take advantage of a rainy day. The aisles are empty. And even if it's not raining, you can beat the crowds by trying to do your shopping during the week. If you have to shop on the weekend, set your alarm clocks because you'll want to start early. To bloom or not to bloom, that's the big question in the garden center. Which one do you choose? Well, if you do have a choice, go for the one without blooms. This is a younger plant and will probably transplant better into your garden. Just be sure to read the label before you leave. You don't want to walk away with a pink plant when you thought it was orange. Now, long legs might be in for models, but stout is what it's all about when it comes to flowers and plants. You want to make sure your plants are nice and compact. These are a little leggy. Can you see how much taller they are? That means that they are stressed, so you'll have a better chance with the smaller ones. Now, who out there doesn't want to save some money? Look at it this way. The more you save, the more you can buy. So here are some ideas on cutting your garden costs. First of all, take a look at the hanging baskets and the containers. These are already designed with a variety of different flowers. They come with a hefty price tag. This is $50, this one's $60. Well, here's my idea. Simply cheat. Copy the idea. Take a look at what's already growing. Take your cart, go through the garden center, and pick out the same exact flowers. Take them home, design your own. You've just saved 50%. Now, when it comes to buying single packets or flats, how about saving $3 to $5 if you buy the flat?
Another way to save money, buy lawn seed in bulk. Many garden centers offer specially mixed seeds specific to your location with varying light conditions. It's a guarantee your grass will grow even in the shadiest of conditions.
And finally, now I've given you all these tips to buy healthy plants, save some money. Now, to keep your plants alive, you're going to have to water them and keep them fed. So before you leave the checkout stand, be sure to pick up some fertilizer. Your plants will appreciate a feeding every 2 to 3 weeks. Oh man, it's starting to get cold, and if you're like me, you're probably in denial with winter setting in, especially here in Minnesota. If you brought some of your plants outdoors, now's the time to react because one nip of frost, these guys are goners. But before you bring them indoors, there's a couple of things you need to know about. Come with me, we'll talk about it. So you bring your plant indoors, and like most of us, you're going to set it right next to the plants already indoors, right? Wrong. Bad mistake, and here's the reason why. You've got to remember that this guy has been out all summer long, so he's been exposed to all kinds of insects and pests. And if the plant comes in infected, guess what? They are going to jump from this plant to the one plants you've already had indoors. So how do you prevent that? It's very easy. It just takes a couple of steps. First of all, examine the plant to make sure that you visually can't see any insects or any kind of pest. And if you do, and I always do this as a precaution anyway, I always spray down the plant with an insecticidal soap, making sure I cover the entire top of the leaf as well as underneath, because that's where they like to hide. That's where they lay their eggs. Then take the plant and isolate it for a couple of weeks. That's all. And then that way, if there are any bugs on the plant, the insecticidal soap will take care of it. It won't infect this plant. Another thing you need to remember, we brought these indoors. They won't need as much water as we go into the cooler part of the season. And you know what? They need to sleep. So cut off the fertilizer. They'll do just fine. And you know what? You'll have lots of green to get rid of those winter blues. Well, as you can imagine, I spend a lot of my free time in the garden centers. In fact, so much of it that people come up and ask me questions. So I got to thinking, the garden centers are a gold mine of information that a lot of people don't know about. Don't be intimidated. I know you got a lot of questions. Well, today, Rebecca's Have No Fear Guide to the Garden Center is here. I'll give you some tips on shopping, and I'll show you how to get the answers to those weird questions you need to know. When it comes to buying vegetables, remember, bigger is not always better. In fact, take a look at these plants. Which one are you going to buy? A lot of people are going to go with the ones with the pepper to get a head start. Wrong. This was actually a stress plant. In fact, this one has grown out of its container, so this one will not do as well as this one if you plant them at the same time. Keep that in mind. The same rule applies to tomato plants. Go for the small, compact variety, nice and stocky. This one will do fine. And if it's slightly yellowed, don't worry about it. A shot of nitrogen, this one will take off beautifully. When it comes to buying trees and shrubs, use some common sense. If they don't look good, don't buy them because they're probably not. Here's a tip for trees. You want to make sure that the trunk is very nice and straight. Stay away from anything that has any deep scars or nicks. And look at the branches. Make sure they're balanced all the way around the tree. Now, if you look at this trunk, you may say, this looks damaged, when in fact, this is the way the trunk is supposed to be. It's exfoliating bark. But if you're not sure, ask somebody at the garden center. Now here's a plant you probably want to stay away from. This tree has a lot of spots in the leaves, so why spend money and take the risk on this tree when we can have a healthy one? So remember, common sense, that's the key. If it doesn't look good, don't buy it. The same rule applies to houseplants. Let's check those out. So knowing that, which one of these plants do you choose? Obviously, this one is a dying one. But you know, as a kid, this is a funny story. I used to go in the garden center. They used to have an intensive room. And for about a quarter, I could buy plants like this when the leaves were actually falling off. It'd be a big goal of mine to take it home and try to bring it back to life. Obviously, a lot of them didn't make it, but some did. It took a long time to finally bring them back to life. And I'm sure you don't have time to do that, so why waste your time on something like this? Now, when you look for a healthy plant, it's real simple. Of course, it's got to look good on top, but take a peek at the roots. They should be nice, creamy white in color, very full. Now this one you can see is a little pot bound. The roots are going around the bottom. That's an indication that this one will need to be potted up in a bigger pot eventually in order to make it nice and healthy. But this is a really nice plant. When you get it home, I know you're going to want to feed this and fertilize it, but don't. This has a time-release fertilizer in it, and that's the case in most garden center plants. So wait about 3 months before you fertilize. And the one thing, don't overwater. Too many people overwater, the plant dies. Most plants prefer to be on the drier side. If you're not sure, make sure you check with the people at the garden center. Where's the information? Information, information. Information. Who's got the information? Where's the information? Oh, just the person I'm looking
Rebecca.
for. How are you?
I'm really good, thanks.
I have tons of questions.
Hopefully I have tons of answers for you.
Well, I can see you are literally armed with books, resources, all kinds of pamphlets and handouts.
If I don't have the answer personally, I have several places where I can consult. We have horticulturists on staff. We have all of these books available for all of us to help out our customers.
So what's the weirdest question somebody's asked you?
Well, I think it was the time the gal came in with her little tomato tag, and on the picture it showed red tomatoes, and she was quite concerned that something was wrong because all of hers were green.
Oh, good. Then I don't feel so bad. Because see, I've got this plant. I mean, I'm supposed to know all this, but I was kind of embarrassed to bring this in. It has these black spots. Is this black spot?
Actually, that's exactly what it's called. It's black spot. And we're going to need a garden fungicide to get it taken care of. You have to remove all of these leaves that are affected. Make sure you don't leave them on the soil. Make sure you don't put them in your mulch pile. We'll get our garden fungicide and spray it from the bottom of the plant.
Okay.
Because that's where the moisture hits the soil, bounces back up, and that's where you get your
You
fungus
really
from.
know your stuff, don't you?
Well, I know this particular thing, but I don't know all the answers, but like I said, we have care sheets available. We have books.
Now, is this a big thing sweeping the country?
You know, I think it is. Everyone's getting back to nature now. A lot of people want to grow their own fruits, vegetables, because they feel it's a little healthier.
And this is all free.
And this is all free.
So think of that. When you go to the garden centers, don't be intimidated. If you have the questions, come in loaded with the questions. You do your shopping, you get your plants, your tools, supplies. Why not get those questions answered? And you know what? If you have some diseased plants like this, bring them in a bag. People like Lynn will be glad to help you out. Then you can go home and keep that green craze going. Now here's a tip if you want color and blooms all summer long. Annuals can't be beat. I'm going to show you 5 very easy annuals to grow that don't require a lot of attention. Now for sunny locations, one of my favorite annuals is alyssum. This is called sweet alyssum. It's white and it smells so nice and sweet. This will grow about 4 inches high and it will spread into nice soft mounds. It's excellent for borders, window boxes, or containers. Now, if you think you can't grow flowers, marigolds will prove you wrong. They are truly one of the easiest annuals to grow. They come in a wide variety of sizes from 6 to 36 inches, colors usually yellow and orange. Now, if you want to encourage more blooms, make sure you pinch off their heads after you plant them, and they do like sunny spots. Another great annual for sunny locations, even part shade, is the petunia. And the best part about it, there are enough colors to match any color scheme. And now there's so many new varieties that you can find one that will creep, crawl, or cascade. Perfect for any garden. Now, to brighten up a shady spot, check out Impatiens. They come in a wide variety of color. They'll grow 6 to 36 inches. The one thing they do require is moist, fertile soil. The vivid foliage from the coleus make this a great flower for the shade garden. It'll grow about 36 inches tall as long as you keep it pinched. And again, with all the annuals, make sure you plant them as deeply as they were in the container. Keep them watered, feed them once a month with an all-purpose fertilizer, and you're set to go all summer long. For those of you who would like a beautiful garden but don't want all the work, perennials might just be the answer. These are plants that bloom year after year. And in my left hand, I have what I think are the top 10 easiest perennials to grow. These plants were selected based on their disease resistance, their hardiness, and their low maintenance. So get ready, I'm going to show you the toughest of the bunch. The first perennial that won't let you down is the old-fashioned iris. I'm sure most of you had grandparents who had these growing in their backyard, and not much has changed since then. All the flowers basically look alike, and they come in a wide array of color. Some are bearded, some are not. The blooming period is about 2 weeks in the spring, but not to worry because the lance-shaped foliage is excellent filler for the garden all summer long. Now, planting your iris is different than planting most perennials. It's very important that this fleshy bulb here called the rhizome is slightly above the soil surface. So dig your hole, hold the plant, bring in the soil. You may have to toggle the plant back and forth, making sure that the tip of the rhizome is exposed. The peony is another classic late spring blooming perennial with large masses of petals in shades of pink, white, and red. This is a perfect perennial for the cutting garden. They grow best in full sun with well-drained soil and may take a couple of years to get good blooms. One of America's most popular perennials for the shade garden is the hosta. These are nearly impossible to kill. They come in a wide variety of color, shape, size, and texture. Some are a couple of inches tall, while others can grow upwards of 3 feet. They're excellent for borders and lining pathways, and here's a good tip. If the leaves are blue-green, that means they won't be able to tolerate as much sunshine. However, if they're yellow-green in color, they can take on more sun. Astilbe is another perennial made for the shade. The flowers are soft, feathery plumes in colors of white, pinks, and reds. They bloom in mid to late summer. The same rules apply when planting astilbe as with other perennials in containers. First of all, they all need well-drained soil. And because once we plant these, we don't want to disturb their root system, it's important to enrich the soil before you get started. Of course, using the 3 magic ingredients. That's peat moss, cow manure, and compost. Once you've done that, dig your hole and gently remove the flower from its container. It's important to try to tease apart. That may mean tearing the root system at the bottom. That's going to allow the roots to spread. Drop it in the hole, making sure you plant it as deeply as it was in the container. Cover it up. Keep it watered and fertilized about once a month and you should be set. Now, the best time to plant your perennials is in the spring, but if you keep your eyes open, in the fall you can get some great bargains and they'll transplant just as well. The 5th perennial on my list is Monarda, also called bee balm. The bees love buzzing around the pom-pom-like flowers which bloom in the summer through early fall. This is a great plant for sun or part shade, and it's deer resistant. One look at the flower from the bleeding heart and you can see where this perennial gets its name. Bleeding hearts are an excellent candidate for the shaded garden or even a little bit of sunshine. The flowers line up on a single stem which gracefully arch over the foliage. Now typically it blooms in the spring, but if you get the fernleaf variety, you can get blooms all summer long. The flowers are pink, white, and red, and this plant will grow to the height of about 1 to 3 feet.
Daylilies are one of the hardiest perennials you can grow. They have large trumpet-shaped blooms that come in many colors. They bloom all summer long, but each flower only lasts one day. This is a great perennial for hot, dry conditions. Now, one of my favorite perennials is the delphinium, and although these don't look like much now, when they bloom early summer, the stately, tall spikes of color, typically in bloom, look fabulous. And a nice tip about these, if you deadhead the blooms shortly after they fade, you'll get a second flush of color late summer. Yarrow and purple coneflower are my last two perennial picks. Both are excellent for hot, dry, and poor soil conditions. So there you have it, my top 10 easy-to-grow perennials. Now, one thing to keep in mind, you're not going to see some quick results. In fact, the first year, perennials sleep. The second year, they creep. And the third year, they leap with color. So be patient.
Usually by mid to late summer, the garden is in full bloom. Hopefully you've had enough sunshine and rain to keep it looking great. But as you know, summer can take its toll on a garden, sometimes making it look tired and ragged. Well, not to worry, because I've got some great tips that will help keep your flower garden beautiful.
Now, typically most flower gardens need about an inch of water a week. You can put out a rain gauge to get a good measurement or just recycle an old tuna can. Now, if Mother Nature is not supplying you with enough water, you're going to have to do it yourself. It's important to remember not to water from above the plants. Number one, you lose a lot of water to evaporation, plus you also set the plants up for possible problems down the road. You want to direct that water right down to the soil surface. This will get it to the root system. It's best to water your plants in the morning hours or do it in the late afternoon. You just don't want to do it during the evening hours because that sets up the problems for fungus. Now, everyone hates to weed, but now more than ever in the hottest part of the summer, your garden really needs it. Because believe it or not, weeds actually steal water and nutrients from the surrounding plants. So you're going to have to get out there and yank them out. A little twist and pull.
Now, if you want to keep the weeds out, add a layer of mulch. I have found that if you spread about a layer that's 3 to 4 inches thick, that's usually enough to block out the sunshine to keep the weeds from ever coming back so you don't have to weed. Plus, the mulch does a couple of things. It helps retain moisture so we don't have to water as much, and it also cools the soil. And once you get it down, I think you'll like it because it does add a decorative touch, and there's so many mulches to choose from.
Another tip for keeping your garden looking great is to keep it cleaned up with some pruners. Now, your perennials, typically these are flowers that bloom only once during the growing season. So as the flowers start dying back, go ahead and pull them off. But something like these daylilies that bloom in clusters, wait until the entire cluster is done blooming, and then you can cut the entire stem and enjoy the foliage. Now, with perennials like Monarda, don't worry about picking off the blooms. Just wait until they're all spent and go ahead and remove the entire plant by cutting the stems down. Now, if you're concerned about bare spots, don't be. The Monarda plant will send up shoots of green. When fertilizing your perennials, it's best to scratch in an all-purpose 10-10-10 fertilizer once a month, or to encourage more blooms, pick a fertilizer high in phosphorus. That's the middle number. For your annuals, a water-soluble fertilizer like Miracle-Gro once a month will keep them looking great. Now, to keep your annuals like this Nicotiana blooming all summer long, it's important to deadhead. That means removing the spent blooms, because if you leave the dead blooms on the plant, it sets seed. And once the plant sets seed, it slows flower production down. With annuals like Lobelia, Alyssum, and Pansies, if you snip them down mid-summer, you'll get a second burst of color through the fall season. Now, hopefully, if you can follow these simple maintenance suggestions, it will help you have a garden that looks its best and will be the envy of the neighborhood.
Have you ever noticed that when spring arrives and the temperatures warm up, suddenly neighbors you haven't seen all winter long come rushing out of their homes almost as if the gates are open? They're all anxious to get their luscious lawns in shape. And you know what? You see it all. They're seeding, weeding, fertilizing, power raking, aerating, they're blowing, trimming, and of course mowing. And sometimes they're doing it all in one day. Not a good idea. There are some definite do's and don'ts when it comes to spring lawn care that you should know. Now, before you get started doing anything, you need to make a couple of decisions. First of all, do you want to control the crabgrass, or do you want to lay down new lawn seed? Because you can't do both. The crabgrass controller will actually prevent the lawn seed from germinating.
So, let's say you have crabgrass and you want to control that. Well, you need to attack it early in the spring before it gets out of control. You can use a crabgrass preventer, or for an organic alternative, try corn gluten. Whatever you choose, use a spreader to apply it evenly. The best time to do this is when the daffodils are blooming. And remember, spring rains will help activate the ingredients.
Now, if you decide to start a new lawn, or in this case patch an old one, you need to start by loosening up the soil. Just use a rake. Okay, now we're ready for the seed. Make sure whatever you get that it's top quality. You can save a lot of money and buy the seed in bulk, or for more money you can get a product that I really like. It's seed that's mixed with shredded newspaper. This stuff really works. Let me show you how. Apply a thin layer of the lawn patch, making sure you cover up all the open spaces, and then water thoroughly. Now, whether you use the lawn patch or the seed, it's real important that you keep your new bed moist at all times until the seed germinates, which in some cases may take up to 3 weeks. And also, you don't want to mow the grass until it reaches a height of 4 inches. And speaking of mowing, before you take your machine to the turf, it's real important to get it cleaned up and ready for the season. Start by flipping the mower over. You'll want to give the underside a good spring cleaning, and in some cases you may have to pull out a chisel to remove some of the junk. It's also a good idea to keep your blade sharpened. In fact, 3 sharpenings a season will do the trick. Otherwise, your grass will get split ends. Don't you hate when that happens?
When you do mow, don't cut off more than 1/3 of the grass at one time, and keep the height about 2.5 to 3 inches. Also, change your mowing pattern. This helps prevent soil compaction, which inhibits the growth of grass. Watering is also an important part of spring lawn care. It's much better to give your lawn a deep soaking once a week rather than a light sprinkling 3 to 4 times a week. Watering early in the morning is best, and keep in mind most lawns need about 1 inch of water a week.
Spring is also the time to go on weed patrol. Ha ha! Gotcha!
Now, since I don't like to use herbicides, I try to find tools that might help get to the root of the problem, and I have found the Weed Hound always does the trick.
The biggest mistake people make with their grass is that they fertilize it to death, literally. The best time to feed your lawn is with 2 applications in the fall. The only reason you would fertilize in the spring is if you miss the fall application. And don't worry if you think your lawn's not getting fed enough, because every time you mow your grass, if you leave the clippings on, you're giving it free nitrogen. And that's the best organic fertilizer you can get.
There are some definite don'ts when it comes to spring lawn care. Don't aerate. It can damage the soil because the soil is just too moist in the spring. Plus, aeration opens up areas for weed seeds to germinate. And forget about power raking or dethatching. This is just too hard on the new sensitive spring roots.
And finally, in the early spring when your soil is still soggy, try to keep your kids from playing on the grass, and for heaven's sakes, don't be dragging your wheelbarrow across it either. Hopefully these tips will make your neighbors green with envy. Well, today we're at Home Depot. We've got a great project lined up. In fact, we're going to teach you how to build a very simple window box, and the best part, it will cost around $30. And it sounds like class begins right now.
Rebecca Coles to lumber.
I'm right here. Well, we're very lucky. Phil Shores, who's a wood craftsman, has been teaching woodworking for many, many years. He also works here at Home Depot. He's going to help us pick out the supplies for our window box. Of course, the first most important element is the wood. And I know a lot of different choices. We have oak, pine, cherry, mahogany. Which one do we need for the window box?
All right, what you want to choose is cedar because it's an exterior wood. It's been used for shingles, siding for many, many years, and it's very weatherable.
Now, for this box, how much wood would we need?
All right, for the particular box that you're thinking about, we will need about 12 feet of a 1x10 because that's about the size of the plants that you wanted to use.
Okay.
Because that is an element in considering how big to make the box, is what kind of plants you're going to put in it. And your plant choice tells us this.
All right, so we'll start with this. Now, is this the only wood we need?
We will need one 1x2 for a little bit of trim.
There are 2 other items you need for this project: screws that are weather coated and a couple of brackets.
Now this is the window box that we're going to end up with. We applied it to this nice little window, which isn't a real thing, but you did a good job putting this up for us so we could get the whole effect out of it. Now tell me some of the things that we have to consider before we even get started cutting the wood. I see you've measured this. Is there any rule of thumb that you like to follow?
Well, rule of thumb that I like to follow, Rebecca, is I like to measure the width of the window and then add about 3 inches
On each side?
On each side, and then
Okay.
balance it so that it doesn't look out of place.
Right.
Because you want it to have nice aesthetic value.
Right. Too much, it would look like a big mustache. Too small, Charlie Chaplin might like it.
Great.
And the brackets underneath, that's for support.
Support.
Okay.
And it can be done either way. You can either attach it straight to the structure, or if you like a little extra decor,
Yeah,
the
well,
bracketing
that's
works
very
nice.
Okay, so here's something you're not going to believe. Tell us how long it took you to make this.
Less than 30 minutes.
Can I do it in 30 minutes?
We'll try.
Start the watch. Let's go.
Okay.
To begin, we cut 3 36-inch pieces from our 1x10, which will make up the bottom, the front, and the back of the box. Then with the leftover wood, we measured and cut the 2 end pieces. Once those were cut, we took the 1x2 piece of wood and measured the trim for the box. 1 for the front and 2 for the sides.
Okay, so we've got the pieces cut, only 8 pieces, so it's been very simple so far, but now we got to put it together.
All right, let's get rid of the small pieces and we'll put the box together now.
Okay,
All right, let's set these up. We'll put the decorative side out,
which is the rough side.
which is the rough. All right, so that we make sure that this is going to fit. Now, I got a little cheater here.
Ooh, I like that.
These clamps should help hold the wood together. Then using a hammer, we tap the pieces into place.
What we'll do now is we will pre-drill our holes for the screws because cedar splinters easily and you don't want to crack anything.
Okay.
So we pick out a drill bit that will act as a pilot
Okay, same
for us.
size.
Same size.
All right, how many
Okay.
screws?
Well, we'll start out and we'll think about 3.
With the holes pre-drilled, we were ready for the real thing. Phil offered a couple of good pointers for this step. Drill the screws until they're flush with the wood and space them out across the ends and the length of the box.
All right, next important stage here is to put water drain holes. And we'll
course.
use a spade bit, which works.
Okay.
And you know what? Since you like to drill, you can put these anywhere.
Oh, great.
We drilled 3 holes in our window box to offer plenty of good drainage. Next, it was time for the trim. Now the key here is keeping each piece flush with the inside edge of the box. Then we just drilled the trim in place using the same method as before.
Okay, last step, installing the brackets. And because this is going on the outside, we really aren't too concerned about where we're going to put them. So we just put them so it's going to give us the most strength. In this case, let's just set these at 5, like so. And we'll put one here.
With both brackets attached, the only thing left was to hang our box below the window.
Okay. All right, we'll kind of size this up for location. We'll see if we've got it kind of where we'd like it. There we go. Now it's just a matter of putting in our screws.
Okay, we're done. So we'll put some paint or stain on this. It'll last a lifetime. Looks, oh, stop the clock. How'd we do?
16 minutes.
16 minutes. Way
Awesome
to go.
job.
A
Way to
great
go.
project. Easy to do. A box that will grow on you. Bruschetta or bruschetta. No matter how you say it, this is a great tasting appetizer that tastes as if it came straight from the garden. It's very easy. I think one you'll like. Let me show you. Now I should start out by telling you that with this recipe, there are no measurements. You just mix and taste as you go, which is a great way to do a recipe. I start off by chopping tomatoes. I like to use meaty tomatoes like the Roma, and in the middle of winter you can use these grape tomatoes which have such a sweet, delicate flavor, taste very, very fresh. Chop them up, put them in a bowl, and then on top of that I'm going to drizzle some olive oil and balsamic vinegar. Just keep in mind, 3 parts oil to 1 part vinegar. Then add shredded basil, coarsely chopped Greek olives, and capers. And now we're ready for some chopped garlic, about a clove or two. And finally, we'll add crumbled blue cheese and mix that well. Now, when you're ready to serve this, I like to put the tomato mixture in a separate bowl, surrounded with cut pieces of baguette bread. That way the guests can serve themselves and then the bread won't get soggy. If you want to toast the bread, go ahead and do it. I like to use mine just nice and fresh. And I'm here to tell you, once your guests taste this appetizer, it's one they won't forget. Whew, that was a lot of information. Hope you got all that down, and I want to see those hands. Well, like I said, if you've enjoyed this DVD, be sure to look for the others. I'm Rebecca Coles. Until next time, keep those little hands dirty. Hi everybody, I'm Rebecca Coles and this is Rebecca's Garden on DVD. We've put together some of the best stories that we've had over the years to bring you this collection of getting started in your garden. Hopefully it's going to help you and inspire you and you'll enjoy getting those hands dirty. And if you like this DVD, you'll like the others that we have in the collection as well, including one on roses, flowers, gardening in the summer, gardening in the fall, and look for our holiday edition. Hope you enjoy the show, and until next time, keep those hands dirty. There's no need to wait for a dozen roses to show up on your doorstep when you can be growing your own. Roses can be grown just about anywhere in the country, and there are hundreds of varieties to choose from. But today, we're going to narrow that down to 3 of the most popular types. Roses are beautiful no matter what size, shape, or color of bloom. The 3 most popular varieties grown in gardens today are hybrid teas, Floribundas, and grandifloras. Now, if you like long stem roses, you'll enjoy growing the hybrid teas. These roses grow on a single stem with one bloom on top. This is called crystalline. They can reach heights of 6 to 8 feet tall, and they do come in a wider range of colors, so you'll have a lot to pick from, and many of them are fragrant. The hybrid teas are a favorite in the gardening world, mainly because of the quality of each bloom. That's why florists all over the world use them in their bouquets. Now, if you'd like to grow a rose bush that has more blooms and maybe bolder color, you may want to check out the Floribunda. Because it grows clusters of flowers, you can see the boldness here. This is called showbiz. These flowers grow on one single stem. The blooms are a little smaller. The plant itself actually stays a little smaller as well. Now, if you like this idea but would prefer something a little larger, then you may want to check out grandifloras. Once again, we get that cluster presentation of the blooms, but notice the bloom on this fame. It's almost twice as large as the Floribunda. And also the plant itself will grow upwards of 6 feet tall, so it's a tall, good-looking plant. All right, so now we've covered the 3 most popular types of roses. What do you say we go get our hands dirty? I'll show you how to plant them. Before you even think about planting roses, the key is to amend the soil with the 3 magic ingredients: peat moss, compost, and cow manure. Also, be sure the site you choose has at least 8 hours of sunshine per day. In the spring, when you buy your roses, you have 2 options. You can buy them bare root or in containers. If you choose to buy them in containers, you'll want to look at the canes and make sure you buy the rose that has the most foliage. The canes that don't have foliage may have just been transplanted into the pot, and that way we'll suffer more shock when we have to once again transplant them into our garden. So this one's a very nice one. Now, the other option is bare root. And it's exactly what it sounds like, bare roots on a cane. The thing that's very important with the bare root plants is that they must remain moist at all times. If the roots dry out, the plant dies. So when you get them home, sink them in a bucket of water, add some fish emulsion for an extra kick, and the rose bush will do just fine. And keep in mind, you can save up to 40% if you buy bare root roses, so it's a great deal. Now, when you get them home to plant them, it's important to trim off any of the old roots, like the brown mushy ones here, and you'll want to look at the canes. If they touch or cross over each other, go ahead and remove those as well.
Okay, now we're ready to plant. Now, whether you're planting a containerized rose or a bare root rose, there's one thing that's very important for both, and that is locating the bud union, because that's going to determine how deep the rose will be planted. Now, the bud union is this area here. If you live in the southern climates, it's very important that the bud union remains level with the soil surface. If you live in the northern climates where you get the cold winters, you'll want to make sure the bud union is at least 3 inches below the soil surface. Now, the technique for planting bare root roses is a little different than the containerized roses, so let me show you how to do that today. First, you'll need to measure the depth of your hole. You can do this by laying a shovel across the diameter. This will help you figure out how far the bud union is from the soil surface. In my case, it needs to be 3 inches below, since I live in the north. The next step is to create a mound of soil in the bottom of the hole. Then here comes the fun part. Save all those old banana peels and lay them around the mound of the soil. This will add potassium, which will give your roses an extra boost to get growing. Then spread the roots apart and place them evenly over the mound. This technique keeps the roots from clumping and will force them to spread. And finally, go ahead and cover up everything with your well-amended soil. Now, it's important to keep your rose bush watered, and you may want to give it a jump start by feeding it a plant starter. Or if you use fish emulsion with your bare root rose, just go ahead and pour that on. Now, if you sit back, take care of your rose, it won't be long before everything's coming up roses.
Everyone loves roses, but not everyone loves growing them. I mean, let's face it, roses get a bad reputation for being hard to grow. It's not so much that they're hard to grow, it's just that they need a lot of attention. I mean, you can't just plant the rose and expect that it's going to produce beautiful blooms like this while you sit back. It's important that you make it a habit to care for them in order for them to look beautiful and healthy all summer long. The first tip is to start out with a rose that is known to grow well in your climate. You can check with a garden center or your local county extension, they'll recommend one. The next thing is the site you choose. Roses need at least 5 hours of sunshine a day, and soil is very important. They don't like wet feet. In fact, the soil should be well drained and very fertile. The next thing, when time for planting, make sure you give the roses room to breathe. They need that air circulation. This will help reduce the chances of an outbreak of fungus or bacteria. Roses are kind of like kids. They like to be fed and they like variety, like fish meal, blood meal, alfalfa meal. I've mixed those together and I'm going to sprinkle that around the base of the plant. Let me show you how.
For mature roses, take 1 cup of fertilizer and apply it around the base of the plant. Newly planted roses only need about 1/4 cup. Then work the fertilizer into the soil with a hoe.
Now, it's best to apply your granular fertilizer 2 times a year. Once early spring and then midsummer. Now, in between, you'll have to supplement feeding the roses with a water-soluble fertilizer every 2 weeks.
It's also a good idea to mulch around your roses. I like using cocoa bean mulch. It helps keep the pests away and keeps the beds weed-free. Apply about 1 inch or less around the base of the plant. And keep in mind, too much mulch will reduce oxygen to the root system.
Now, if you want blooming roses all summer long, you'll have to invest in a good pair of pruners and also some gloves. It's very important that as the roses begin to fade, that you remove the bloom. You can do that by cutting them off. However, it's more than just cutting at the stem. You've got to look at the leaves and go down the stem until you find a cluster of 5 leaflets. Then you'll cut the stem just above that. Now, notice how I cut the stem at a 45-degree angle. This will prevent water from sitting on top of the stem. Now, the reason we cut it in this location, this is going to send out a new shoot. We'll get a new bloom. But keep in mind, the next shoot is going to grow a little tall. So if you don't want your roses above your head, feel free to move down on the stem. Just make sure you look for the 5 clusters of leaflets.
A pruning sealer is also a good investment. Apply a dab of it to each cut. This will seal the cane, preventing insect damage as well as other diseases. And speaking of diseases, black spot is the most common rose disease. If you want to grow roses, you better be ready to do battle with black spot.
Now, there are many chemicals out there that do a fine job in controlling black spot. Just be sure to read the directions carefully. I prefer to use organic methods, and there's now products out on the market that contain neem oil, which has been proven effective to control black spot and other diseases as well.
Another common problem with roses is powdery mildew. It starts as small white fuzzy patches and can spread to the entire leaf surface, turning the leaves yellow and weakening the plant. To prevent this fungus, mix 1 tablespoon of baking soda and 2½ teaspoons of vegetable oil into a gallon of water. Then spray the plant above and below the leaves every couple of weeks. Now remember, no matter what product you choose, a regular routine of spraying your roses is the key to preventing any disease.
And finally, don't forget to water your roses. They'll appreciate about 2 inches of water a week, and just be sure to water them at the base of the plant. Well, hopefully these tips will help you grow beautiful, healthy blooms so that you'll come out smelling like a rose. Growing roses for most people is a hobby, but for some it's more than that. It's a competitive thing. Many rosarians from around the country will actually spend their weekends showing their roses at conventions. I had a chance to go to one of these conventions, and you're not going to believe the number of people who are actually addicted to these flowers.
Gertrude Stein once wrote, "A rose is a rose is a rose is a rose." But to these exhibitors at the American Rose Society's National Convention, a rose is a meticulously groomed flower ready to face the competition no matter what it takes.
If they're a little bit too tight or too closed up, we try and get them more open.
And just how do these rose lovers get their prized possessions to open up? Well, there's the ever-popular cotton swab method.
You put it in there and use it as a wedge at the bottom to move the petal out.
And of course, everyone seems to have their favorite technique.
And then you want the petals to come out like this.
It's more like rolling a piece of paper. Eventually, it stays.
Sometimes you'll see foliage like this that wants to just stick straight up.
And it's not just the blooms that need attention at this type of show, it's the leaves too.
I'll put paper clips on the end to hold the foliage down. It doesn't take very long, just about a minute or two, and the foliage will stay down. That way it gives the rose good balance and proportion.
These contestants really do take their craft seriously. At times, they look like surgeons with all the right tools for producing the best rose in their category.
We like Floribundas and Grandiflora sprays. We have 861 rose bushes.
Jerry and Paul Garino from Chicago, Illinois, have been showing their roses for the past 24 years. They've won boxes of ribbons, and they say the secret to their success is teamwork.
He does the wedging, he makes sure the leaves are polished. I look at the heads and make sure they're right. And
I make sure they're straight. I make sure that when the groups are put together, there's a good presentation.
Right.
John Mattia flew in from Orange, Connecticut, traveling 2,000 miles with his roses.
My specialty is the hybrid tea, and I'll be entering these both for the single highest prize, which is the queen of the show, and for the major trophy in this rose show, which is the Nickerson Bowl.
At the last 2 national rose shows, John had 8 of the top 12 roses, so he definitely knows what the judges are looking for.
That's basically a rose that has a very high center, such as this rose has, with all the petals concentrically arranged around it, and eventually coming down to a triangular shape. This rose needs a little more work on it to eventually have a shape that looks something like a triangle, as you see my fingers outlining it.
Exhibitors, it is now 9:15. You have 15 minutes.
After 4 hours of prepping, the roses are brought across the hall to the ballroom, and it's showtime. There are over 6,000 roses in this room, representing every variety imaginable. Now the judges have to decide which ones are the best in each category. Jim Beardsley is the chairman of the judges.
We have 3 judges on a team for horticulture and then 2 clerks. The judges obviously do the judging, and the clerks assign the ribbons and record the names of the winners. If you look at the rose from the side, they're looking for a nice triangle shape so that you have a nice high center and the guard petals are horizontal. When you look down on the rose, they want a nice symmetry of the flower so that it's open and uniform.
Once the individual categories have been judged, the first place hybrid teas and grandifloras are brought into another room to be judged. Here they will pick the queen and king of the show.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have the queen of the show. It's Elina, exhibited by John Mattia of Orange, Connecticut.
And what about the king?
The king of the show is Andrea Stelzer, also by John Mattia of Orange, Connecticut.
So for John Mattia, traveling 2,000 miles from Connecticut really paid off.
I'm very elated in what I see up here. It's fantastic.
And remember the Guarinos? Well, they won several first and second place ribbons in the spray rose categories.
You're really here for the fun of it, but then when you find out you won something,
Then you're happy.
then it's nice too.
If you're a garden enthusiast, no doubt you've heard of Longview Gardens, located here in the deep south of New Orleans. The beautiful grounds here are maintained by his staff, directed by John Harris, the head gardener. Now today, John is pruning roses. Now while most of us would throw the trimmings away, John has a great technique for propagating roses with the trimmings. So John, I'm excited to learn about this technique for propagating or cloning plants. How did this come about?
Well, propagation is probably one of the most fun things you can do in gardening. It's recreating plants from pieces and parts of other plants. And I was having difficulty out here propagating them until this little lady came out here and showed me how to construct a rooting box that you see over here on the table.
Now, what makes this technique different from what we're used to?
I feel it's the different layering of the materials that we use that help establish a root system.
And it really works.
It really works.
Now, you used a fish aquarium here. Do we need an aquarium?
You can use any kind of open container. I happen to find that discarded on the side of the road. It was cracked, and so it's a perfect rooting box. Gets the light in there.
Great way to recycle
Absolutely.
some of those. Yeah. Okay, so how do we get started, John?
First, have a container. The most important thing here is make sure it's good drainage in the container.
So if you use the aquarium, a couple of cracks are a must.
Oh, a must.
Okay.
Then we have a bottom layer of sand. Then we have a middle layer of perlite. And then we have a top layer of just a good lightweight loose garden soil will do.
And all these products can be picked up at the garden center.
Easily. Now the first step is a good layer of sand in the bottom of your container, and the purpose of this sand is to provide something nice and firm for the cutting. Cutting likes to feel something on their feet. It's kind of is how I was explained. So I put about a 1 to 2 inch layer of sand on the bottom.
Okay.
And then the next layer is made up of perlite, which is a mineral as a result of volcanic activity. And what it provides for this rooting box is a layer of where air can penetrate down. Air is very important for developing root systems, any root system. And this again provides good drainage and again pore spaces so air can penetrate.
Now, what's the layer there? How many
It's about
inches?
another 1.5 inch layer of perlite.
Okay.
And then to finish it off, the top layer is made up again of a good lightweight garden soil mix.
So it doesn't have to be a soilless mixture?
It doesn't have to be. Those work fine, though. Those work fine. And again, this provides a base, a layer where there are nutrients in here and helps retain some moisture.
And again, 1 to 2 inch layer?
1 to 2 inch layer. With your container already, now it's a time to prepare our cutting. And what you look for in a rose cutting is, first, the stem should be about the size of a pencil. It should not be old wood. It shouldn't be the real new wood. It should be that in-between wood. You can feel the difference. Look for a piece that has some remnants of old flowers on it. And this will ensure that you'll get a cutting that will flower for you. Very important, but it's also very important for the rooting process is to remove the old flowers because they will sap away strength from the cutting process, which again, you want this thing to make roots and grow for you.
Okay, so we've got the tops cut off. Now, do we have to prepare the bottom?
Oh yes, and the way we prepare the bottom is we look for a leaf node. This is where the roots originate from, and the final leaf node is you find where a leaf is attached, and right there is a node, and you do a cut about a 45-degree angle, about a 1/4 inch below.
Below, okay.
Now with that cut made below the node, it's time to remove these lower leaves because these would just be a source of disease since they're going to be in the soil. And now the moment we've been waiting for, plunge it into your cutting bed till you feel the sand, its feet hitting something, it's happy. And by putting this in a shady spot, keep it moist, 5 to 6 weeks you should have some nice roots formed in that cutting. And hopefully you get a root system There it is. Oh, now that's great. Nice, long, white root hairs. Now, this is still too young to go outside into the landscape, too tender, so we need to place it into a larger container, and I would grow it in here till I see roots coming out the base, and then it would tell me that it's time to go into the landscape.
Wow. So the whole process really only takes about 6 months.
That's it.
And really, that's no investment at all when you consider that we'll be enjoying these beautiful roses for years and years to come. How would you like to grow roses the easy way? Believe it or not, there is an easy way, especially if you consider growing hardy shrub roses. In the last 15 years, they've gained enormous popularity, especially in the northern climates, because of their winter hardiness. No more tipping, covering, or wrapping. They're low maintenance, and the best part, you get blooms like this year after year.
Hardy shrub roses are bushy in appearance, so they're great for landscaping. Whether it's for creating a hedge or by a fence, these disease-resistant roses can be used as you would any shrub or perennial. There are 3 types of hardy shrub rose bloom cycles: non-recurrent, which put out one magnificent display in June; recurrent, which produce lots of blooms in the spring and again in the fall, plus a few during the summer; and ever-blooming, which usually bloom all season long.
As you begin your rose research, you're going to find out that there are hundreds and hundreds of different varieties and hybrids of hardy shrub roses. So the best place to start is at the Garden Center. They can tell you specifically which plant will do well in your location. Now, some of the most commonly asked questions include how tall will the rose get, and of course, will it grow well in my neighborhood? Well, here's what you need to know. First of all, there are basically 3 different heights of roses. You've got your climbers, your shrub roses, and then the ground cover. Check the tag because this will tell you specifically how tall the rose will get, and it will tell you what zone the rose will grow best in. Typically, hardy shrub roses grow best in zones 4 through 6. Now, if you're a first-time rose grower, you may want to consider this hardy shrub. It's called rugosa. This will survive some of the coldest climates in America. You can see we get beautiful blooms that are loaded with fragrance, not to mention these beautiful rose hips, which are fantastic in the fall and winter garden. Now, this plant is tolerant to salt, which makes it a great addition to seaside gardens.
It's best to plant hardy shrub roses in early spring, but you really can plant them anytime as long as you can dig in the soil. Now, there are 2 options: bare root, which are usually available early spring or fall, and container plants, which are readily available anytime.
Now, the best location for your rose is going to be an area that gets at least 5 hours of sunlight a day. It's best to keep them away from trees, otherwise the roots compete. And also make sure the soil is well drained. Roses do not like sitting in water. Now, when you dig your hole, you want it to be as deep as the container and a little wider. Before we put the plant in, we are going to add some bone meal. This will give us some phosphorus and potassium. Then, very carefully, remove the bush from the container and place it in the hole. Now, before you cover it up, make sure you amend your soil with a little compost, manure, and peat moss, and your rose is going to do just fine.
As you fill in the hole with soil, try to create a saucer-like dish under the rose bush. This will help direct the water to the root system. Now, you should be watering about 1 inch a week the first year. After that, the roots will be well established and should be drought resistant. Just make sure you add a layer of mulch to retain moisture, and that helps eliminate weeds as well. And don't forget the fertilizer. A 10-10-10 should be used 3 times a year during the blooming season.
Now, if you decide to plant a bare root hardy shrub rose, the one thing you've got to remember is that you cannot let the roots dry out. You want to keep them moist until you get the plant home, and then sink them into a bucket of water for about 3 to 4 hours. I've added a little fish emulsion just to give them a boost. Now, before we plant the bare root shrub, it's important to prune back the roots. This will help the plant get established. When you set the bare root in the hole, it's important that the crown here is level with the soil surface. Other than that, everything else is the same: the watering, the mulching, and the fertilizing.
Now, keep in mind that when it comes to the canes of hardy shrub roses, there are 3 classifications. First, cane hardy. That means that the canes above the snow line will survive the cold weather and provide winter interest. Snowline hardy implies that only the canes protected by the snow will survive. And then root hardy. The whole cane may die back on this shrub, but it will regrow in the spring like any other perennial.
And finally, the one nice thing about hardy shrub roses is they're not real picky about being pruned. All you need to do in the spring is shape up the bush, take out the dead canes, and really that's it. And I guess I should warn you, once you plant one of these, you'll see how easy they are to care for, and you'll probably want to add to your collection. Just outside the heart of New Orleans, you'll find beautiful Longview Gardens. This incredible property is known for its well-manicured landscape. The courtyard is one of the main attractions, filled with hedges upon hedges of blooming white roses. They're at their peak in the spring and the fall, but getting them to look this good requires a lot of work. I had a chance to visit with the head gardener, Ann Donnelly, late in January, the time of the year when the big pruning job begins. So you have 500 roses to maintain here. I bet that keeps you busy.
Yeah, it sure does, Rebecca.
And I'm looking at all these thinking, okay, I got some pruners here. I'm going to be here a long time pruning these roses.
Right.
But you don't use the little pruners.
Well, we have a shortcut method with our electric hedge clippers. These are Floribunda roses. This is actually a summer snow rose, introduced in 1931, and it's one of the signature roses here at Longview. And so we actually prune twice a year. We prune hard in January to about knee height, and then in August we prune to thigh high.
And this is very different than what most people around the country.
Exactly.
I'd have to dig my roses out of the snow with an ice pick. We prune ours typically once. So you do it twice.
Right.
Here it's January, it's a little cold. You actually had beautiful roses in bloom here.
Typically we'll come in here January, they might be full of blooms, and it's a little bit disheartening to go ahead and cut them off, but we've got to do it, sort of force the bush into dormancy.
Okay, so I'll put these away, and then we'll get out the big tool. Determining what height to prune the rose bushes is the first step. Ann usually prunes these Floribundas about 2 feet high. Now, Ann, I got to tell you, this looks so severe. I mean, you're taking off a lot of the bush here.
Well, people are really intimidated by rose pruning, but actually what I'm doing is just getting my height down. Then I'm going to come back with my hand pruners and clean up the cuts, clean out the dead wood, the cross branches, things like that. And it does encourage your bush to bush back out, and you have a healthy new shrub growing.
And we should mention, you don't do this on all rose bushes.
No, we want to do this just on the bush roses, the Floribundas, polyanthas, any kind of bush rose.
Okay.
With hybrid teas, you go back and do it by hand.
Okay, well, let me give this a try. This looks too fun. Okay? I hope you don't have to replace these when I'm done. Ann says that one of the keys to this power pruning method is making sure that the blades of your hedge trimmers are very sharp. And even then, hand pruners are needed for some touch-up work.
So part of the problem with the hedge trimmers is you want to make sure that your cuts are clean. These look pretty good, but they're torn ones all over the place. And what you do is come back and cut to an outward-facing bud.
Okay.
So here's an example of a dead stem that you can actually cut all the way down to the base.
All right, I'll take care of that one.
Alrighty.
Okay, got that one.
Perfect. Then we want to look for crossing branches, something like this, where the two branches are going to rub together, open up the bark, and provide an entryway for disease and pests to get in.
Okay, so you want to get rid of that at the base?
Exactly.
Okay, now once you get this all cleaned up, what's the next step?
Well, then we come back with our fertilizer, and then in about 6 weeks we can expect the first blooms to start appearing.
6 weeks,
Yeah.
how great. And then you prune again?
We prune,
in
we just go
August.
around in dead head all summer long, and then in August we start all over again.
The whole thing.
Yeah.
Now, a lot of people are intimidated by roses. You do a lot of work here, but this seems very simple, very basic.
These kind of shrub roses, the Floribundas, the polyanthas, are really a good rose for a beginner. You really just can't make too many mistakes with them.
Oh, we like those kinds.
We sure do.
Just outside Portland, Oregon is Willamette Valley, home to Heirloom Old Garden Roses, a nursery that houses one of the country's largest collections of climbing and rambling roses. You can practically smell the flowers a mile away. Isn't this beautiful? How many of us wouldn't want an archway spilling over with roses like this? These are climbing roses, and I think you'd be surprised just how easy they are to grow. The nursery grew out of love between Louise and John Clements and their love for roses. The 2,000 roses of all kinds are a stunning sight for those who visit here, but it's the climbing and rambling roses that stop them cold. Now this is a beauty. This is a rambling rose. Let's start off with this. What is exactly a rambling rose?
A rambling rose is one that will bloom in the spring for about 4 to 6 weeks, produces enormous number of blossoms, needs to be trained up over something. You can train them into a tree over an ugly outbuilding. Actually, it can even be trained over an ugly factory because there are some that get to be 50 feet tall.
And it has very flexible canes.
Yes, it does. And that's the difference between this and a climber, because these flexible canes allow it to be trained up over things and be tied to a pergola.
Here we have a beautiful specimen of a climbing rose, but what's the difference between that and a rambling?
It repeat blooms. It's going to bloom clear through the season.
That's important to know.
Yes, and it also has heavier canes and needs to be tied to a structure. Otherwise, you're going to have long canes that will flop out of place.
Okay, so a little more work then that way, and it doesn't grow as quickly.
It's not as vigorous. Generally, they're 10 to 12 feet tall, and they do need to be deadheaded. To encourage bloom.
But you know what? Take a look at this. This is what you call Eden?
It's Eden, yes.
Zones 5 through 9. Yes. This is a keeper. I'm telling you, it's beautiful.
Gorgeous.
The climbers are an excellent choice for the backyard garden since they offer color all season long and they don't need a lot of space. Some of Louise's favorite climbers are Lavender Lassie, Breath of Life, Dortmund, and Gold Badge. So what's the secret for Louise's success?
Here, she starts by digging a hole 2 feet deep, whether it's for a small rose or a large rose. And this technique seems to really work for you.
Absolutely. You wouldn't build a small home for your family, given a choice. We don't want to build a small hole for our roses. We want to give them plenty of luxurious room to grow. We put 6 inches of manure in the bottom of the hole.
Okay, so I'll start with that.
Okay.
Now, what's next?
We're going to fill the hole.
You can use a mixture of half peat moss or mulch and half potting soil mix. Add enough so that the soil surface of your rose will be about 2 to 3 inches above ground level. Then you're ready to position the rose plant close to your trellis and backfill. The best time to plant any kind of rose is in the spring or in the fall, at least 6 weeks before your first hard frost. And as for fertilizing,
we fertilize twice a year, April and then again in July. And you never fertilize after about 90 days before your first frost.
You don't want to promote a lot of growth.
That's right, because it would go dormant, and when it goes dormant, it would have too much new growth.
And once your climbers are established, they'll need room to roam. Where they go is up to you because you need to train them. And keep in mind, training is the key to bountiful blooms.
Obviously, we all grow roses for the blooms, and you have a great technique that's going to ensure lots of blooms. What is it?
Well, yes, I have already attached it to the trellis with a short piece of stretchy tie tape, and we're just going to take this and bend it down, and if you'll tie it there at the other end, what we'll get are what are called lateral breaks, or growth right where the leaf joins the cane, and that will bloom and will fill up this area, and then as it goes further along here, you just tie it up and then tie it up here, and
so you
we just fill the area.
You keep getting loaded with blooms.
That's right.
So in no time, this is going to be covered with fragrant, beautiful
fragrant blooms.
I can't wait.
Roses, the national flower, lovely to look at and sometimes a pain to maintain. But thanks to modern science, researchers have developed easy care roses that turn minimal work into maximum rewards. Some of the easiest to grow include shrub, carefree, and climber roses. No one knows this trio better than Penny Nichols Larkin, who has spent the last 18 years planting, pruning, and pondering over her menagerie of roses. Her membership in the Rose Society has blossomed, turning her into an expert and a mentor for budding beginners.
If somebody wants to start with roses, with your experience and your knowledge, what should they start with?
Well, I think starting out with shrub roses rather than hybrid teas is the real key to success. And start out with plants that are really hardy to your area rather than trying to grow something that you see in a catalog, but you don't know if it's going to grow in your area.
As the name implies, a hardy shrub rose is one that survives winter without any special care and without sacrificing quality blooms and overall appearance. All have bushy, shrub-like forms and are typically resistant to insects and diseases. Shrub roses are perfect for the beginners interested in roses. Penny, who inherited her love of gardening from her father and grandmother, has kept her genetically imposed green thumb busy with a collection of 130 different varieties of shrub roses.
Tell me your favorite.
Well, I really like Hope for Humanity. It was developed in L'Assomption, Canada for a commemoration of the Canadian Red Cross 100th anniversary.
It's beautiful.
It's a shrub rose that presents itself in clusters of 5, 7, 12 blooms on a stem. So one stem is a bouquet.
Oh, that's nice.
Yes.
And it blooms from spring to fall.
Absolutely. Spring to fall. It'll be the first thing to bloom in the garden and the last thing to quit.
That is the rose for me.
Another easy care rose with a bushy habit is the Carefree variety. The Carefree rose mixes well with other shrubs and most have long blooming periods.
This is Carefree Delight, Rebecca, and this is a Dr. Griffith buck rose. It presents itself with 5 petals and has a beautiful yellow stamen and a white eye. This rose is in constant bloom, and so you can grow it like I have here in a bucket, or you can grow it as a landscape plant. It'll sprawl. It has a mounding habit, so it's a delightful little rose.
And for those who want a profusion of blooms, check out the Carefree Beauty, which flowers from May to October. The final easy care rose in our trilogy, and a must in any rose garden, is the Climber. These roses grow longer stems that sprawl or can be tied to vertical structures to create a wall of living blooms. Another climber that will add new heights to your garden is the William Baffin. It's very hardy and blooms all summer long.
There's really no trick to planting roses, and we wanted to prove that to you in this segment. So we're going to plant a rose, and we wanted to give Penny a rose that she didn't already have. So we had to search. We found this Rambling Red, which we know you don't have because it's brand new to the market. And you've selected to put it here. Why is that?
Well, roses need 4 hours of sunlight to survive, 6 to 8 to thrive. And so this is a good location for this plant.
Good. And we've already dug out the hole. It's, what, 18 inches deep?
18 inches deep, 24 inches wide.
Which is roughly about 3 times as big as the root ball.
That's right.
Okay, we've taken the soil out of the hole. We put it in this wheelbarrow. On top of that, we've added some compost and some manure, and we're just going to mix this together.
Next, remove the root ball from the container. If the roots are root bound, be sure to score the bottom to loosen. Now place the plant in the center of the hole, making sure the crown, or what's known as the bud union, is level or slightly below the soil surface. In colder climates, you'll want that bud union 2 inches below the soil surface. Now just backfill with the amended soil and add mulch.
Once the roses mature and get to this size, then what kind of care do they need?
Well, they're certainly going to need pruning.
Okay.
Especially when the rose has just finished its cycle of bloom. So you're going to prune back to a 5-leaf union.
Okay, so something like that. Now, do you do this? That's a lot of pruning. This bush has a million roses on it.
Actually, to a bush this size, I would probably do a whole lot more hacking off than actually.
Okay, so you're not going to kill it. Okay, fertilizing?
Fertilizing, you're going to use any kind of a 10-10-10 or a rose food that you scratch into the surface.
Once a month?
Once a month, and then you might use a foliar feed after that on a every 10-day basis.
All right, and let's get serious. Let's talk about black spot. That's going to be a problem, so what do we need to do for that?
Well, there are all kinds of different chemicals that you can use, fungicides, and I like to rotate my chemicals so that I'm not getting a buildup of the same chemical.
And for those that like organic sprays, the neem oil has been proven quite successful. You just have to put it on every 14 days.
Right.
Well, now that you know just how easy it is to grow roses, don't get stuck. Just check out my website at Rebecca'sGarden.com and we'll help take the worry out of roses.
With Valentine's Day just around the corner, millions of roses will be sent to sweethearts around the country. It makes you wonder how a florist could possibly find the time to get all these flowers ready for that one special day.
Well, I went behind the scenes to a rose grower in Massachusetts to find out.
Valentine's Day is the busiest day for us. And the thing about Valentine's Day is everybody wants their flowers on the 14th. They don't want them on the 15th and they don't want them on the 13th. A lot of effort goes into getting them there on the 14th.
For head grower Tim Began, that means producing over 100,000 roses to be in perfect bloom on the big day. But roses in New England in February? We all know roses need high temperatures and plenty of sunlight to survive. So to create the right climate, the greenhouses are heated by 3 massive steam boilers, and the natural light is supplemented by 1,000 high-pressure sodium lamps.
So between the heat and the lights, we can really fool the roses and bring them in on time.
Tim makes sure the plants are well fed and pest-free, but one of the more unlikely secrets to mass producing these perfect roses may be Tim's special ingredient for enriching the soil.
But the latest thing we started to do, as opposed to the old way of using manure in amending the soil, we're using coconut. They come in bricks from Sri Lanka like this. We have to dissolve them in water. And believe it or not, this compressed brick breaks up into real fine fiber, and the rose roots love it because they can penetrate through it very easily.
And of course, it's not all magic coconuts. Choosing what to plant is key.
We're looking for roses that produce long stem roses in a fairly rapid time, and that have very good keeping quality in the refrigerator, and also hopefully to have some fragrance.
And that's why they chose 2 of their most popular varieties. The old favorite, Forever Yours, is a deeper, darker red, while Cardinal is more vibrant. And with the Cardinal, Tim uses an innovative growing technique he calls bending.
The proper way is to take the head, pop the head off. You take it and try to bend it and make a crease just above the feather leaf, and then take your whole stem and push it down as far as you can get.
The bending encourages new growth. Each bent stem produces 2 to 3 new shoots, and by February 6th, all the roses are ready for cutting. And then the rush is on. Everyone at Johnson's works around the clock to get the roses out for Valentine's. Once cut, the roses are plunged into a citric acid solution and kept cool to keep them hydrated. Then it's on to the grading table. Time to inspect all the roses they worked so hard to produce.
Everyone loves long-stem roses, and it's here they decide whether they've made the grade. Each rose is hand-sorted according to its size into 5 categories. The most prized roses are those with the long, straight stems. And finally, they're loaded onto refrigerated trucks destined for loved ones around the country. And for Ty Dickinson, that's what it's all about.
Having flowers at home is just beautiful. It's like bringing in a breath of sunshine. Flowers are a special, special product, and the rose is the best of all flowers.
With the onset of cooler weather, you're sitting back thinking, finally, my garden work is done. Wrong. Now's the time to get out and really pay attention to your garden, especially if you have rose bushes, because you don't want Old Man Winter to come and take a hit on these, because they won't be here next spring if he does. A couple of things you should have been doing by now. Cut off the fertilizer. You don't want a deadhead. You don't want to prune. All these would encourage new growth. That's not what we want for winter. What we want to do is get the plant to go in a dormancy period. We want to continue watering the plant up until the ground freezes solid. Now, when it comes time for protection, there are many different methods to use, but one that's very simple is using the cone method. Just go to your garden center and buy one of these. It's nothing more than a styrofoam cone, costs about $4. We're going to place this over the top of this plant. You can see this one's a small one because we planted it this year, so it fits very nicely. Take the top off, and on the inside, we're going to fill it with a shredded mulch or a bark or even some leaves.
Or you can use peat moss or potting soil, which are especially effective in keeping temperatures steady. Also, to prevent overheating, keep the top off except for during the coldest days of the year.
Now you can see it works wonderfully for this, but for this one, it's a bigger bush, so we're going to take twine. We're going to gently wrap this around the plant, pulling in the canes so that it will fit the cone. And then same thing, put this on top, fill it up, insulate it. Your roses will be nice and toasty during the winter season so that next spring, when you take the cones off, we've got beautiful blooms once again.
When it comes to pruners, there's a lot of different tools to get the job done. You just have to know which pruner works best for which job. So I'm going to try to help you out here. First of all, for the small jobs, things like perennials, some small shrubs, really all you need are hand pruners. I prefer the bypass pruners. That's when the blade on top crosses over the bottom. This prevents any kind of crushing, plus it makes it easier to have this blade sharpened. Now for the larger shrubs, those that need to be pruned, trimmed, or even manicured, you'll want to invest in these. These are called hedge shears, and you can see they'll get the job done.
But what about those small branches on trees? Well then, you'll need to invest in a pair of these. These are called loppers. These work great for small branches and will cut branches about 1.5 inches in diameter. Now for the branches that are larger than 1.5 inches, for a small investment and a little bit of elbow grease, you can invest in one of these. It's simply a handsaw. It works wonders on those big branches, plus it folds up nicely so you can take it on a camping trip. Now what about those branches that you can't reach? Well, not to worry, because there's a tool for you. It's called a tree pruner. And you can see here it extends up to about 15 feet. It has a nice saw, and right here has a lopper on it as well. And for heaven's sakes, if there's any branch you can't reach, call in the experts. If you love the smell of fresh roses, then this recipe for potpourri is just for you. All you need to do in a large bowl is combine 4 cups of dried rose petals, some rose buds, 1/2 cup of chamomile, 1/4 cup of lavender. Then we'll need a piece of vanilla bean, about 1.5 inches long, and then about 1/2 teaspoon of whole cloves. It's about 10 cloves. Now the secret behind great smelling potpourri comes from the spices and the essential oils you use. And in order for that fragrance to last a long time, they must be added to what's called a fixative. Here I'm going to use orris root. This is a powder that you can pick up at your co-op or any craft store. So I've taken 1/8 cup, added 2 teaspoons of cinnamon, 5 drops of rose absolute essential oil, 2 drops of geranium oil, 2 drops of lavender. I'm going to mix this all together and then pour it in the potpourri. Once it's well mixed, place your potpourri into an airtight container and store it in a cool, dark location for at least 6 weeks. This will allow the potpourri to cure so that when you open it up later, it'll smell like a fresh flower from your garden. Tess McDonough is the executive chef here at Kendall-Jackson, and today on the menu we have some corn salsa.
Yep, today we're going to be making a great corn salsa. All of these ingredients come from our organic gardens here at the Wine Center, and the base for the salad is fresh corn. We shuck that right off the ear. We don't have to saute that or anything because the corn is so fresh and there's enough sweetness to it. And today we're going to use some lemon juice and some lime juice, which come right off the trees from the garden as well.
Oh, how nice. Now, based on what I learned earlier, we've got a lot of light vegetables, so my guess is we're making this work with the Chardonnay.
Absolutely, you did your homework. This works exactly with Chardonnay, but we're allowed to cheat a little bit and add some red pepper, some of the herbaceous tones like the parsley, chives, and cilantro.
So what's the first thing we need to do?
First thing we're going to do is add the corn. I like to add the corn first. Next, I want to add my roasted red peppers, and I like to add roasted red peppers as well as raw peppers. We kind of want to build on the textures in the salad as well as the flavors, and the roasted peppers will add more sugar to them, and then the raw peppers will have more of a fresher, crispier flavor to them, so I like to add both.
Okay. And then next we have the yellow peppers. Again, we've got roasted, fresh, 1/4 cup of each.
Exactly.
Okay, so let me just dump some of those in. Excellent. Now what's next?
I think for this amount of salad, about half of the red onion would work great for this.
So how much are we using here?
This is about 1/8 cup.
Okay.
If you add too much, it's going to bring out a bitter quality in the Chardonnay. So I want enough where it's going to complement the salad but not overpower the wine.
Got it.
Now we want to add some of the fresh herbs, and these are sort of the finishing touches. I'm going to add about 1 tablespoon of the chives, and I like adding this because this is going to add another nice quality. We had some of the red onion, but now we've got some of the chives as well. So once again, we're building on the flavors here.
Okay.
This is the cilantro. Once again, another really great, fresh, green flavor, a little bit more of that nice, fresh taste to it. It's going to liven this up. And then we've got fresh parsley. You can't have a salsa without fresh parsley, in my opinion. It's just really terrific. It's going to add a great flavor to this. Rebecca, why don't you pour about half of the lemon and the lime juice in the salsa, and I'll go ahead and stir that. We want to add an acid to this. There's a lot of sweetness in it. So now the last thing we want to do is add a little bit of salt and pepper. This is going to season the salad and tighten it up, give it the finishing touches. Cracked pepper, can't beat that. Now why don't you give it a taste, see what you think.
First of all, look how beautiful this is. It's got to taste great. So what would this be good on?
Well, this is great alone, but if we do need to serve it with something, it's great with grilled fish, grilled chicken. I like it with a lighter fish if we're going to serve it with the Chardonnay, like a grouper or a sea bass or a flounder for you folks from the East Coast. But also grilled chicken works well with this.
It is absolutely delightful.
Great.
It is so good. Thank you so much for joining us today. And remember, this is a great salsa that works well with your Chardonnay. Now, if you would like Tessa's corn salsa recipe, be sure to check out my website at www.rebeccasgarden.com. Whew, that was a lot of information. Hope you got all that down, and I want to see those hands. Well, like I said, if you've enjoyed this DVD, be sure to look for the others. I'm Rebecca Coles. Until next time, keep those little hands dirty. Hi everybody, I'm Rebecca Coles and this is Rebecca's Garden on DVD. We've put together some of the best stories that we've had over the years to bring you this collection of getting started in your garden. Hopefully it's going to help you and inspire you and you'll enjoy getting those hands dirty. And if you like this DVD, you'll like the others that we have in the collection as well, including one on roses, flowers, gardening in the summer, gardening in the fall, and look for our holiday edition. Hope you enjoy the show and until next time, keep those hands dirty. If you've ever tried growing your own seeds, you know what a pain it can be. It's a major babysitting job. If you miss one day of watering, it's all for naught. So that led us to develop this seed starting system. And I gotta tell you, this is a great system because it requires hardly any effort for you. In fact, all you need to do is take a look at it every couple of weeks. Now the first thing you need for this project, of course, is a rack. And I've searched high and low and I think I finally found the one that works perfectly. It's this wire rack. You see these a lot in restaurants. You can pick them up at kitchen stores or even restaurant supply stores. Now the reason I like this is because the shelves are adjustable, which is very nice. You can order it any size, but what I did is I ordered the size to fit the shop light. This is 4 feet, and this is where the wire rack is nice because all I need to do is attach chain to the light, put on a little S-hook, and I can hang this right from the rack. And one final thing about the lights, you can buy grow lights, which are pretty pricey, or you can save a lot of money and buy simple shop lights, just making sure you have a cool bulb and a warm bulb. These are usually sufficient just to grow the flowers. Another feature that's nice with this plant rack is that it has casters. That way we can move it wherever it needs to go. Okay, now that we've got the unit set up, next thing we need to do is get planting. Success from starting your own seeds comes with watering, and that's the magic of a kit I found from Gardener's Supply. It's a mail order catalog, or you can get more information on our website. And the reason these are so nice is because it has a bottom reservoir. We fill this up with water. On top of that sits a platform that has this wick. This helps pull up water so that when the plants are in the cells, they get water when they need it. You only have to water once every couple of weeks. No matter what container you use for planting, it's important that you use a soilless mixture for your new seedlings. This is very light and airy. And of course, being light and airy, it's important to pre-moisten it before you put it into the container. So I like to open the bag and just dump some water in. Once the flats are filled, it's time for the seeds. And keep in mind, the biggest mistake people make is they plant their seeds too deep. The rule of thumb is to plant them 2 to 3 times their diameter. So for these tiny snapdragon seeds, I'll simply press them into the soil. Then add a layer of sphagnum moss. This prevents a fungus called damping off, which can kill the seedlings overnight. Don't forget to label your plants. Then make sure there's enough water in the bottom of the tray before you stack things up.
And finally, to get those seeds to germinate, they need a moist environment. So we're going to add this plastic dome, which acts as a miniature greenhouse. We'll keep this on until we see some green from the seedlings, and then we'll remove it. Until then, it's under the lights they go. Your seedlings will need 10 to 12 hours of light a day, so you might want to invest in a timer so you don't have to worry about the lights coming on. Also, it's important that the lights are as close to the seedlings as possible without touching them. So you can see I've lowered these down. We've got a couple of inches to spare in between, and then as the plants grow, I just adjust the chain. After a few weeks, your seedlings should be green and growing. Don't forget to check the bottom of the tray every 2 to 3 weeks and fill it up when necessary. Now, what about fertilizing? Well, once your plants grow 3 sets of new leaves, it's time for them to be fed. And what I like to do is just take a water-soluble fertilizer at half strength, sprinkle that into the water, and then the plants feed themselves as well. It's a great deal. Now, eventually, these plants are going to outgrow their tiny little space in the cells. And when that happens, you can just pot them up in a larger container. These peat pots are great. Plant the plant inside, put it under the lights, keep it there, and when the weather is finally warm enough, you simply plant these right into your garden. So there you have it, my idea of a self-sufficient seed starting system. This is really a rack that rolls. Last year I had a beautiful plant growing in this pot. Sad story. The plant ended up getting some sort of disease and died. So the last thing I want to do this year is put a plant in the same pot, because you never know what kind of fungus or disease may still be in the pot. So it's always a good rule of thumb. Anytime you're going to reuse any pot, you sterilize it first. What you need to do is get a bucket, fill it up with water and bleach. The ratio is 1 part bleach to 9 parts water. Now what you want to do is take the pot and just dunk it into the water. You'll need a scrub brush to get rid of all the soiled areas, and in some cases you may want to try a wire brush. Make sure you clean the inside as well as the outside. Okay, now this pot is clean. You can go ahead and rinse this under clear, clean water and let it sit for a couple of days. That way, if there's any chlorine left in the pot, it will evaporate in that time. Now, if you find out you have some stubborn stains, like what's left over with the salt buildup and the chlorine solution doesn't get rid of it, then go ahead and take some distilled vinegar, scrub that on the side. It should remove the salt with no problem at all. Now, when you're ready to plant, don't use any of the soil you used last year. Throw that in the compost heap. Instead, start off with new soil that's been sterilized. You can pick it up at the garden center. Hopefully, these tips will keep your plants from biting the dust. Well, if you're like me, come spring, once the snow melts and the ground thaws, you probably can't wait to dig in. And if you're planting warm season crops like tomatoes, peppers, and eggplant, you better restrain yourself, because if you plant these babies too early and there's a nip of frost, it could mean death. Typically, you don't plant your warm season crops until after the last frost, unless, of course, you know a few tricks. For these warm season crops, spring fever begins when the soil temperature is between 60 and 65 degrees. You can see mine's only at 50. If I were to put those plants in now, it would stress them out, it would set them back, which leads me to trick number 1. A layer of black plastic is the perfect way to heat up the soil. Use stakes to secure the corners, then about twice a week take the soil's temperature. The more sun you have, the quicker it will warm up to 60. Once the soil temperature is warmed, we're ready to plant our warm season crops. Now I'm going to start with the tomato, and there are many different ways to plant a tomato, but here's a method my grandfather taught me. I've used it for years and it certainly works. I dig 2 holes. In one, I'll place the tomato, so I'll gently remove it from its container. It's got nice creamy white roots, that's a good sign. Gently tear the roots apart and place that in the hole like so. In the other hole, I'll place a small handful of fertilizer. I do it in separate holes. That way the fertilizer doesn't rest right against the roots of the tomato plant. Then cover it up. Now, frost is still in the forecast, and remember, 1 cold night is all it takes to bring these plants down. So that leads me to trick number 2. Here's a product that I've been using for many years with great success. It's called Wall of Waters. It's like a plastic tent. What you need to do is get a large bucket, invert it and place it over your plant, then take the Wall of Waters
and place that around the bucket. Then you can see there's these little tiny pockets on the side. We'll fill these with water and then I'll show you how this works. Once you've filled all the plastic pockets with water, you can then remove the bucket inside. See, isn't that cool? Now what we've done here is created this miniature greenhouse. During the day, the sun heats up the water. That warm water helps to insulate the plant at night. Now eventually the plant is going to shoot off and it's going to grow quickly. It'll come out of the top. At that point you have two choices. You can cut the wall of waters, except for I like to use it every year. So what I do is squish all the water out and just collapse it and then remove it at the end of the season. Another way to keep your plants warm is with the use of these cloches. They're plastic domes which you slip over the top of your plant. You have to be real careful with these because they can literally cook your plant. So it's important that the top of the cloche has some sort of venting system that will allow the hot air to escape. If you buy one that doesn't have the vent, you can simply cut one out or just make sure you remove these during the day. For the smallest seedlings, like this eggplant, simply dig through your recycling bin. I found this plastic juice bottle, cut out the bottom. It works great as a cloche, and if it's going to be a cold night, I can simply put the lid on top. So there you have it, some tricks on warming things up in your garden. And by trying this, the best part about it is you can extend your growing season by 4 to 6 weeks. Early spring, when temperatures start warming up, if you're like me, you probably can't wait to get in there and dig in. But hold your horses because too much haste can lead to some serious garden waste. So I thought I'd give you some tips on early spring garden care. First of all, let's talk about the bulbs. They're the first things that come up. If you have mulch around the bulbs, you can go ahead and pull it away from the bulbs, but leave it there because you never know when a frosty night might threaten the bulbs. That way you've got the mulch, we can easily cover them. Now, if you've had a problem with deer, which I always have a problem with, I have found, and this is very unscientific, that deer don't like anything that smells. So I put cocoa bean mulch down around my bulbs. The deer seem to stay away. It works. You may want to try it. Now for your perennials, leave the mulch on as long as possible. You want to wait until they're actively growing, and once temperatures are above the freezing point, you can slowly start removing it. The beauty of ornamental grass is year-round interest, especially in the winter, but come spring, it's not so pretty anymore. It's real important that we cut this down. Typically, you want to cut it down leaving 6 inches or cut it just above the green growth. Speaking of pruning, early spring is an excellent time to prune your apple trees. What you want to do is get rid of all the dead limbs, any of the little suckers, or any branch that seems to be rubbing against another branch, because that rub will open the tree up to disease. And finally, you definitely don't want to cut your spring blooming shrubs like your azaleas, spirea, or even your lilacs. You cut them now and you've just cut off this year's blossoms. If you've been growing the same vegetables and flowers year after year, you may want to check out some of the new and improved varieties available this year. Here's a perfect example. This is Bacopa. It's been around for a couple of years, but this new variety, Snowflake, is expected to be a proven winner. The blooms are a little larger, and we're going to see a lot more flowers out of this compact plant. It likes lots of sunshine. Now, if you love verbena, you'll really like the new varieties available this year, Tamari and Tapion. What makes these different is that the blooms are larger and there's a lot more of them. These are great for window boxes and hanging baskets. Now, straw flowers have been around for centuries, but not this new variety called Golden Beauty. It's much more compact. You'll see tons of blooms all season long, and it's a great plant for hot and dry conditions. In the seed category, two new and very popular vegetables are red corn and yellow carrots. No, your eyes aren't deceiving you. Because these seeds are so new, the only way you can get them is by ordering them through the Burpee catalog. Now, one new vegetable that is available at the garden centers is Swiss chard. And take a look at this. It's called Bright Lights. Not only does it look great, but it's edible as well. The top greens can be steamed like spinach, and the bottom stalks can be sautéed like asparagus. And the best part, this plant will continue on growing with beautiful color right into the fall season. So keep in mind, when you're planting your garden this year, be a little creative, if not daring. You'll be glad you did. Flowering shrubs like these beautiful azaleas are a sure sign that spring has sprung. When hardly anything else is blooming, they come alive with color. And this is just one of the many varieties of flowering shrubs that can really highlight your garden in the spring. As the first sounds of spring arrive, so do the buds of your favorite flowering shrubs. From the vibrant colors of azaleas and rhododendrons to the soft pastels of lovely lilacs. Not only are their spring bouquets a feast for the eyes, their sweet fragrance is second to none. And of course, there are many other popular spring blooming bushes like forsythia, viburnum, honeysuckle, and spirea. With all of these choices, you're sure to find one that will brighten up the outside of your home. Now, before you pick your plant, you need to consider its size. While some are great around the house, others, if left alone, need room to roam like this lilac. But if you have the space, this makes an excellent screen for noise and traffic. When you go to buy your flowering shrubs, they'll look something like this, but don't be too surprised if they're not in bloom. They just may be past peak, like this forsythia. The thing that you really want to concentrate on is the health of the plant. You want to make sure you examine the leaves, both top and bottom, looking for any kind of insect damage. Also, take a gander at the stems. If they have any nicks or scars, just stay away from them. As far as price goes, keep this in mind. The smaller the container, the less you have to pay. The plant is going to be smaller. But then again, 3 to 5 years, they'll both be the same size. Most of your flowering shrubs appreciate a location that gets at least 6 hours of sun a day. They also like acidic soil, especially your azaleas and rhododendrons. So I went ahead and mixed in some pine needles and peat moss to help raise the acidity. Now, as far as time of the year to plant, I prefer planting them in the spring simply because they get more time to get established. Any time during the growing season is going to be fine as long as it's not during extreme heat. Now, as far as planting, the same rules apply with any perennial and shrub. You want to dig a hole that's as deep as a container and about 2 to 3 times as wide. Once you've dug the hole, gently remove the plant from its container, and in most cases you'll notice that the roots will be either root bound or all matted. So it's important to loosen them up. You can do that simply by scoring the roots. By itself, one is beautiful, but add a couple together and you've got a dramatic, beautiful appearance. So I'm going to stagger these behind me and you'll see what it looks like. There you have it. Now just keep your plants well watered. I'm not going to worry about fertilizing since the soil's already amended, but maybe next year and the years after that I'll come through with a light side dressing of fertilizer. Now notice how I planted these close together. I kind of broke the rules, but I did that because I want this corner to lighten up every spring. So in order to keep them healthy and well maintained, I need to cut them back every year. Now, once your shrubs start growing, you can let them go or you can keep them in check by pruning. However, you must be prudent with your pruning because if you wait too long, you'll cut off next year's heads. So what you want to do is once the flowers have faded, like on this rhodie, you have 6 weeks to get in there and do your pruning. You can take off a little just to shape it up, but never take off more than 1/3. Hopefully by following these rules, you'll have beautiful flowering shrubs that you can enjoy for years to come. Have you ever noticed that when spring arrives and the temperatures warm up, suddenly neighbors you haven't seen all winter long come rushing out of their homes almost as if the gates are open? They're all anxious to get their luscious lawns in shape. And you know what? You see it all. They're seeding, weeding, fertilizing, power raking, aerating, they're blowing, trimming, and of course mowing. And sometimes they're doing it all in one day. Not a good idea. There are some definite do's and don'ts when it comes to spring lawn care that you should know. Now, before you get started doing anything, you need to make a couple of decisions. First of all, do you want to control the crabgrass or do you want to lay down new lawn seed? Because you can't do both. The crabgrass controller will actually prevent the lawn seed from germinating.
So let's say you have crabgrass and you want to control that. Well, you need to attack it early in the spring before it gets out of control. You can use a crabgrass preventer, or for an organic alternative, try corn gluten. Whatever you choose, use a spreader to apply it evenly. The best time to do this is when the daffodils are blooming. And remember, spring rains will help activate the ingredients.
Now, if you decide to start a new lawn, or in this case, patch an old one, you need to start by loosening up the soil. Just use a rake. Okay, now we're ready for the seed. Make sure whatever you get that it's top quality. You can save a lot of money and buy the seed in bulk, or for more money, you can get a product that I really like. It's seed that's mixed with shredded newspaper. This stuff really works. Let me show you how. Apply a thin layer of the lawn patch, making sure you cover up all the open spaces, and then water thoroughly. Now, whether you use the lawn patch or the seed, it's real important that you keep your new bed moist at all times until the seed germinates, which in some cases may take up to 3 weeks. And also, you don't want to mow the grass until it reaches a height of 4 inches. And speaking of mowing, before you take your machine to the turf, it's real important to get it cleaned up and ready for the season. Start by flipping the mower over. You'll want to give the underside a good spring cleaning, and in some cases you may have to pull out a chisel to remove some of the junk. It's also a good idea to keep your blade sharpened. In fact, 3 sharpenings a season will do the trick. Otherwise, your grass will get split ends. Don't you hate when that happens?
When you do mow, don't cut off more than 1/3 of the grass at one time, and keep the height about 2.5 to 3 inches. Also, change your mowing pattern. This helps prevent soil compaction, which inhibits the growth of grass. Watering is also an important part of spring lawn care. It's much better to give your lawn a deep soaking once a week rather than a light sprinkling 3 to 4 times a week. Watering early in the morning is best, and keep in mind most lawns need about 1 inch of water a week.
Spring is also the time to go on weed patrol. Ha ha! Gotcha!
Now, since I don't like to use herbicides, I try to find tools that might help get to the root of the problem, and I have found the Weed Hound always does the trick.
The biggest mistake people make with their grass is that they fertilize it to death, literally. The best time to feed your lawn is with 2 applications in the fall. The only reason you would fertilize in the spring is if you miss the fall application. And don't worry if you think your lawn's not getting fed enough, because every time you mow your grass, if you leave the clippings on, you're giving it free nitrogen. And that's the best organic fertilizer you can get.
There are some definite don'ts when it comes to spring lawn care. Don't aerate. It can damage the soil because the soil is just too moist in the spring. Plus, aeration opens up areas for weed seeds to germinate. And forget about power raking or dethatching. This is just too hard on the new sensitive spring roots.
And finally, in the early spring when your soil is still soggy, try to keep your kids from playing on the grass, and for heaven's sakes, don't be dragging your wheelbarrow across it either. Hopefully these tips will make your neighbors green with envy.
For more information on spring lawn care, check out my website at Rebecca'sGarden.com.
When spring arrives, I can't wait to head to the garden center to see what's blooming, and it's always the annuals that catch my eye. They can quickly transform a bare patch of soil into a glorious garden, and unlike perennials, annuals give color all summer long. They are the flowers that you must plant every year. Seems like a lot of work? Not when you see your return. Annuals are the plants that steal the show. No matter your soil or sun, annuals are the answer for lush blooms that keep the garden alive with a dazzling display of color. Whatever size or shape you need, there's definitely an annual ready to fit the bill. Now, your annuals can be divided in 2 different categories. We have the cool season and the warm season. The cool season flowers can go into the ground once you can work it and typically will withstand a frost or 2. They include your pansies, violas, alyssum, which smells so sweet, and of course the snapdragons. And the best part about the cool season flowers, they give us that first burst of color in the spring. We can shave them down in the summer, and then they'll rebloom with full delicious color in the fall. Another popular cool season annual is the silvery dusty miller. Its foliage makes a striking display when planted next to brightly colored flowers. Larkspur, with its delicate spikes of flowers in pastel shades, also grows well in cooler conditions.
And remember, forget-me-nots. They offer blue mounds of color in the garden, started once from seed, and they'll reseed themselves year after year. The second category is the warm season annuals. These are the plants that like the hot weather, and they will not do well if it gets too cold, so you want to wait until after your last frost before you put them in the ground. They include geraniums, marigolds, petunias. These are great for sunshine, but if you have shade, you can't go wrong with beautiful begonias. And then there's the impatiens. They offer great spots of color, from the New Guinea impatiens to the double flowering. Other warm season annuals that come alive with color in the heat of summer include Nicotiana, also known as flowering tobacco, which perfumes the air. Or how about salvia, which offers a variety of colorful blooms. If you're looking for texture, try celosia. Or how about some of Grandma's favorites, like zinnias and cosmos? To ensure that you get healthy plants, make sure you use a little common sense when you buy them. If you notice holes in the leaves, you might want to stay away from those. It may mean that there's an insect problem. Also, compare plants. You've got a tall, skinny one here, a short, stocky one. Go for the short, stocky one. This one is growing out of its pot. It's a little more stressed. As far as blooms go, I know you're going to want to reach for the ones with the most flowers. However, you're really better off if you go for those that haven't opened up yet. These are younger plants, and it means that they'll transplant easier into your garden with less shock. Now remember, even if you don't have space for a garden, annuals look great on a patio or deck, in a container, or in a hanging basket. This is fuchsia, and it's great for shade. Bacopa, lobelia, or any of the wave petunias will send a cascade of color over the edge of any pot or basket. And if you want annuals that grow up, morning glories, sweet peas, or mandevilla love to travel on a trellis. Now, it doesn't take much to keep your annuals looking beautiful all summer long. Make sure you keep them watered, and don't forget to feed them about every 3 weeks. I like to use a water-soluble fertilizer. And finally, it's real important that you pinch off the spent blooms. That way, it will continue providing you with color all summer long, right into fall. I don't know about you, but I love the smell and the look of fresh spring flowers. And if you're like me, you probably pop them into a vase. And although this looks great, I met a designer who's going to show us how to take these simple flowers and change them into these fabulous floral topiaries. It's great for any special occasion. Ironically, I met Peggy Pribble while I was out shopping for flowers. She's the one that turned me on to these great topiaries. And Peggy, you look at this thing, you go, oh, that might be a little difficult to do, but you're going to say, no, it's not.
They're really not.
Okay, so what do we need then to do this?
What you're going to need to do is look around your house and find a base.
Anything will do as long as there are no holes in the bottom. That's important.
Exactly. You want the water to stay in there. Then we're going to need some floral foam, known as Oasis.
Okay.
And we cover that with some sheet moss. And then we're going to need a roll of floral tape, some wire. We've got some ribbon here to choose from. And
we're ready to go.
We're ready to go.
Okay, so let's pick out a container.
Okay.
You can show me. I'll do this one.
And I'll take this one.
Okay.
Okay, here we have our containers. Now, we're going to take our Oasis floral foam.
Okay.
And we're going to fit that snug into the container. We're going to take the knife, cut it off at the height of the top of the container.
Okay, I can do this. After you've cut the Oasis, make sure it fits firmly in the container. Then poke holes in it. Next, pour water all over the foam so that it's totally saturated. Now you're ready to add the moss on top. Just be sure to tuck in the edges.
Might have to rip a little off. All right, now we're ready for our flowers. We've got some Alstroemeria here. These work well. They've got a good, sturdy, tall stem. And I'm going to hand you these, and I'm going to have you take off some of the leaves. We want to clean it up a little bit.
Okay.
This variety is called Rebecca.
Oh, I thought it looked good.
Okay, I've arranged my tulips here, so I'm ready to use the tape on mine. Now what I want you to do is loosely hold your flowers up towards the top.
Oh, towards the top?
Towards the top, and just position them around a little bit until...
They look good.
They're looking good to you.
What do you think?
Looks good to me.
I'm thinking it's
All
looking
right.
good. All right.
Now we're ready for the floral tape.
Great. Make sure you wrap the floral tape around the stems several times. Do this near the top and the bottom. This will help keep the stems firmly together. Next, determine the height that you want your flowers and then cut off the stems. Now just poke a hole in the oasis and insert your topiary flower arrangement.
All right, now we're ready to choose some ribbon.
All right, I'll take
to make
this
our
white
bow.
one.
You're gonna do the white? Okay.
For the best looking bow, Peg recommends making 4 to 5 loops. Then take a piece of the floral wire and wrap it around the ribbon connecting all the loops. To secure the finished bows, tuck the floral wire under the tape and add several bows to each arrangement.
Wow, so that's it. This took us about 10 to 15 minutes. Really very easy, and it's interesting how the final touch, the ribbon, really kind of set the whole feeling of the bouquet. Raffia, loose, casual bouquet. The white ribbon really changed my arrangement into a more formal feel.
Exactly. I've done a couple other pieces here using some other ribbon. Let me show you how it looks.
Okay. Now this arrangement screams baby shower. Tell us what you've done here.
Okay, just real simple. I've added some diaper pins hanging from the ribbon. I've got a little rattle here that I've stuck in here. And I've chosen yellow freesia because we don't know if it's a boy or a girl, so we've got the pink, blue, and the yellow going there.
That is adorable. This one, no doubt, for the wedding.
Exactly. It's a much more formal look. The tulle determines that along with the satin ribbon, and depending on the colors that the bride has chosen, you can change the color. And we've got the rubrum lily, which is traditionally a more elegant and formal flower.
Well, thank you so much, Peg. You've given us some great ideas on how to decorate for those special occasions this spring. And keep in mind, we started out with a vase of flowers that looked like this and ended up with these fabulous topiaries. Which do you think looks best? When we talk about planting bulbs, usually it's in the fall. However, there are some bulbs that you can plant late spring. They're called summer bulbs, and the exotic blooms they can add to your garden will give you fire and spark unlike anything you've seen before. In the dog days of summer, when a lot of plants are beaten down by the hot sun, we find these beauties just hitting their stride. It can be hard to choose between the beautiful dahlias, gladiolas, cannas, caladiums, and the tuberous begonias. But once you've figured out what you're going to plant, the rest is really a piece of cake. Although they're called summer bulbs, they're really broken into several different categories. For instance, we have what's called the rhizome. These are underground horizontal stems that produce the beautiful canna. Caladium and begonias come from what's called tubers. They kind of look like swollen smash bulbs with roots. Then we have the tuberous root. From these we get the dahlias. And then there are the corms. They kind of look like a smash bulb. These produce the glorious gladiolas. Now it's important to know the category since the planting technique for each flower is different, especially with the dahlias. Now what I've done for them is dug a hole that's about 6 inches deep. Now I'm going to make a mound in the center of the hole, and that's going to be about 2 inches tall. Now before you plant the dahlia, it's important to inspect each tuber. If they're hanging by a thread like this one here, you have to remove it. Otherwise, when you plant this, it will rot and could affect the whole structure of the flower. So get out the pruners and remove any suspicious looking roots. Then drape the roots over the mound in the hole. Okay, now once that's in place, it's time to stake the dahlia. It seems a little early, but we're going to do it now because we don't want to injure any of the tubers later as they begin to grow. So we'll put the stake in as close to the stem as possible, then we're ready to cover it up. Now I filled the hole halfway full. The next step is to take some bulb food, just sprinkle that over the top. This will give the bulb its little boost to get growing, and then we'll add another inch of soil around that. And in no time, these beauties will give you blooms sometimes the size of dinner plates. Now, if you prefer things on a smaller scale but still want to enjoy those hot, bold colors, how about growing caladiums for their vibrant foliage? Or begonias? These plants have provided generations with rich colors that look good enough to eat. Now, the biggest challenge you're going to have when it comes time to plant the tubers is trying to figure out which way you plant them. Well, with the caladium, it's easy. Just look for the flattened area. You want to make sure you put that down into the hole facing the soil. With the tuberous begonias, well, if they have the stems, you know you want to plant those facing up. Otherwise, just make sure the concave area is looking up at you when you plant them. In any case, both of these are buried 2 to 3 inches below the soil surface. And keep in mind, these tubers like the shade. Corms are planted just like you would the fall bulb. First of all, you want to find the points. Those go into the ground looking up at you. We'll plant these about 4 inches deep. And if you want a successive look of gladiolas, make sure you stagger the planting, which means every week plant a few more. As you see, glads can add a variety of color with great height to any garden. These slender beauties also make a great cut flower. Or how about bringing a little bit of the tropics into your backyard with cannas? And don't think their flowers are the only appeal. Their foliage can be just as stunning. Cannas are rhizomes, which leads us to the next category. Now, before you plant your rhizomes, it's important to inspect them carefully because sometimes you can't see the rot. But if you feel around and you feel a soft area like this right here, take a knife and just cut it off. Now, the rhizomes can be planted really any direction, but if there is a bend in the rhizome like this one here, make sure you have the points closest to the soil surface. When you plant them, the hole is going to be very shallow. In fact, I've dug it out. It's about 1.5 to 2 inches deep. Just place the rhizome in the hole, cover it up with soil, and then we're going to scratch in a little fertilizer to give it a boost. And then with all the bulbs, you want to make sure you keep them watered throughout the summer and make sure you scratch in a fertilizer once a month. And keep in mind, these are summer bulbs, which means they don't like the cold weather. So come fall, when frost is in the air, you're going to have to dig these up, store them, and you can use them again next year. If you have a passion for purple, pay particular attention because we've picked plants perfect for producing a garden pretty in purple. Try saying that 5 times.
If you have a passion for purple, then pay attention because
we've picked the perfect plants for paralleling what? Pay particular attention
to produce a purple people.
Purple passion people?
Okay, enough playing around. Now let's get serious. We're going to start with one of my favorites. Take a look at this beautiful Korean standard lilac. It's filled with petite flowers that perfume the air. The canopy is a perfect complement for the purple tulips below. And purple never tasted so good. That is if you're growing chives. These pastel blooms are not only pretty, but they're perfect for the palate. Try these in your soups, salads, or when making herbal vinegars. Catmint is another popular purple herb, and of course there's lavender. Other shades of purple pleasers include bearded iris, alliums. These globes of purple florets bloom on tall, slender stems, offering eye-popping color. And don't forget about these purple prizes: centaurea, campanula, climbing clematis, and purple coneflower. And one final pointer, these plants are perennials, which make them perfect for pawning off to other people, so they too can grow a pretty purple paradise. Whew, I'm glad that's over. I'm pooped. It's spring, your garden's ready, and if you're like me, you can't wait to sink your hands in the soil. If you started any of your plants from seed, before you introduce them to the great outdoors, you have to acclimate them. Otherwise, they'll fry from too much sun or the wind will dry them out. You can get them ready by hardening them off, which means toughen them up. Now, it's going to take a couple of weeks to get your plants hardened off or used to the sunshine. You'll want to start the first couple of days by moving them to a location that gets complete shade all day long, is protected from the wind, and if you expect any drastic changes in the temperatures, you'll want to move them back indoors. After a few days, move your plants into a shady spot that gets dappled sunlight. Then every couple of days, slowly inch them out toward the sunshine so that by the end of 2 weeks, they're in full sun and ready to take it on. Okay, after this little exercise, your plants are now ready to sink their feet into the soil. When planting, the same rules apply. You want to dig a hole that's as deep as a container. Check out the root system. If the roots are all tangled at the bottom, you want to make sure you tease them apart, loosen them up. That way they'll spread their feet. Then just plant them as normal, keep them watered, keep them fed, and in no time, they're going to be reaching for the sun. Tulips are some of my favorite flowers, probably for various reasons. They're the first sure sign of spring, and they're the first splash of color we see after a long winter. Now, the blooms don't last that long, but boy, when they peak, they can be spectacular. But eventually, those beautiful blooms will fade and look something like this. Your first inclination is going to be to come out and saw the plants down, but don't do that because now the plant is storing energy for next year's bulb. What you can remove, however, are the spent blooms. In fact, you don't want them to go to seed, so just remove the top. Now, if you want to remove the stem as well, you can. What you can't remove is the foliage, because that is what's sending energy down to next year's bulb. So you want to let it die back naturally. After a while, it's going to turn yellow and not look so good. If that's going to bother you, simply roll it up and secure it with a rubber band. Another way to conceal your bulbs is to plant perennials. While the foliage from your bulbs is dying down, the perennials are growing up. Another way to maintain the health of next year's bulb is to fertilize. You'll know it's time when the foliage starts turning from green to yellow. Simply scratch in an all-purpose fertilizer around the base of the flower. By following these easy tips, you'll be able to enjoy big, beautiful blooms again next spring. Now this is the way to mow the lawn. I don't know about you, but I find mowing the lawn to be a chore and a lot of hard work. But you know what? Times have changed. Mowers are a lot easier to operate, they're safer, and they're quieter. There's a lot of choices out there, as you'll see. You just have to know which mower is right for you. Lori Hadia is one of the lawnmower experts here at Home Depot. She has some great advice for those of you who might be in the market for a new mower. What's the first thing we need to do, Lori?
Well, there's a lot of choices out there, so the first thing you want to do is just arm yourself with a good checklist on what your mowing needs will be. You want to think about the size of your lawn and whether you want to mulch or bag or do both. You want to think about if you've got any noise restrictions and who's going to be mowing. Do you have children that are going to be mowing? How much exercise do you want while you're mowing? And of course, there's always the cost.
Oh, that's a big one. Okay, well, let's take a look at some of the options available.
Great. Rebecca, this is your basic mower right here. This one does not have all the gizmos and gadgets a lot of lawnmowers have. It doesn't come with a bagger, but it does shoot the clippings right out the side here. It's not built to be a mulcher, but you can buy a mulching blade to convert it if you'd like.
Now, what's the cost of this one?
This one is very affordable. It starts about $100.
Oh, great for somebody on a limited budget then.
Exactly. Now here's the next step up. This one is still a push mower. It's not self-propelled, so you can still get your exercise. But this has a lot of features and benefits that the other one didn't have. This is what we call a 3-in-1. It comes with the bagger. It's also made to be a mulching mower, so you don't have to change the blade, or you can side shoot. And the really neat thing about this is it's just so easy to change the bag.
Oh my gosh, it used to be so hard. And I noticed the bag is on the back.
Yeah, it makes for a lot more even mowing, I guess. All the weight is back here instead of on one side or the other.
And what about getting around trees?
Much easier.
All right, now, so what's the deal with the big tires?
This has gotten to be a really popular feature on lawnmowers. It goes over bumpy areas a little bit better and just makes for smoother mowing.
Now, this lawnmower has all the same features, except this one is self-propelled, which means less muscle is needed on this one, right?
It's a lot less work. The wheels actually turn themselves, so all you have to do is guide the mower where you want it to go.
Ooh, I like that benefit. Now, tell me, one says rear-wheel drive, the other one says front-wheel drive. It's kind of like buying a car. What's the difference with a mower?
The front-wheel drive is a newer feature on lawnmowers, and it's great if you've got a lot of tight little areas or you want to get in and out between bushes. But in most cases, you're going to want to stick with your rear-wheel drive. If you're bagging, if you have hills, if you're just going back and forth a lot, this is a lot better option.
Oh, good. Now, the safety latch here, a lot of the mowers now have it, is that right?
Yeah, this is a law that your lawnmower has to have some kind of a kill switch on it, where all you have to do is let go of it, and it automatically turns the blade off.
Oh, that's especially nice if you have a teenager cutting the grass.
It's a lot safer.
What are we talking cost for these mowers?
Depending on which one, they run about $250 to $400.
Okay. Next, we have the electric lawnmowers, the lawnmowers of the future, simply because there's no pollution associated with these mowers. They're quiet and really quite low maintenance. Now, we have two different kinds here.
Right. This one has the cord attached. You need to plug it in, and this one is a cordless, battery-powered mower.
Now, I think I would like this one because I've had the one with the cord, and it's a little monotonous trying to keep the cord out of the blade's way. Plus, if you have a larger lawn, you need a lot of cord.
Exactly. This one's really nice. This one will do about 1/4 of an acre on a single charge, or you can get an even bigger one that's a mulching bagger.
Same thing as all the others.
3-in-1 that'll do a 1/2 acre on a single charge.
Wow. And what is the cost of these?
They start at about $150 and go up to about $500.
So same thing. And then you have the riding mower. Definitely a machine for the big jobs. Lori says this works great if you have a ½ acre or more, and it also has a feature where you can add attachments, so you can seed, fertilize, aerate, even dethatch. As you can see, there's a lot of different choices when it comes to buying lawnmowers. You just have to figure out which one is going to work best for you. And then you do what I do. You train the neighbor kid to use it. When you think of wreaths, you probably think fall or holidays. Well, the seasons are changing, and so are wreaths. So out with the old and in with the new. Today I'm going to show you how to use spring flowers to dress up your door and show you a new twist on wreaths. So as you can see, not all wreaths have to be round. In fact, use your imagination. I'm going to show you how you can start by making this one here. It's a very nice wild look, and a lot of the materials you may already have, and some of it might be growing in your own backyard. For this one, you need to start off with a foundation. And for that, we stopped by a craft store and picked up this simple wreath. This is what we're going to build this entire wreath on. You'll need some wire. I've got Spanish moss here, some pots, of course plants, a little bit of ribbon, and twigs. And for this, we're using pussy willow and dogwood. For the first step, we're going to make small bundles of red dogwood. Cut the twigs to a length of about 6 to 8 inches. The bundle should contain about 6 to 8 sticks. Then take the wire and fasten them securely. Leave some extra wire at the end to attach to the wreath. Now once you get the bundles, you want to attach them to the wreath with the wire like so, and then we'll continue adding the rest of the bundles, trying to overlap on top of each other, and the point here is we're covering up the wreath below. Now for the next step, we want to create this vertical line here. In order to do that, you need to get yourself some pussy willow, bundle it together, we'll attach it with wire at the top, and then simply braid the branches together. Once you're done braiding, use some wire to secure it. Then simply place the braid in the center of the wreath and wire it into place. Now you just want to fill in around the edges by using bits and pieces of the pussy willow and dogwood. We want to fill it in so we create this nice wild effect. Once you're done nipping and tucking, then you need to add the flowers. And for that step, I took a plain terracotta pot. I made mine look distressed by adding some paint. You could leave it plain. Added some ribbon, tied a knot in it, and then I'll place the ribbon right around the top. Okay, so there you have it, a nice touch of spring right at your doorstep. This next project is as easy as digging through your recycling bin. What we're looking for is cans, like your soup cans, bean cans, whatever can you have. You can see I've drilled holes on the bottom and then 2 holes on the side. What you want to do is place a plant on the inside, take some wire, attach that, that's going to be the handle. And then, once again, take a bundle of sticks like I've done here. We've attached them with wire, made this little hanger, and then once the cans are planted, put them on the wire, and there you have it, an adorable, reusable, recyclable swag. If you want something that's a little more dressy, that has a vertical appeal, you might like this arrangement. It's very simple. We simply gathered up some sticks, and you can see we've attached them with wire, making the bundle once again. And as far as the flowers are concerned, this is the easy part. All you need to do is pick up these little cardboard cones. You can find them at any craft store. To the outside of that, we glued on this moss. Then, on the inside, you go ahead and plant the flowers of your choice, add some ribbon, and there you go. See, look how nice this looks. I think it's a great invitation on any door. And the best part about these wreaths is that we can change out the flowers as the seasons change. So once we get into the heat of summer, we can take out the pansies and replace them with something like an impatient, lobelia, or even alyssum. Like most kids, I grew up saying yuck to eggplant, but it seems like today, everywhere you turn, people are tantalizing their taste buds with this tropical vegetable. Now, if you go to the grocery store, this is probably what you'll find. But if you choose to grow your own, I think you'll be surprised to find so many different varieties of eggplant available in different shapes, colors, and sizes.
They're dark purple, they're white, they're even striped. From long and thin to short and round, there are now over 80 different varieties of eggplant. The flavors vary depending on the variety. Some can be a tad bitter, but the long and slender Asian types are more mild tasting, and the white eggplant is the sweetest of all. No matter which variety you choose, planting is the same. Now you have two choices. You can buy transplants from a garden center, or you can start your own from seed, and that way you'll have more varieties to choose from. Just be sure you plant them about 6 to 8 weeks before you're going to plant them outdoors. So when is a safe time to plant them outdoors? After all threats of frost. Remember, these are tropical plants. They like warm conditions. And the soil temperature has to be warm enough too. So how warm is warm? Take a look at your chives. When they're in bloom, you know it's time for the eggplant to go in. They like hot, sunny conditions, so make sure your location gets plenty of sunshine at least 6 to 8 hours a day. And you want well-drained soil, something amended. Here we added some alfalfa mulch, peat moss, cow manure, and compost. So this soil is ready. Now we're ready to dig in. Start by digging a hole as deep as the container. Then carefully remove the eggplant. Place it in the hole and cover it up. Be sure to label each variety and try to space each plant about 2 feet apart. Each row should be about 3 to 4 feet apart. All right, now that we've got them planted, it's important that you keep these well watered. They will get very thirsty, and don't worry about fertilizing until you see little baby fruits developing. If there's any threat at all for frost or really cold temperatures, it's important you keep them covered overnight, or you can take a milk jug or juice container, cut out the bottom, and simply slip it over the top. This is a perfect cloche, will keep them warm overnight. Now the hard part, we just have to sit back and wait for a few months, and in no time, we're going to be picking our own eggplant. While it's growing and as the weather warms up, add a layer of mulch around the base of the plant. This helps the soil retain water while keeping competition from weeds at bay. Also, once the plant sets flowers, which then grow into small fruits, it's time to fertilize with fish emulsion every 3 to 4 weeks. This will help boost your bounty and help avoid pest problems. And the best part about eggplant is you can harvest it once the fruit is set, because actually the younger the eggplant, the sweeter it tastes. If you wait too long, it starts tasting bitter. You just want to be sure that the skin of the eggplant is nice and glossy. And notice how I press into it? See, there's no indent. That means this eggplant is ready to be eaten. You'll need a pair of sharpened pruners when harvesting eggplant. The stems tend to be tough and woody, not to mention laden with tiny spines. Simply cut the stem about 1 to 2 inches away from the eggplant. Boy, look how beautiful. This is called blue marble. There's also Ichiban, and how about this creamy white Cloud 9? Now here's a beauty. This is called Neon Flash, or how about this one, perfect for me, it's called Diva. And like most vegetables, remember, the more prudent you are when picking your eggplant, the more fruits the plant will produce. So what do you do with all that extra eggplant coming out of the garden? How about a simple recipe? It's eggplant marinara. You need eggplant that's sliced to about 1/4 inch thick, your favorite spaghetti sauce, shredded mozzarella, a little bit of olive oil, some garlic salt, and for garnish, maybe some basil or oregano. You're going to start by cutting the eggplant, again, 1/4 inch slices. After slicing the eggplant, lay it out on a baking sheet and brush on some olive oil. Then sprinkle with some garlic salt. Flip the eggplant over and do the same thing to the other side. Let this sit for about 10 to 15 minutes. The eggplant will soak up the oil and the salt will help take away the bitterness. At this point, we want to place the eggplant either on a grill or under a broiler just long enough to get it charred just a bit so it looks something like this. Then we're going to spoon the spaghetti sauce right on the top of each slice of eggplant. All right, now we'll just sprinkle on some mozzarella. You can also garnish the top with some chopped basil or oregano. Then put the eggplant under the broiler for just a few minutes. Wait until the cheese is melted and bubbly, then remove. Now just assemble the eggplant on a platter, and this is what you get. Eggplant marinara. But don't tell the kids that. Tell them it's personal plant pizza. Then they'll eat it. Whew, Whew, that was a lot of information. Hope you got all that down, and I want to see those hands. Well, like I said, if you've enjoyed this DVD, be sure to look for the others. I'm Rebecca Coles. Until next time, keep those little hands dirty. Hi everybody, I'm Rebecca Coles and this is Rebecca's Garden on DVD. We've put together some of the best stories that we've had over the years to bring you this collection of getting started in your garden. Hopefully it's going to help you and inspire you and you'll enjoy getting those hands dirty. And if you like this DVD, you'll like the others that we have in the collection as well, including one on roses, flowers, gardening in the summer, gardening in the fall, and look for our holiday edition. Hope you enjoy the show, and until next time, keep those hands dirty.
I like the look of clay pots, but let's face it, sometimes they can be a little heavy. Ha ha! Fooled ya. Pots have come a long way. It used to be that we had choices of plastic or clay. Well, now there are new containers that combine the best qualities of both. Now let's start with the plastic. They come in a wide variety of colors and different sizes and shapes. They are very lightweight. They retain the moisture well so you don't have to water so often, and we can leave these outdoors during the winter months. The only problem is they don't look like the real thing. For that, we need the clay. Of course, this is very natural, looks very nice, but let's face it, it's very heavy and you cannot leave these out in colder climates, otherwise they'll crack or chip. And then we have the new kid on the block. These new pots made with polyurethane, which means they're heat resistant, cold resistant. You can keep these out in the winter. They're lightweight, as you saw. And take a look at this. It looks like the real thing. And the best part, I think you'll be surprised to find just how many different shapes, colors, and sizes you have to pick from. So as you can see, there are lots of pots to pick from. There is one catch with these polyurethane containers, and that is that they have no drainage holes already drilled. So what you'll have to do is flip it over. Usually it's already marked, but be sure to give it some drainage holes. That way you'll have a happy, healthy plant that won't be flooded by water. If you're going to be heading out to the garden center looking for pots for your plants, you'll soon find you're faced with two choices, typically plastic or clay. Which one do you choose? There are pros and cons with each. Well, let me start off with plastic. First of all, plastic is lighter weight, typically less expensive. But the biggest advantage about plastic is that you don't have to water the plant as much because the plastic does not absorb any of the water. That's very important if you're on a real tight schedule. Now, the one disadvantage with plastic is that there's not a lot of shapes to pick from. People complain because it doesn't look that natural, but as you can see, they're getting close. Terracotta and clay pots, on the other hand, come in all shapes, sizes, and colors, plus they have a more natural look. You will have to spend a little more money, and they are a little heavier. Now, the one concern about a clay pot is that because it's so porous, it pulls moisture away from the plant. Important point, because that means you're going to have to water this much more than, say, a plant that's planted in a plastic container. And one final tip with the terracotta or clay pots, if you live in a climate where temperatures drop below 32 degrees, it's important to bring your pots indoors during the winter season. Otherwise, the water trapped inside the clay will expand when it freezes. That will cause the pot to crack or to crumble. It'll have to be replaced. Now, whether you choose clay or plastic, the one thing you have to make sure, and that is that the pot has good drainage. Planting in pots has become quite popular, and for some people, the bigger the better. The only problem is when you start filling this up with soil and water, it can become quite heavy. And when you think about it, most of the plants that go in pots don't need all this soil. So the key is to reduce the depth by adding filler. Coffee cans are great for taking up space in the bottom of your pot. So are milk jugs, and what about all those plastic plant pots you have laying around? My favorite are styrofoam peanuts. These are great as long as they're not biodegradable. Now for this container, I'm going to invert a plastic pot, but you can see we've got a lot of space here. I'll fill that space up with these plastic packing peanuts. Next, we'll add landscape fabric on top of the filler. This will prevent the soil from mixing with the plastic peanuts while allowing the water to drain from the soil. And now we're ready for the soil, and you can see we've reduced the amount we need by nearly 50%. I prefer to use a soilless mixture or something high in peat. This will help retain the moisture. Now we're ready to pack the flowers in. And remember, because we reduce the soil, this pot is going to dry out quickly. So you're going to have to check it every day to see if it needs water. Also, because we're leaching out nutrients, it does need fertilizer every 1 to 2 weeks, or use a time-release fertilizer that will last all summer long. Having sick plants is no picnic, but if you know how to diagnose the problem, you can nurse them back to health. Here are some common problems that people see with their houseplants. First of all, this ficus. The leaves are falling, they're brown, they're yellow. The problem? Not enough water. Ficus really likes consistent watering. I find at home that if I water mine once a week, that's usually enough. This cactus, on the other hand, has been killed with kindness. Too much water. Cactus doesn't need a lot of water. In fact, sometimes you can go a month without watering. Now, it'd be a shame to lose this beautiful ivy topiary, but it's going down. The leaf color is not as green as it should be. The leaves are very small, and if you look closely, we can see pink veins that are starting to become visible. The problem? This has a nutrient deficiency. It needs fertilizer. Houseplants should be fertilized about once a month. And also, this has a lot of greenery, but look at the pot and look at the bottom. The roots are coming through. This is root bound. It needs a bigger pot in order to continue growing well. This Dracaena spike has a lot of spots. This is a very common problem on houseplants. It's called rust. Now, it's not going to kill the plant, but if you want to prevent the rust from moving on to the new foliage, then spray the plant with a fungicide. So there you have it, a couple of common houseplant problems that won't kill your plant as long as you know what to look for and you know how to treat it. Then you can be the plant doctor.
If you're looking for ways to add punch to your window box, get ready. We'll show you great combinations that grow beyond the box. Forget the traditional petunias, geraniums, and impatiens. We found new and exciting plant partners that offer unconventional blooms with a view.
Now, before you get started, there's a couple things you need to think about. First of all, where will your box hang? Is it going to be in the sun or in the shade? That's going to determine what kind of plants you need. You don't want to mix sun-loving plants with shade-loving plants. Also, how will you view the box? From inside, from outside, from both sides? That will determine the placement. And finally, don't forget you need 3 types of plants. Some that grow vertically, some that will fill in, and others that will trail.
Some of the most beautiful and dramatic window boxes I've seen come from designer Scott Indrace from Highland Nursery in St. Paul, Minnesota. One look at his containers and it's obvious. He's got the knockout touch when it comes to mixing unique flowers and foliage.
Well, here's just a few examples of what Scott has done. I got to tell you, this is really, really nice. It's so different and refreshing.
Well, thank you.
Tell me what you've done here.
Well, in this box, we just used a plain old weathered cedar box that you typically find on a cottage or a small garage or something. And we mixed different things, including different grasses like this purple fountain grass and the sweet flag. It's a dwarf version, which is a little bit more unusual than the other types, as well as just geraniums, but unusual leaf forms of geraniums. Also herbs and the perennial creeping jenny will add a great trailing addition to that
Now
box.
this is a tin box. I like the
tin box with the dragonfly motif, but again, we use things that you typically wouldn't find in a container, or a planter box for that matter. The mother-lode juniper, a great chartreuse texture and color. Blue oat grass here is a great perennial addition, and the cathedral window heuchera, a perennial that you wouldn't put in a planter box typically. Texture is one of the critical elements of this particular design because we're looking at the color green virtually throughout the entire thing. So we have to realize the subtle differences in texture of the hens and chicks and the sedums. And also this cactus adds a nice focal area.
This box of cacti needs a sunny location, but for a shady window, check out this hay rack filled with caladium bulbs. These add wonderful height and texture, and here's a great idea. Scott combined them with houseplants like ferns and spider plants, and the best part, this is very easy to plant.
Obviously, the first element we need is this wire cage. This
An
is
English
a
hay rack.
Okay, what do we need to do first?
Well, with the English hay rack, what we need to do with it initially is to line it with plastic.
Bubble wrap works great for this. The backside should be completely covered. This will protect the siding of the house. Staple it to hold it in place and leave the front of the rack open. This will allow you to tuck in plants so they can trail out. Next, add a good potting soil about halfway. Then you'll need hydrated sphagnum moss. Stuff this in and around the wire on the outside of the basket.
So we're adding a little bit more soil now to get up to a new level.
Okay, now this is a special kind of soil that you like to use.
It's great because it's a type of soil that has the moisture-holding polymers already mixed into it.
Okay, so it's like this soil moist, but it's already pre-mixed and measured. So.
Right, so it's easy to use. You don't have to worry about the proportion.
And that's really nice because then you don't have to water so much. And if you're like me, you might forget, which you can't, and this kind of saves the day.
Exactly. It's an insurance policy on those really hot days.
Now we're ready to plant. Start by tucking trailing plants through the wire on the outside. Grasses like sedges work great for this. Then add uprights like the aluminum houseplant or plumosa fern. Next, the focal point of the box, the caladium. The huge leaves add various colors and leaf texture.
That's perfect.
Then add more trailers like creeping jenny. This can be poked right through the moss and will contrast nicely with the other plants.
We're kind of adding the final ingredient, which is the filler, and the filler in this case is the flowers, which is kind of unusual. Yeah. But the filler is these beautiful dwarf impatiens, which kind of peek up in and around the plants themselves. Another thing that I like to do is to tuck in a few nasturtium seeds into a container like this. So just tuck those in the front, and those will cascade down. What's nice about nasturtiums is they germinate within a week to 10 days, so you're not waiting forever for the effect.
So as you can see, it's very easy to get creative with your window boxes. You just have to think out of the box. And keep in mind, if you're using perennials or conifers in your planters and you live in a cold climate, you need to replant them in your garden before winter sets in.
I love the winter season. The only drawback is that it can leave our landscape looking a little barren. Well, there's no reason your urns have to look like this. In fact, I'm going to show you how you can add greenery to add warmth and color to your house. There's many different types of greenery you can use for decorating. Holly is real popular, especially around the holiday season. What makes it nice, it has glossy green leaves, it comes variegated, and if you are going to be using holly, make sure you use gloves because it's rather prickly. The one thing you do need to know is that if you live in the northern climate, say in the northern section of the country, you probably don't want to use this outdoors because where it gets cold, that will cause the leaves to turn black. Some other popular choices include spruce tops, which are nothing more than the tops of small trees. When massed together in window boxes or pots, they look fabulous. Spruce tops are great for adding height, but if you want a softer, cascading look, check out balsam fir. Not only does it look good, it smells great. White pine cuttings have longer needles and work well either standing or draped over a pot. Now planting's the easy part. Just remove all the dead plant material and then start inserting the greenery. Now, don't these look great? And it was hardly any effort at all. To keep them in place, go ahead and water them. The water will freeze and they'll stay in place until next spring when we can plant something else.
Who needs a garden when you can have pots filled with flowers spilling over the edges? With new and trendy choices, container gardening is bigger than ever. We've come a long way since the days of just geraniums and petunias, and no one knows that better than Matt Phillips of Black's Nursery in Afton, Minnesota. He thinks, well, out of the pot, so to speak, using unusual combinations to create pots with pizzazz. Matt is a master at designing his arrangements around his pot, and I think that's the biggest mistake people make. They think that pots are kind of like a pair of jeans. Anything we put on top is going to look good, but that's simply not the case.
No, especially with a pot like this shiny green, I thought maybe we should just do this all green. And we used the nice silver lotus vine, the nice verbena with the green centers, the arctotis. I think it's going to be really beautiful as it grows out.
Well, and it makes it one unit. It really is pleasing to the eye.
Here we have a great big fun copper pot. It's a great big copper boiler, and this had so much going on, I thought, with the beautiful copper and bronze tones and the slight patina it has already, and so we blended a bunch of nice gray to pick up the patina and the beautiful color of this heuchera and the sedum.
Well, this looks like a miniature landscape. It's really pretty. The colors you used are nice, warm, and kind of bronzy feeling. This is really nice, and I like the blue oak grass. Now, in this pot, you broke all the rules.
Oh, yeah, we went the other way on this blue. we thought we couldn't really match flowers to this, so we thought maybe we should just go the other way. Some greens and chartreuse, the bright daisies, the sweet potato vine, dangling over the blue pots. You can see the blue through the through flowers, but
it's a beautiful contrast. It really works. So some tips here. If you have a pot, bring it with you when you go shopping.
Yeah, you can do
and
that.
I
Bring
notice
it
with
along.
your pots, you don't put the tallest thing in the center. You set it off and do a lot of asymmetrical designing.
yeah, it can be fun. Be creative with the pots.
So with those ideas in mind, it was off to do some power shopping so I could create a pot of my own.
Perfect.
So let's put Matt's advice to work. I found myself a container. This is nothing more than a beehive that I found at an antique store. And if you look carefully at the color here, you can see we have some blue greens, some peachy salmon colors, pastels, and some blues and purples that seem to come into play here. So based on that, I went to the nursery, and here's the collection of plants I came up with. To complement the blue-green colors, I've got this beautiful Heliochrysum, lotus vine, and this blue oatgrass. For purples, there's all kinds of colors, but these are the soft purples. We have brachycomb, spiderwort, some verbena, and then for yellows, I've got this incarvilla, and notice how the vinca vine picks up the incarvilla. This will cascade over, so these two work nicely together. And for the salmon, I found this beautiful verbena. You can see how we're kind of keeping the flow here. It's all going to come together when we put it in the pot. So let's get the pot filled. We're going to fill it about a quarter full with potting soil. Matt suggests a potting soil that is fairly light, but he also insists that plants will do better with a little garden soil thrown in. My addition to the recipe? These water polymers called Soil Moist. They help the plants thrive on those hot summer days. I like to moisten the polymers first before I add them to the soil. Then finish filling the containers halfway. Okay, now we're ready to add the plants, and for this step we really want to pack in the plants so we get this beautiful dramatic display. So you ready to get those hands dirty again? I always like to start with the tallest plant first, like this blue oatgrass. And just remember, it doesn't always have to go in the center. Like Matt says, think asymmetrically. Then just start packing in your annuals, mixing colors and textures as you go. And just be sure to keep the trailing plants to the outside edge. Okay, it looks like that's about done. Now, you may need to add a little soil to fill in the holes around the plants. Then just keep this watered, and don't forget, it's going to need to be fed about once a week with a water-soluble fertilizer. I like to use it about 50% strength. The flowers are going to continue blooming and growing. This looks great now, but wait till it takes off. Has your garden gone to pot? Well, if so, you're not alone. All over the country, cool containers are being used to create gorgeous gardens, and there's no better place to find examples of this than at the Denver Botanical Gardens. Pots are purposely planted throughout the place to produce a parade of floral fantasies.
This is a South African garden, and this is a great example where you can use one color to be the focal point in the garden. Here the pot is more the emphasis in the plants at times, especially in the wintertime. And we decided to use 20 blue pots initially to pick up the blue in the tile of the pool. Well, 20 grew into 100.
And it looks fabulous. It has such a nice cooling effect here. By transforming the cool blue pots into cool blue water, a whole new effect can be created. Using your pots to create a colorful collection is just one of the many concepts found here in the gardens.
Here's a great example of how you can carry your water theme into a pot. You plug the pot, you add water, and you put your quiet plant in.
That is lovely, a great idea, and I love the fact that these are plants that don't need watering.
Well, you do have to water the pot.
Oh. The aquatic garden crowds massive groupings together for a dramatic effect. Water hyacinth, papyrus, and water cannas add color, while a variety of grasses such as corkscrew rush and taro heighten interest. Plants like the variegated water carrot send shoots over the sides for spillage. From moist and wet to hot and dry, our tour took us to these drought-tolerant vistas, which house succulents, cacti, and yucca. Another vignette places hardy ice plants in half-buried pots poised for perfection. And then there's the pot of poison, with its devilish rich mix of chocolate coreopsis, a bold bounty of lion's ear, some cosmos, and the poisonous but beautiful castor bean, which can create a dramatic arrangement, but one you'll want to keep away from children and pets.
You don't have to be real extravagant when you plant a pot. You can do something very simple. Here we have a variegated ivy against a dark black pot. It really shows up. And then for a little extra touch of parsley sticking out of the top.
This is beautiful for those who want an English feel, and without all the pomp and circumstance, this is really nice. Of course, if you're looking for English elegance, this bromeliad, centered between simple tree roses and surrounded by variegated thyme, will fill the bill. If your passion is pink, try planting Plectranthus, mixed with Kufia, Lavatera, and Verbena. If you prefer purple, Purple Coleus and Spike Dracaena will perform perfectly in pots. And finally, there's the monochromatic container, filled with variegated figs, bacopa, white flowering maple, and some mother-in-law's tongue. Well, the pots here are so spectacular that we decided to have Tracer show us some of his trade secrets. So show us how you pot up plants.
Well, first of all, we start out by selecting a pot. Since we like blue so much, I grabbed a blue pot. Then we fill it with soil. However, being such a big pot, I decided to take a 5-gallon container and turn it upside down to take up some volume, because we don't
put
need
it inside, put the soil. That's an excellent idea. Keeps it lighter too.
Then I get a nice soilless light mix. Don't want to use peat moss because it tends to expand.
Do you mix in time-release fertilizer?
Yes, I'm mixing the Osmocote, which is a 14-14-14.
Okay. And then you bring in the plants.
You can do it however you think it works best.
But just pack them in.
Yes, we want root balls to the walls in these pots. Pack them full because you want them to look good immediately.
Do you have any philosophy when you do this? Is there what?
Well, I think of it like a Happy Meal. We have our bold foliage, that's our burger.
Okay.
We have our linear foliage, which is our French fries. We have our shake, which is our frothy, ferny material. And then we have our toy. And now it's going to be our spillage.
I'm out of here. I'm hungry. You know, I'm the garden maven. I've heard it all before. I don't have a backyard, but I'd love a garden. Well, you don't need a backyard to have a fabulous garden like a pizza garden. How about your own salsa garden or even a mixed vegetable garden? You can do it. You need a little bit of space of sunshine and a container, and you're set to go. The container I selected is a half whiskey barrel. This is really nice because I can get some good depth, and that's important because a lot of these plants will need to spread their roots. Whatever you buy, just make sure you get some good drainage holes at the bottom. Now you can see I've got one drilled out here. It's a little large and the soil no doubt will fall through. So I'm going to take some screening and just put that at the bottom, and then the soil will stay put. For the next step, we'll fill up the container with soil. Whatever you use, make sure it's a nice potting soil, something with a lot of peat. That way it'll help retain moisture so you don't have to water so much. Now the first garden is going to be my mixed vegetable garden. In it I'll plant some beets, carrots, radishes, and I thought pole beans would be nice. Of course, that will help give us some height, but we need something for the beans to grow on. So I've got 3 bamboo canes here, and I'll sink them into the soil and then tie them at the top. We're ready to plant the seeds. You can divide the barrel up if you'd like or make any kind of design, but for the beans you want to make sure you place them around the poles. That way they can run up the pole and give us a teepee effect. It's a good idea to plant about 2 to 3 beans around each pole. Now remember the rule when planting seeds. You want to bury them 2 to 3 times as deep as their diameter. So with the beets and radishes, we'll put them down about a ½ inch or so. With the carrot seeds, they're so tiny, we'll simply press them into the soil. Now here's a container you can have fun with. It's a pizza garden. Everything growing in here will fit on a pizza. Oregano, of course your patio tomatoes, a little basil, red peppers. We've planted some onions and you can see the points are up. We'll just cover these so the points just barely stick up. And now if I could just figure out how to grow a pepperoni, I'd be set. Now if you're looking to spice up your life, you just might like this garden. It's the salsa garden. I'm going to plant some parsley, of course cilantro, a lot of onions, hot peppers, and of course tomatoes.
Once your barrels are planted, be sure to water the plants well, and you'll have to keep your eye on the water because this is going to dry out a lot quicker than if these plants were in the ground. And also, it's a good idea every few weeks to come in with a little fish emulsion or an organic fertilizer, scratch it into the soil, and your plants will just take off like there's no tomorrow. And in no time, you'll be able to make your menu right out of the barrel. There's no need to wait until spring to enjoy beautiful blooming bulbs. By planting now, you can see and smell spring even in the middle of winter. As you can see, this is a beautiful project that's easy to do, and it makes a great blooming gift. Here's what you need to get started. You need some terracotta pots that are plain. Also, you'll want to find saucers that will fit nicely like a lid over the top of the pot. Then you'll need acrylic paints, and I have found through experience, the richer the color, the better the project's going to look when you're finished, and then you need paintbrushes. Now I'm going to start off with cadmium red, and I'm going to put this right on a plate. That should be enough to get started. Okay, now we're ready to paint our pot and saucer. What you need to do is cover the entire outside of the terracotta pot and also the interior lip. We'll go down about 1.5 inches, 2 inches. The saucer needs to be painted both inside and outside as well. So now we're ready to get painting. You don't want this on too thick, but you want enough so you can't see the terracotta under the paint. Now it's important to let the paint thoroughly dry. It will take anywhere from 15 minutes to 30 minutes. Now we're ready to marbleize the pot. This is the fun part, but you need to do this outside. So come on, let's go. Now the reason we're outside, we're using spray paint so we don't want to breathe in the vapors. And if you have a paint box, that's excellent. I've taken a bucket of water, it's cold water inside. With the gold metallic spray paint, I'm going to just simply lightly spray the top of the water. Now I'm spraying the surface of cold water that's in a bucket. I'm going to let that dry for about 2 seconds. Then I'm going to take my saucer and just dip it around, and look what happens here. Now this may take a couple of tries before you get the hang of it, so have plenty of pots to play with. Then let the pots dry. Now we're ready to assemble the gift. Now what I've done here is pre-measured enough soil to fill the pot, bringing it up to the bottom lip. Put that in a Ziploc bag and just stuff that inside the pot. And the reason we put it in a Ziploc bag is because we're giving this as a gift. We don't want a lot of soil to be falling out of the bottom. Plus, once we put the bulbs on top of the soil, if they're in contact, they'll start growing. We don't want that as well, or at least not right now. Once we get that stuffed in, then you'll take paper white bulbs, which you can pick up at the garden center. We're going to stuff as many as we can right on top of the plastic with the points looking up at you. Then take the saucer, put it over the top, and we need to secure this. You can use ribbon. I like to use raffia, and we'll just tie this up. Now you can leave the knot, you can make a bow. I like to do a little pom-pom where I've taken raffia and measured it out. It's all the same size. Slip it under the knot. Now we're just going to tie up the base and then give this a haircut and clean it up a bit. Now for the final touches, you want to make sure you make a card. Inside are the directions of how to grow your potted paradise. Now your gift is ready for your friends, and once they follow your directions, in 4 to 6 weeks they will have a blooming gift. They'll think good thoughts, and hopefully they'll think of you. So I bet you've taken down your summer baskets and stored them in the garage. Well, dig them out, because I'm going to show you how you can make beautiful hanging baskets even in the dead of winter. Now the nice thing about these winter baskets is that anything goes. The one I'm going to show you how to make today is this one, and the beauty of this is that most of the materials in this basket you probably already have in your backyard or somewhere in your home. You'll need a hanging basket with a liner, a variety of greenery, fruit. Here I'm going to use pomegranates, but you could use tangerines, apples, oranges. I'm going to use some dried leaves. You can buy these with glycerin on them in the floral or craft store. They'll last much longer. Some twigs, a candle and a hurricane lamp. We've added stone for stability. You'll need some grapevine, a few simple tools, and some raffia. Now the first step is to fill the basket with soil, but if you already have an old basket, just get rid of the dead geraniums and you're set to go. In this case, since this is empty, we're going to fill the basket to the top with just regular potting soil. Okay, now what we want to do is just take some grapevine, and notice I have 2 wreaths, 2 different sizes. We're going to put this right on top of the basket. Now this does a couple of things. It's going to allow us to poke the greenery in, and it will allow it to hang over while giving us height as well. So just put those on top, and in the center we'll place the candle. Now we're ready for the greens.
Before you begin this step, it's a good idea to set the hanging basket inside a heavy clay pot. This will help raise it up and make it much easier to insert the greenery. Also, be sure to stabilize the grapevine by pinning it down with some thin wire stakes. Now you can start adding a variety of greens, starting from the bottom up. You may have to snip and prune along the way. Just make sure you weave the stems of the greenery through the grapevine so it's nice and secure.
Now notice there are empty spaces here. This is the perfect opportunity to use your fruit, leaves, and twigs to fill them up. I'll start with the fruit, and all I'm going to do is take a hyacinth stick, or if you have sticks in the backyard, just use those, and we'll shish kebab the pomegranate. We'll cut down the stick and then just insert it into the wreath.
Continue adding pomegranates, and keep in mind they look best in groups of 2 or 3. And don't forget to poke in some leaves and some sticks to give the hanging basket that natural touch. Finally, you can make a bow out of raffia by simply wrapping the wire around it. Then just insert it into the grapevine.
All right, there you have it. Doesn't look so bad, does it? Now, the one thing you want to make sure you check is the stability of the candle. You can see this is still a little wobbly. We don't want that. So what I'm going to do is take some leftover sticks and just drive them right next to the glass, sticking them into the soil. And then on a really cold, chilly night, I'll add a little water to the soil. The stakes will freeze into the place. I'll cut them down. The candle will not be going anywhere.
This is just one idea for a winter hanging basket. There are so many other things you can do. For example, for a more rustic look, try hanging the basket from a simple rope. Or for something a little fancier, hang your basket from a decorative ribbon and add some twinkling lights. The list for plant material is endless, as you can imagine. You can use berries, ornamental grasses, pine cones, even dried artichokes look great.
Now, doesn't that look nice? And imagine what your guests will say when they see this. And remember, with the candle, you don't want to leave this lit unattended. And make sure you hang the basket at eye level so you can enjoy the foliage rather than the bottom of the basket. Through the window, you'll see your garden lives on, even in the dead of winter. Just because summer has fizzled away doesn't mean we have to sacrifice eye-popping color from our gardens or containers. In fact, today I'm going to show you how we can keep our pots looking great with fabulous color right until the first flakes fly. The first step, however, is to know which are the best flowers of the frost. Chrysanthemums are the backbone of any fall garden. They come in a variety of colors, shapes, and sizes. And don't forget to look up some of the new varieties, like this Belgium chrysanthemum. You can see it has very nice small flowers. It's loaded with flowers. This will be the last plant to drop in your fall garden, and it has a nice dome appearance. Of course, we can't forget asters. They come again in a wide variety of colors, mainly in the pastel range, and the foliage is nice and feathery, so it gives a nice airy look to any container or pot. There are some perennials that you probably wouldn't consider in a pot, but when you look at this face, how can you resist? This is Rudbeckia, and in your fall pot, this will shine, as well as the autumn joy sedum. And remember, with all the perennials, if we plant them in pot, and if you live in a colder climate, once the pot freezes, chances are good you're going to lose the plant, but I think the investment is worth it, don't you? Some other plants to consider. How about flowering kale and cabbage? The nice part about this, the color is so vivid, but as it gets colder, the color becomes more dramatic. And the best part, all of this is edible. You can take the leaves, steam them like spinach, although a little bitter, or just use them as a garnish for your fall table. We can't forget to talk about pansies and violas. They're very nice, low-growing flowers. But if you're looking for something to trail over the baskets or containers, why not English ivy? These are diehards in the fall garden. The best time to change over your pots is late summer. By then, most of the fall plant material is available, plus the plants in your pot, well, they're past peak, so they're starting to look a little sparse. They won't look any better. Hopefully, they'll make it easier to pull everything out. I've removed all the plant material, and you'll also notice that I removed half the soil. I'm going to replenish it with some nice, clean, nutrient-filled soil. That way it will give these nice fall plants an extra boost and keep them going until the hard freeze. Okay, now we are ready to see what's going to look good in this pot. I think we have to have this one.
Make sure you tease the roots before planting. Start with the largest plant first. In my case, it's the Rudbeckia, which is perfect for the center. Then just start packing in the plants, keeping the trailing plants like the ivy on the outside, and don't forget to tuck in more soil around the edges, being sure to cover the entire roots. Now, as you can tell, I love mixing yellow and purple.
Okay, now that I've made a complete mess of the sidewalk, that's okay because look what I get in return. At this point, what we need to do is water the pot well and keep it watered when it needs it. Forget about fertilizing. The plants just don't need it at this point of the season. Now, this is just one look, but let me show you some others we created.
Here's a small terracotta pot filled with ornamental kale, mums, and dusty miller. Or how about this cute wooden basket of low-growing violas, pansies, and asters? And don't forget about window boxes. This combination of asters, autumn joy sedum, and violas looks great. And finally, who can resist a large bushel basket brimming with yellow mums, Rudbeckia, and ornamental grasses, which add height and texture to any fall container.
Oh, and one final thing, you'll want to continue pinching back the flowers to encourage more blooms. These will continue going right through the first hard freeze. And let me tell you, with the flowers that I showed you today, even Mother Nature is going to have to put up her dukes in order to wipe these babies out.
Hello everybody, welcome to the show. Who would have ever thought that you could take a container like this and change it into a beautiful planter like this? It's called trough gardening, made popular back in the 1930s. Stone troughs used to water horses were later transformed into these beautiful containers. Well, as you can imagine, the look stuck and is now hotter than ever. Well, today I'm going to show you how you can create your own trough container in any shape or size. The first thing you need is a form. Now, just about anything will work as long as it's sturdy. A plastic crate or even a wooden box like this one here that we put together. Inside the form, you need to line it with plastic, saran wrap, or if you have dry cleaner bags, even bubble wrap. This gives that nice rough texture on the outside of the trough container. Now, the ingredients are easy. There's only 3 of them, and you use them in equal parts. Peat moss, perlite, Portland cement. The peat moss and perlite can be picked up at the garden center, and just make sure that you get rid of all the lumps in the peat moss. At the hardware store, you can pick up the Portland cement. And while you're there, don't forget to pick up some chicken wire. This helps reinforce your container. Then be sure to pick up gloves and a mask. This will prevent you from breathing in the dust while you're mixing. Speaking of mixing, you'll need a tool to do that. A shovel or a spade will be just fine. Well, you ready to get to work? Let's go. When measuring the ingredients, be sure you add equal parts of peat moss, perlite, and Portland cement. In that order is best. I put in 2 gallons of each ingredient. The amount varies depending on the size of your mold. A wheelbarrow is great for mixing everything together. And even though you're protected by the mask, be sure you work in a well-ventilated area. The dust particles will fly as you continue stirring. Now, before you add water to the mixture, it's real important to make sure your form is ready to go because you won't have a lot of time. So what you need to do is take your plastic bags, whatever you're using, tie knots, just make it a gnarly mess, and line the sides of the form with these bags. And of course, this is going to help give it a nice texture and also give some indentations. You want to leave the bottom flat. Don't cover that. That'll help the pot sit up. Then take the bubble wrap with the bubbles facing the walls of the form. Lay them over the plastic bags. Okay, now this is ready. The key to adding water is to do it slowly, a little bit at a time. Blend the water in with the dry ingredients until the moisture holds it together. You'll find that this mixing part gets very tiring, so you might want to invite a friend over to help. I invited Rod Johnson, who just happens to specialize in making trough containers. Now, if the mixture is too crumbly, add more water. When the texture has a cottage cheese-like feel, it's time to begin shoveling it into your mold. As quickly as possible, it's important to firmly press the cement mixture into the mold. Otherwise, the indentations from the bubble wrap won't show up on the outside of your planter. Once the mold is about 3/4 full, place chicken wire into the cement on the bottom and on the sides. This will reinforce the structure of your finished container. Then add the rest of your mixture into the mold. And don't forget to poke in a couple of holes for drainage.
Now, after 3 to 5 days, gently remove the mold from its form. And if you have any sharp edges with a putty knife, just come through and remove all of those. Now, you can see on the side how we've got all these nice indentations. That's because of the twisted plastic. But if we want this to look like a natural stone, then we're going to take some Portland cement and gently rub this into the sides. Now, once you've completed that, you don't want to plant in this yet because there's too much lime. You need to leach that out. So take this outside, let it sit for 3 to 5 weeks. If it doesn't rain, you'll want to hose it down every couple of days, and then we're ready to pot it up.
To protect your plants from disease, use sterilized potting soil rather than soil from your garden. Small flowering plants like pansies look great, but there's also the alpine look. Or just use slow-growing plants that have similar needs and adapt well to your climate.
Now, don't these look great? By the way, one final tip. If you want your trough container to look as though it's aged with time, simply paint the exterior with either buttermilk or plain yogurt. Within time, moss or lichens will grow on the side. Trough containers, they're hot and they're something you can do. You know, one of my favorite garden pots is one my son Taylor did years ago. Look at this, it's a one-of-a-kind design, and it was a great way to get him interested in gardening. Today I'm going to show you how you can make these designer pots with your children. Well, since it's a kid project, we need kids, and we've got plenty of them today. Now, the ingredients are very basic. We started off with terracotta pots, stopped by the craft store, picked up paintbrushes, some acrylic paints, and really that's all you need. But if you want to get creative, do what we've done. We've made potato prints, we've got sponges, some sand, some stickers. The kids are going to go nuts. All right, you guys, are you ready? Yeah! Shall we get painting? Yeah! All right, go ahead. Start your pots. Did you guys have fun? Yeah! Yeah, show us what you've got. You've done such a great job. A great gift idea for Grandma or Grandpa.
Or a teacher.
A great idea, Zach.
Or a friend.
Yeah. Anyone who gardens knows how wonderful terracotta pots are for your plants. The only problem, the pot may not match your interior decor. Jean Iverson, who specializes in interior design, is going to show us how to change a plain pot into a work of art. So, Jean, I'm very excited to see how we can take this very plain terracotta pot and achieve a lot of different looks. What are we going to do?
Well, Rebecca, with distressed decor so popular these days, I'm going to show you 2 different ways to do that. One using the crackle method and one using the patina method.
Great. Let's start with the crackle method.
Okay, all you'll need is 2 different types of paint. This is craft acrylic paint. You'll need one for your base coat and one for your top coat.
And you pick these up Where? The
craft stores.
Okay, so you got those, but what gives it that crackly appearance?
Well, then you need Crackle Medium, and this is a glaze that you'll put on in the middle of your process. And this you can purchase at paint stores.
Okay, well, let's get started.
Okay, you'll take your base coat color. This is the color that your cracks will be. And you'll simply brush it on your pot.
Okay, so we got a little bit this here.
As you paint on the base coat, make sure you thoroughly cover the entire pot. Remember that this first layer will be the color of your cracks. It doesn't have to be white, but it's best to choose a color that contrasts your top coat. After letting the paint dry for about a half hour, brush on the Crackle Medium glaze ever so lightly. This is what will cause the paint to crack and give it that aged look. Let this dry at least 1 hour.
Now comes the tricky part. We're going to apply our top coat over our Crackle finish. It's very important that you paint quickly and smoothly, making sure that you don't brush over any areas that you've already painted that have dried already. The crackling begins very quickly.
Because this part takes a special technique, Jean demonstrated while I watched. Now notice how she takes tiny brush strokes when painting on the top coat. This is important because you don't want to overlap the paint or it will lift off the previously dried paint and the crackle look will not appear. Now if you do this correctly, your pot will take on a beautiful rustic appearance.
Now, after about an hour, this is what it looks like. Are we finished at this point, Jean?
Apply an acrylic sealer on the inside of your pot and the outside, and you're through.
Great, I like that technique. The next technique is the patina. We've taken a terracotta pot, applied a teal-colored acrylic, and I see you've got more paints there.
Right, you'll need 2 additional colors. You'll need a dark brown and a moss green.
And what are those colors for?
These colors help us achieve the aged look of copper or a patina finish.
Oh, good. Can you show us how it's done?
Right, let's begin.
The key to the patina method is removing excess paint from your sponge, then blotting it lightly onto the sides of the pot. Add pressure gently to give depth where it's needed. By mixing the 2 colors of dark brown and yellowish green, the pot will take on a look of oxidized copper, which is called patina.
Here, Rebecca, why don't you give it a try?
Okay.
Just work on that top edge, pushing and tamping.
Okay, now this looks like it's kind of missing something.
Well, now you can add a wax metallic finish. This is an easy waxy rub that you merely apply with a cloth.
And it's gold. Oh,
it's gold.
I see.
It's very pretty.
And it really gives it
Goes
that
on
patina
nice.
finish.
Right. And it also highlights your pot, too.
Yeah. Once you've painted your pot, there are so many different things you can use them for. Here we've added a gift container, put in a plant. How about dried flowers? This one works great for a candle. Or how about something a little whimsical? Paint a pot, get creative. You'll be surprised what you'll come up with. It's every gardener's dream to have a big pot of flowers spilling over the edges. Well, in this case, the flowers are really spilling. This is what I call a pot in a pot in a pot and maybe one more pot. It's a very fun project, and I gotta tell you, when people visit my garden, they're always talking about this pot of flowers. Let me show you how easy it is to make. Okay, so here's what you need. First of all, a variety of different sized pots. It's important that each pot can fit inside each other, like this one here, and you want to make sure you allow extra room because that's where the flowers go. You'll need a good potting soil, some soaked sphagnum moss, a variety of flowers. The first step is to take the largest pot and fill it about halfway with the potting soil. Okay, now that you've got that, we want to make a well in the soil, pushing it firmly against the sides. And then we'll take some sphagnum moss and line the bottom and the sides with the moss. This is going to help cushion the next pot as we place it inside and hold it in place. Okay, now this looks good, and keep in mind you may have to add a little bit of soil just to get it level. And notice how I'm pushing this top pot against the back, because remember, the stack of pots will be laying in the grass like so. All the blooming flowers will come out of the top, so we really don't need a lot of space down here. Now we're ready to add soil to the next pot. Again, you want to fill it halfway full. Okay, now we're ready for the plants. And keep in mind, you want to make sure that all the flowers have the same light and water requirements. I'm putting this in the shade, so I've selected plants that will grow well in the shade. I'm going to start off with the base, and I'm using the larger blooming flower since the pot is bigger. Here I've got a beautiful tuberous begonia. I'm going to squish the root ball like so. Try to keep the root ball intact when squishing it to the right size. Then wrap the roots and soil in sphagnum moss. Then gently wedge into place. The moss does a couple of things. It helps retain water while keeping the plant's roots in place. Also, you'll notice we're going to have a couple of holes. You'll have to fill that in with a little bit of soil and more moss. Okay, so that's basically the concept. Now what we want to do is bring in the rest of the plants, fill up the pots, and then we're ready to tip them over. Let's go. All right, now the flowers are in. Let's give them a good long drink. Okay, now we'll move the pot into position. It's a little heavy. Very carefully hold the back and slowly drop it down. And there you have it, plants spilling all out of the pots. As far as watering and fertilizing goes, it's a good idea to put a slow drip over the top so that it absorbs the moisture. And if you mix in some time-release fertilizer, you won't need to do a thing. I amended my soil, so my plants should be fine. Now I think we better go in before the rain comes. You know plants are coming out of their winter slumber when you start to see new green growth. This is an indication that the plant is hungry and ready to be fed, and it might be ready to move up into a new home. Now, repotting your houseplants is essential if you want healthy plants. It does a couple of things. First of all, it allows you to replenish the soil. And secondly, in this case, we've got a root-bound plant. This is an indication that this plant needs a larger pot to grow in. Now, the rule of thumb when selecting your new pot is that it's only one size larger than the original container. This one has good drainage, that's a must. The next thing you want to do is get a good quality potting soil. You can pick it up at the garden center, and you want to start off by adding about 2 inches to the bottom of the pot. Okay, now we're ready for the plant. But you don't want to put it in with the roots looking like this, otherwise they'll just grow in circles. What we need to do is loosen up the roots, and you can do that with your kitchen knife just by scoring the sides. And finally, fill the pot with the rest of the soil. Water it only when it needs it, about once a week, and then you've got to feed it to keep the plant happy. I like to use a diluted fish emulsion about every other week. So you want spring bulbs, but you don't have space in your garden. Well, why not grow them in pots? Here's what you need: bulbs, various containers, and soil. You're set to go. All types of blooming bulbs can be planted in pots, whether it's grape hyacinths, daffodils, or tulips. Now, while we're used to seeing these spring flowers in the ground, you'd be surprised just how stunning they can be in a container. Now, the size of pot you select should correspond with the size of flowers you intend to grow. For instance, for the tallest flowers like the daffodils, you'll want to select a large pot, something that's at least 18 inches wide. Most of your tulips will do just fine in 14 to 12-inch pots. The Dutch hyacinths, you'll need an 8-inch pot. And for the smallest bulbs, the ones that grow about 3 inches tall, like the crocus, the scilla, grape muscari, 4-inch pots are perfect. As far as planting your bulbs, that's the easy part. You do it just like you would have done it in the ground. The only difference is we don't have to dig the hole, so that saves you a little bit of work. Now, I've chosen a large container because I'm going to plant the daffodils here. Now, when you select your soil, rather than taking the potting soil, which is a little too light and airy for the bulbs, select a garden soil. Pick it up at the garden center. That way you know it's sterilized. You don't want to go out in the backyard and dig up soil there. Now, we're going to fill the pot 1/3 full of soil. Once you've added the first layer of soil, sprinkle some bulb food over the top. Now the next thing we do is add the bulbs. And remember, we want a dramatic display, so we're going to pack them in. Now with the daffodils and any of the tulips, remember the basal plate or the rooty part goes down, the points looking up at you. Okay, now the next step is to fill the pot with the rest of the soil and then water it well. Now it's important to keep your bulbs watered through the winter season. And speaking of winter, it's very important to protect the plants from any sudden changes in temperatures. You can do that by adding a layer of straw over the top. Now the most important part of this project is storing the bulbs through the winter. Temperatures need to be between 35 and 45 degrees. Any colder or warmer and the bulbs aren't going to grow. So an insulated garage might be the perfect spot. We'll keep these over winter. Next spring, when you start seeing growth, go ahead and take off the straw and then move them outdoors when temperatures are finally warm enough. We've got ourselves a movable pot that will go and grow anywhere you want them to. Gardening in containers outdoors is hotter than ever, partly because people have found you can make dramatic pots simply by mixing plants. Well, there's no reason we can't have that same drama indoors by mixing a variety of herbs or even houseplants. Now the first thing you need to do is select a pot, and you can see I've got this clay pot. It has some beautiful color to it, some bronze and some mauves. I think it's really nice, and to make this look as sharp as my outdoor containers, I'm going to try to find houseplants that match the pot. I know it sounds silly, but it's a great tip to keep in mind. So I've shopped the greenhouse, and this is what I've come up with. This Dracaena, look at this arrowhead with the bronzy color. I've got some ivies, croton, and the prayer plant. Now before the plants go in the pot, you want to make sure you check for the plant's drainage. This has a hole, so it's going to be just fine. If the container doesn't have a hole, it's a good idea to line the bottom with a ½ inch of charcoal. Now we'll just fill the container with a good potting soil. We want to fill this about 3/4 full. As you combine different houseplants, keep those with similar lighting and watering requirements together. The plants I've chosen all need medium light with average moisture, so I wouldn't want to put a cactus or a succulent with this collection. If some plants need less water than others, try to plant those to the outer edges of the pot. And a couple of other things, just like planting outdoor containers, you want to think about texture. You can see I've got a lot of spiky plants here, so I'm going to counteract that with foliage that has smoother leaves and an oval, rounder, softer shape. We want tall plants, we want some filler plants, and we also want plants to hang over the side. These are called trailing plants. And for that, I'm going to use this ivy. The color in the ivy, you can see this kind of limey green, picks up the same color in the prayer plant. And when this goes in, you can see how it just beautifully softens the side of the container. Now once you get the plants in place, it's a good idea to fill in around the edges with some soil. Okay, now we'll give them a good drink, and keep in mind you'll want to water the plants when the soil is dry to the touch, which might be once a week, and just don't overdo it. That's the #1 reason the plants die. As far as fertilizing is concerned, you only want to fertilize them during the growing period, which is typically early March to around the end of September. All you need to do is dilute the fertilizer at half strength into the water. Now, if you do everything correctly, which I know you will, eventually your plants are going to grow beautifully and will outgrow the current container. At that point, you have two choices. You either have to transplant them, or you can root prune the plant, put it back in, and that will help maintain its size. One of my favorite floral designers is Derek Gagliardi. We use him a lot for many of the projects, but I got to tell you, you have outdone yourself on this one. What a great idea. How'd you come up with this?
Thank you. Well, we are, of course, known for our fresh flowers, but more and more people are getting into gardening, and so we get a lot of requests for plants. And one of the things that we've designed here is a perennial garden planter, and you can see that we've used a nice selection of colors and textures, and these things are all going to work really well together.
So this would be for the new homeowner.
Exactly.
Oh, this is a fabulous idea. Now tell me about this one.
This one is a succulent garden. It's very, very low maintenance, hardly ever have to water.
So
it.
indoor?
Indoor.
Or outdoors?
Can go outdoors in the
Yeah.
summer, but it would have to come in the winter.
And not only the collection of plants are great, but you've done some great architectural things here that I
Yeah.
really like.
This is very dynamic in using sticks to create a structure and then putting the terracotta
And it's real
pots
simple.
onto it. Very
And
simple.
these are very simple.
Very simple.
You're going to show us how. What's the first thing we
I'd
need
love
to do?
We're going to have planters. Okay. We're going to have a selection of plants, and we're going to need some sticks.
The nice thing about these gifts, they can be tailor-made for the recipient, so be sure to plant to their personality.
Now the garden we're going to create is an herbal garden that can be grown either indoors or outdoors. We've got a selection of herbs,
Yep, we've got a
pot,
great pot.
and you filled this
We
up
filled
with...
this with newspaper because that's going to just raise the level so that when we put the plants in, they don't sink down into
Okay, and we start by just packing the plants.
Yeah, we just put whatever you want.
Okay, and I notice these are all in peat pots, but that's not how you buy the plants.
No, when you buy the plants, they're going to come in plastic containers, much like this one.
Mhm.
And then we're going to want to take them out of there and put them down in. I just think it's nice because it's more aesthetic. And you
Yeah.
can also plant them in these and they will grow just fine.
Oh, that's nice, and it's one less thing that your
And
friend
then
has to worry about.
As you put them into the container, you're going to also want to think of in terms of design. And in order to add height, you can put styrofoam or more newspaper.
Okay.
The nice thing about the styrofoam is that it's going to allow us to take the herbs.
Now you just got, that's just a little stick that you just stuck in the bottom.
Yep. And put them in on an angle. So
Oh.
you can create a little bit more
Yeah,
playfulness.
I like that.
It's in the
Okay,
arrangement.
let's see one of those sticks. I'll do that. And you want to keep the colors kind of together.
Yeah, the
things that
textures,
match.
vary the colors and the textures. Maybe put the
Okay.
heavier leaves.
Okay.
This is going to drape down over the front really nicely. Got some wheatgrass.
And we just pack this in.
Yeah, and then when we get done, we can put a little moss over the edges, hide the mechanics, and then we're going to create an arch out of branches.
Oh, that'll be
Come
nice.
up and around, and we're going to attach some color onto it.
Okay.
Start by wedging 2 sticks, in this case we use pussy willow, on either side of the arrangement. Then take some raffia and tie the 2 together at the top. Now to add some interest to the arch, weave in some curly willow. Tie it once again with the raffia. To add a little color to the arrangement, Derek used an old canning jar as a vase.
We're going to fill it with water.
This gives the arrangement that designer's touch.
Okay, so we'll just add the roses.
Oh, that really pops, doesn't it?
Great color.
And you want to add a little
We'll add some
ribbon?
ribbon.
That's nice. And you do that, I'll add some Spanish moss. This is going to help fill in the edges here and just really put the finishing touch. Nice. Whew, we're good. This is going to be a great gift. This watering can was one of the first tools I ever owned. It's watered a lot of gardens, but as you can see, its age is catching up with it, and I don't have the heart to throw it away. So I thought, I'll make this part of my garden. This will make an excellent container for a pot of flowers, and as with any container, it's important that you have drainage holes. Well, I've got that naturally, so I don't have to drill anything in, but what I'll do is I'll add pieces of pottery to the bottom that will prevent the soil from draining out of the bottom. So we'll put in some old terracotta pots that have broken up, then we'll add some soil. Okay, I've got this about half full. Now, the next step, I'm going to add these little crystals. These are like miniature sponges that hold 200 times their weight in water. This will help keep the plant hydrated throughout the hot summer. So I'll sprinkle in some of that. Now we'll add a little bit of time-release fertilizer. Just sprinkle that in. And then another layer of soil that's about 1 inch or 2 deep. Okay, now we're ready to plant. Now I don't have a lot of area here, so I selected 3 plants, the cigar plant, geranium, and this vinca vine, and notice the combinations of red here. This will complement the handle and the spout quite nicely. Now see, isn't this fun? Just need to keep it watered and find a place to put it, and I've got a great set of flowers. When I think of New York, I can almost smell the vendors roasting nuts over an open flame, candied peanuts and cashews. I've tried recipes but never quite figured out how they do it. Well, that is until I found this spicy pecan recipe, and I think it's better than New York. Now for this recipe, you'll need water, paprika, cayenne pepper, some allspice, sugar, and pecans.
The first thing you need to do is add the 2 cups of water to a small saucepan. Then you'll take all the powdered ingredients, pour them into the pan, and stir. Cook the mixture, stirring constantly, until it reaches 220 degrees. The temperature is critical, so if you can, use a candy thermometer.
If you don't have a candy thermometer, just watch. You'll notice it will reduce and it will become very syrupy. At that point, we're going to add the pecans. We're just going to cook these for about 5 minutes until the syrup coats the pecans and stays on the pecans.
Once coated, transfer the pecans into a pan filled with 1 inch of canola oil, which has been heated to 350 degrees. This will caramelize the candy coating on the pecans, turning it a crispy golden brown. Then immediately transfer the pecans to parchment or paper towels to drain.
Okay, and once you've let these drain, you can put them in a nice dish, set them around the house, or they make great gift ideas. So put them in an airtight container and they're ready. And I'm guaranteeing you that these spicy pecans, people will go nuts over them. Whew, that was a lot of information. Hope you got all that down, and I want to see those hands. Well, like I said, if you've enjoyed this DVD, be sure to look for the others. I'm Rebecca Coles. Until next time, keep those little hands dirty. Hi everybody, I'm Rebecca Coles and this is Rebecca's Garden on DVD. We've put together some of the best stories that we've had over the years to bring you this collection of getting started in your garden. Hopefully it's going to help you and inspire you and you'll enjoy getting those hands dirty. And if you like this DVD, you'll like the others that we have in the collection as well, including one on roses, flowers, gardening in the summer, gardening in the fall, and look for our holiday edition. Hope you enjoy the show, and until next time, keep those hands dirty. Herbs have been around for thousands of years, and now more than ever, they're popping up in backyard gardens. People are growing them for cooking, cosmetics, even for medicinal purposes. Today, I'm going to show you how to get started growing your own herb garden. The first thing you need is a good site. Herbs like plenty of sunshine, at least 6 hours a day. It also helps if you have well-drained soil. Once you've got those two things, the fun part begins, picking out your plants. There are 3 classifications of herbs: annuals, biennials, and perennials. First, the annuals. These are plants that die back every year, which means you have to replant them every year. They include plants like your basils and the dill. Then you have the biennials. These are plants that grow for 2 seasons and then die back. That would include plants like the parsley. And then you have the perennials. These are plants that once put in will come back every year. Plants like the chives, the oregano, some of the lavenders. This is important to know because it will help you determine the placement in your garden. Also, you need to remember that each of these plants have different heights. You need to keep that in mind because you don't want the taller plants to block out some of the lower plants. The lower plants are excellent for borders. So the bottom line here is that it will help if you have a design. Whatever design you choose, make sure you sketch out your ideas on paper before you start to plant. And remember, the smaller the space, the simpler the design should be. Once you've completed a scaled drawing, it will be easy to lay it out on the soil. My herb garden measures 12 by 12, which is a pretty nice size. The plan I'm going to use plays off of the quadrant style that I've used in the vegetable garden. Of course, the key with achieving that style is to make sure you get a symmetrical look. And believe it or not, you can do that with a little technique using some string. Let me show you how it's done. First, grab a friend to help you find the center of the garden by pulling the string diagonally between the corners of the plot. Use a stake to attach the string to each corner. You'll notice that the string crosses in the middle of your bed. Mark this center point with another stake. Then, using the center mark as a guide, divide your garden into 4 small quadrants. At this point, we'll attach an additional stake to a string about a foot from the center. Then fill a funnel with bone meal. And while one person uses the stake to define the center circle, the other follows close behind, highlighting it with the bone meal. You should now have the basic outline of your design, which will help you with the placement of your path and your plants. And now we're ready to plant. As you can see, I've laid out all my herbs so I can visualize what the design is going to look like. The center is going to be my focal point. So there I've planted my dill, which is the tallest plant. Now along the path, I've used basil to anchor that, and you can see in the center of each quadrant, I have rosemary. As you can see, my soil is nice and loose. Ahead of time, I amended it with some manure and compost. Now, most of your herbs are sold as transplants. They come in cell packs like this. Gently remove the plastic container, and you'll notice that some of them may be root bound. Simply tease the roots or tear them apart. Plant them as deeply in the hole as they were in their container. And that's all there is to it. Now make sure you give your herbs plenty of room to grow. Read the directions and space them accordingly. I've got a pretty big job ahead of me, so I'm going to call in a few of my friends to help. Now once you've planted your herbs, you want to give them a good long drink. You'll notice that I've added some mulch. This is a cocoa bean mulch, which does a couple of things. It helps retain moisture while keeping the soil cool. This will be great during the hot summer. As the plants are growing, don't be intimidated. Just come out and snip a little off here and there, add it to your pastas. You'll be surprised at some of the herbal concoctions you'll be able to create from your own herbal garden. Hi everyone, welcome to the show. You know, some of my favorite plants in the garden are herbs. Not only do they taste great fresh, but if you dry them, you can use them all year round. Now, something to keep in mind when harvesting, you got to get out there early in the morning after the dew has dried. That's when the flavor is most intense. And if you're intimidated about harvesting herbs, don't be. It's really quite simple. All you need is a good pair of scissors and a good basket to carry them. The first plant I'm harvesting is parsley. Parsley grows from the center out, and for plants like this, it's important to harvest from the outside in because this is where all the oldest leaves are. And of course, it's the tops we use on parsley, but to make drying easier, I'm going to cut down on the stem. If you notice blooms on herbs like oregano, remove them. This will help keep the plant actively growing. Since basil is sensitive to cold nights, you can pull out the entire plant if frost is threatening. On the other herbs, just be sure to cut enough stem to make drying easier. The most common method of preserving your herbs is by air drying. It's really quite simple. All you need to do is take a small bunch of herbs. It's important that it is small because you want them to dry as quickly as possible. The larger the bunch, the slower it's going to dry and the more likelihood that you're going to get mold. Simply take a rubber band and attach the bunch together. The next step is very important. The herbs need a dry, dark location, preferably cool. If you have an herb rack, simply attach the herbs with your rubber band right to the rack, and then it's ready to go. Now, something that works well at home that I've used for years is to take a simple coat hanger, attach the herbs to the wire, store it in a closet, and within 10 to 14 days, you should have dried herbs. Now, your best bet for storing your herbs is in an airtight container, one that blocks out the light. And most people, when they store their herbs, crumble the herbs up. However, if you store them whole, it minimizes the amount you touch them because every time you touch the herb, it loses flavor. So store it whole and crumble as you go. Now, another method of drying is with a dehydrator. These can be picked up just about anywhere, especially in kitchen shops. The advantage with a dehydrator is that it dries the herbs in just a matter of hours. It requires a little more work, but it works especially well for the larger, fleshier leaves like this basil. What you need to do is strip the leaves from the stem and lay them flat on the racks. Now, it's important to keep the same type of herb in the oven at one time because all herbs will dry differently and you don't want the flavors to mix.
After you've laid out all your leaves on the individual trays, cover up the dehydrator, and in just 2 to 3 hours, you'll have dried basil. Microwaving your herbs is an even quicker drying technique that works especially well with parsley. It takes about 1 to 3 minutes to dry a small bunch. You just need to make sure you check it every 30 seconds. It should be crisp to the touch.
Now, whatever method you choose to dry your herbs, it's important to try to use the herbs within 6 months because after that they start losing their fragrance and their flavoring. Now, some of those herbs that are hard to dry, like the chives, the dill, and the fennel, you might want to try freezing them. When you use them, they'll taste almost as if they were fresh.
The landscape of Rebecca's garden is constantly changing. Every year there's a new project. And this year we decided it was time to revamp our herb bed. This was once the herb bed. It was very overgrown. You couldn't tell one herb from the other. So we ripped most of everything out. We're going to start over. We left a few of the anchoring plants like the chives and the ornamental onions because they look terrific. But now we're going to create a knot garden out of herbs. Like the name implies, knot gardens are plants interwoven like threads in a cloth. Planted correctly, the plants appear to cross over one another, creating a geometric motif. Dating back to the 16th century, knot gardens surrounded the grounds of castles to create a grand entrance. Even rows of hedges were often interwoven to create family crests and monograms.
Now, if you've never done a knot garden before, the best advice I can give you is to keep it simple. That way you'll have much more success. So start out by measuring the area and then drawing it on graph paper. That way everything's to scale. And don't forget to add the existing elements, which I've already done here. Then draw in your design. Now, how do you get your design into the soil? Well, that's the easy part. All you need is stakes and some string.
To find the center of a knot garden, pound a stake in each corner of the garden bed. Then attach string to each opposing stake. The center is where the strings cross one another.
Okay, so we found our center point. This is important because everything we do is going to be measured from the center. So I'm going to put a stake here and then finish the design.
No matter what design you choose, everything has to be measured out and marked accurately in the soil. In our case, to keep things simple, each stake was placed 4 feet apart. Now, since straight lines are much easier to create than circles, we chose this checkerboard pattern, which is actually a Celtic knot design.
All right, so the grid is in place and now we're ready for the plants. And for that, you want to select plants with different colors and different textures. And also, you don't want really tall herbs. You want something that's low growing and has a mounding habit. So I selected a few, but now I've got to refer to my chart to see where they all go. The outer edge is the parsley. That's the lime green. So I'll put that around the entire outer side. The blue line is for opal leaf basil. That's this purple leaf that is just lovely. The red is going to be for the spicy globe basil, and then the green X here is going to be for sage. So now what I want to do is place the plants before I plant them.
Spacing the herbs about 6 inches apart will allow them to grow together quickly. To help figure out how many plants are needed, use the squares on graph paper. For our design, each square represents 6 inches, which makes it easy, 1 plant per square.
Part of the success of creating a knot garden or tying it all together is the placement of your plants. Some of the plants should look as though they're going under each other while others will go on top. So anytime you have an intersecting line, you've got to decide which one's under, which one's over. In this case, I want the purple basil to be under. Well, this is not going to work if this one's here because it's the spicy globe that should be over. So I'm going to replace this one with that, and there we have it.
Once you've laid out all the plants in the shape of your design, you can remove the string and stakes. And finally, add a focal point. We chose a bird bath placed in the center.
Okay, looks like everything's in place. Now I just have to plant all these. not. I'd be here till next Saturday. So this might be a great opportunity to bring in some of your friends and have them help you tie the knot, so to speak.
Once everything is planted, it's time for the mulch. Besides retaining water and keeping weeds out, it provides an excellent contrast, highlighting the design.
So there you have it, our Celtic knot is planted. Now I know it doesn't look like much now, but as it grows it will look terrific. But you do have to do a couple of things. You'll want to pinch back the herbs. That will encourage bushier growth. And take some scissors and be sure to manicure the sides, making sure all the lines are nice and straight. And the best part, you can eat your trimmings. And also to keep the plants very healthy, you want to be sure to fertilize them every other week with a water-soluble fertilizer.
A couple months later, you can see how the garden grew into a woven tapestry of herbs. We were very diligent about manicuring the edges with scissors, keeping the lines tightly clipped. In the end, our Celtic knot garden was an aromatic and aesthetically pleasing success.
Who says a vegetable garden can't be a work of art? This is my kitchen garden, and nearly everything you see here is edible. And when this comes in and fills in, it's going to look fabulous. This is definitely something you can do, but let me tell you, it's going to require some extra time, a little bit of homework, and some planning. The first step to your kitchen garden is picking a location. Because we're growing flowers and vegetables, the site should receive at least 6 to 8 hours of sun a day. And also it has to be large enough to get that very cool artistic look. Mine's 20 by 20, that should be just fine. Next, you want to amend the soil, and that's very important. We'll till in the 3 magic ingredients: compost, peat moss, and cow manure. Okay, I think that will do it. Now the nice thing about this garden is that I can actually watch it grow right from my kitchen window. Now what I like to do is sprinkle this soil with water. It will allow it to settle and become a little more level. So while the soil is settling and drying, it's a great opportunity for you to get your design on paper.
For this step, you need 1/4-inch graph paper, a compass if your design is circular, plus a ruler. Now by using the graph paper, you're able to do everything in scale. For my design, a 1/4-inch square will equal a foot of garden space. Now you can come up with your own pattern like I did, or simply copy one from a book. Just remember, keep it simple.
Once you get your design on paper, it's time to transfer it in the garden. Because I'm doing a circular garden, the first thing I need to do is find the center, which I've done here marked with a stake. Now, in order to get perfect circles, instead of a compass, I'm using a stake, string, and a funnel.
Fill the funnel with flour or cornmeal. Gently tap the flour onto the soil. This will help create the outline of your pattern, and it's best to start with the outside circle first. And if you choose to create any other circles inside, you can adjust the size by shortening the string.
Now this inner circle is going to be the center of the garden. You can see the outline of the garden as well. At this point, I divided the garden into quadrants. You can see I clearly marked it with the stakes. These will help me create the symmetrical design on the inside of the garden.
No matter what design you choose, measuring equal distances from each of the stakes is the key to this process. In my case, I marked the center of each quadrant with another stake. This allowed me to make semicircles that eventually overlap each other. This is where the design really starts to take shape in the soil.
Okay, now you can clearly see the skeletal pattern of our garden. The next step is to lay out the plants.
For starters, choose colorful, low-growing, dense plants that will clearly define the lines as they grow. Flowers like lobelia, alyssum, marigolds, or herbs like sweet basil and parsley make great borders.
Besides the plants, I added this bird bath. It'll be a great focal point for the center of the garden. At the base of that, I think I'll plant some chives surrounded by the alyssum. Now in each quadrant of the garden, I'm going to scatter a mixture of vegetables, trying to keep colors together and keep lines together so when it's all finished, it will look like a piece of artwork.
Vegetable and herb choices are really up to you. Just keep in mind the texture and the color of the leaves will play an important part in creating the design. Also, be sure to keep specific plants together in groups. And once again, think about creating a pattern with your plants.
Okay, now that I've got all my plant material laid out, here comes the hard part, getting all this planted and planted quickly. For that, you may want to call in some of your friends, if you have any. Do I have any friends? Come on, everybody, don't come at once. Now for the final step, I added this cocoa bean mulch. It's important that you leave yourself room to walk through your garden so you can harvest the produce as it grows. From here on out, this is like any other garden. You want to keep it well watered, weeded of course, and don't forget to feed it every 3 to 4 weeks. And in no time, you're going to have a beautiful masterpiece that's good enough to eat. If you suffer from garden withdrawal during the winter months, I have just the fix. How about an indoor herb garden? It's a great way of enjoying the fresh taste of summer during the cold winter months, plus it's an excellent way to get a jump start on your summer garden. Now, some of the easiest herbs to grow indoors include thyme, basil, chives, oregano, and parsley. There are 3 ways to grow an indoor garden, either using transplants, stem cuttings, or seeds. Now first let's start with seeds. The materials you need include containers to grow them in. I like to reuse products at home, but you can pick up cell packs at the garden center. It's important whatever you use that they're shallow and they have good drainage. While you're at the garden center, don't forget to pick up a soilless mixture. This is very important because we don't want to weigh the seed down. This is very light, it's very airy. And of course, you need seeds. Now some of the best seeds to start with include basil, cilantro, and parsley. Now the first step is an easy one. You simply want to fill the containers up with soilless mixture. And I like to moisten the mixture after I'm done. This way when I plant the seeds, they won't wash away when I water them. Then it's time to plant. Now as you notice, I've been soaking the larger seeds in water. This will help soften the seed coat and speed up germination. The rule of thumb for planting the seed is that you want to bury the seed 2 to 3 times the diameter of the seed. So something like this cilantro will go down about 1/4 of an inch. It's important to remember that the seedlings must remain moist at all times until they emerge. They also need light and plenty of it. It's best to put the tray in front of a south-facing window. If you don't have that, then you'll need to supply them with artificial light. Fluorescent lights work best. Place the lights about 4 inches above the seedling tray. Keep the lights on at least 12 to 14 hours a day. Now after about 7 to 14 days, this is what the seedlings will look like. Once you see greenery, it's an indication that the plants need to be fed. You can use a diluted fertilizer or something like a fish emulsion works great. Now eventually your plants will grow out of their small little containers and eventually will need to be potted up into a larger container. Now this is just one method of starting herbs. Another very simple way is by using stem cuttings. Now this works especially well if you have any leftover herbs from the grocery store. Simply remove all the lower leaves from the stem and put that into a jar of water. Change the water daily and in no time you'll get roots, which is an indication it needs to be potted up in soil, and within a short period of time you'll have a plant that looks like this. Now if these 2 methods seem a little tedious, there's always transplants, which you can pick up at the garden center. They will cost you a little more money, and the same rules apply when growing them. Make sure you give them plenty of light, water, and of course fertilize every other week, and have a pot that has good drainage. When the herbs are about 6 inches tall, they're ready to be harvested. So even though it feels like winter on the outside, tell you what, it smells like summer on the inside. You know, I'm always teaching you how to get your hands dirty. Well, how about I teach you how to get your hands clean with herbs from your garden? We're making soap today on Rebecca's Garden, and don't worry, it's not the hard way. It's the easy way of making soap. All you need is a couple of materials from home and herbs from your garden. Loretta Ellis is a master at making soap. She teaches classes here at the Shady Acres Herb Farm in Minnesota. Thanks for joining us. I'm very excited because you're going to teach us to make soap the easy way.
Exactly.
What do we need?
Well, first we're going to need our herbs.
And these are fresh.
These are fresh herbs. This is my favorite, lavender, and then of course mint. We can also use dried herbs. These are lavender buds. A natural essential oil to improve aroma. A mold of some sort.
Or cookie cutters.
Or cookie
That'll be
cutters.
fun.
A knife for cutting up soap, a dipper, a spoon,
Paintbrush? Oh, that's interesting.
And a grater in case the soap is really hard and we need to grate it.
And you use clear soap?
We're using a glycerin-based soap, and we're warming it in the crock pot. We're melting it in the crock.
I've got about 3 of these, so I'm set to go. All right, what's the first thing we do?
We need to grate the soap.
If you don't have a grater, you can also just cut up the glycerin soap. Then just pop it into a crock pot. Don't stir it. Just let it melt slowly for about 15 to 20 minutes.
While we're waiting for our soaps to melt, we're going to get some aroma to add to the soap. When we put a sheet of soap on here that we can cut out with our cookie cutters, it'll give it a great smell. And this is the rosemary.
Oh yeah, that'll be nice.
Just 2 or 3 drops will do it.
So we swirl it around?
Yeah.
The next step is to pour the melted glycerin onto the plate to cool. Just make sure it's at least 1 inch or 2 thick. Now the soap needs to set up a bit before we use the cookie cutters, and while that's going to take place, you've taken butter molds and we're going to just mold soaps out of this.
Exactly. Now here's where we get to have some fun. We get to use our fresh herbs and our dried herbs to add color and appeal to our soaps.
And a little bit of texture. Now I see it's shiny, so you've sprayed like a cooking oil or something on it?
Exactly. We've put cooking oil on it, and if you want to put some
fun stuff,
lavender into one.
How about a little bit of lavender and mint? That'll be a little shocking, won't it?
Well, yeah.
Cool down, get up.
Calm but alert.
I like that. Once the herbs are in place, don't forget you'll need to add a few drops of scented oil. Then slowly fill up each mold with the melted glycerin. Now for a more decorative touch, try adding a flower in the center of the soap. I can't wait to see what these are going to look like. You know, and you could get the kids involved and put little trinkets in the center, little toys. Oh, they'd have a ball. All right, now we put the molded soaps in the refrigerator so they'll set up quickly. Now we get to cut out cookies of soap.
Exactly.
Probably want to wash these when you're done. Okay, just push them down.
Exactly.
As you cut out the soaps, keep in mind you can always remelt the leftover glycerin to make more soap. And don't worry if your shapes aren't perfect when you pop them out. A damp sponge will smooth out the edges. Now, not only do these look good, but they smell so nice. But you've got great ideas to add decorative touches to otherwise plain soaps.
Exactly. Here are all handmade natural soaps that have been bought, and then we added pressed lavender, pressed rosemary, and what we're going to do is take a little bit of our glycerin soap and coat it over the top.
So it's just like glue?
Exactly.
Oh, how nice. Well, it looks like the soap is done. It's already hardened up, so shall we take a look at it?
Let's pop them out. Okay.
Oh, look at that. That is fabulous. Oh, Loretta, these are beautiful, and how easy it was to make these. Thank you so much for joining us today.
Thank you for having me.
You bet. Herbal soaps, what a great reason for getting your hands dirty. The popularity of growing herbs has really taken off the last several years, and what better way to enjoy those herbs than in a hanging basket located right outside your kitchen door. Now here's the materials you'll need. First of all, a large wire basket about 18 to 20 inches. We'll want to line the basket, so you can either buy coconut liners or you can make your own using sphagnum moss. This is what I like to do. You want to make sure you buy unmilled sphagnum moss. You'll need a variety of herbs and then a good potting soil. Now the first thing you want to do is get a good bucket of water and put the sphagnum moss in there. The moss will soak up the water and it'll make it nice and pliable. We're going to squeeze out all the water and then we'll line the basket. Start out by lining the bottom of the basket first with generous amounts of moss. You want it to be about 1 inch thick. Now as you work your way up the sides, be sure to firmly press the moss into the holes and around the wires. This does 2 things. It secures the moss around the wires while removing the excess water. Now this is what the basket will look like when we're finished. It looks really nice and it smells good. The next step is to add soil. We're going to go ahead and add it until the basket is about half full. Now at this point, we're ready to add the plants. It's best to separate your plants in 3 different categories. First, we have the uprights. These go into the center of the pot, will give us some height. I'm going to use some sage and some rosemary. The filler plants are good for filling up spaces. Plants like basil, parsley, and chives work well. And then we have the trailing plants. These cascade over the side and give it kind of the romantic look. I'm going to use oregano and sweet marjoram. The trailing plants will be the first ones to go into the basket, but we don't want to plant them on top to cascade over. We're going to kind of cheat here. What we want to do is plant them on the side so that they cascade down and fill up the basket. So the trick here is to drill out a hole with your finger, remove the moss, and then take your trailing plant. Notice we've got 2-inch pots. This is real important with the trailers because we want a small root ball so we can get it through the hole. So very gently remove it from the pot and get rid of some of the soil and go ahead and tease the roots just a little bit so we can manipulate them. And then from the outside in, we're going to push the plant through so that it cascades over the side. Now once you get the plant in position, make sure you close off the hole with more moss. That will help anchor the plant. We'll continue adding the trailing plants around the outside, then we'll add more soil, add the uprights and the fillers. And now it's time to add the rest of the plants, but before we do, we want to fill the pot with the rest of the soil and then plant the other plant material as you would any hanging basket, just scattering it around the top. Now you can go ahead and separate the plants as you put them in the soil. I like to keep them together, that way it's easier to harvest. Your herb basket will do best if hung in a sunny location. Make sure you keep it watered, and when temperatures get warm, it may mean watering at least twice a day, and don't forget to fertilize every other month. Now this looks a little sparse, but just in a couple of months, this will look like this. Herbs ready for harvest right at your fingertips. Fresh herbs have people saying goodbye to bland meals and hello to fresh flavor. Flavor that can be freshly picked right from your patio if you grow your own. And you can do that with this project. Think of this as 2 hanging baskets in one. They're actually attached. It's a fun project. What you'll need for this are 2 wire baskets. They come in a variety of different sizes. You can pick and choose whichever one you want. You'll need some sphagnum moss, which has been soaked in water, a variety of different herbs. And for this project, really the best herbs are the creeping herbs like the oregano, thyme, even parsley. Water polymers, which will help conserve water and keep the plants hydrated. You'll need some plastic ties and of course some soil. So let's get started. The first thing we're going to do is line the baskets with the sphagnum moss. As you work, make sure to squeeze the moss around the wire so that it will dry into place. Also keep in mind that the moss is going to shrink when it dries, so make sure you use a lot. Okay, this basket is done, so we'll do the same thing to the second wire basket. Once the wire baskets are completely lined with moss, go ahead and poke your hand around the inside. If a finger slips through a hole, simply patch it up with additional moss. Now we're ready to put everything together. Think of this like creating a layer cake. First, we'll add some soil, sprinkle in fertilizer, water polymers. We're now ready for the plants. Simply remove it from the container, and we're going to take the root ball and kind of just smush it into place so that we can insert it through a hole that we're going to poke out with our fingers and gently push it into the soil. Push the plant deep enough so that only the crown peeks out of the moss. Then stuff moss around the crown to help anchor the plant into place. And if the roots of your plants are tangled, you can simply tease them apart. This allows their feet to spread. Try to keep the same types of herbs clustered together. This will make them easier to identify, and they tend to look better in masses. Now once you've finished poking and planting the herbs, you want to top it off with soil. Make sure you press it firmly to keep everything intact. Then push the baskets together, and then with one of these plastic tie wraps, we're going to attach one side of the wire baskets together. Now comes the tricky part. We have to flip these two together. So what I'm going to do is take a piece of cardboard, lay this across the top. That will hold everything into place. Are you ready? 1, 2, boom! There you go. Now just slide the cardboard out. And then we're going to attach the wire with the plastic ties all around the perimeter.
Then you can touch up your globe by stuffing a few more plants in the top and bottom.
Once you're finished with the final touches, then it's ready to be hung. And for that, we picked up this little S hook. Just weave it through the top or the bottom of the basket, and then this is ready for hanging. You'll want to put this in a sunny location, keep it well watered, and in some cases, you might have to water it twice a day. In about 3 weeks, the herbs will be ready to be snipped to spice up your table. Hope you enjoy. All season long, I show you how to grow herbs, but what do you do once you're ready to harvest them? Well, we invited the herb lady of Minnesota to the show today, Bonnie Dean. She grows herbs for a living. You've got great tips on, first of all, cooking, but you tell me that most people don't harvest them enough.
Oh, absolutely. Pots all over the place and they're overgrown. Let's take and use those herbs. That's the purpose of those pots, yes. What you want to do is you want to make sure you take the first 8 leaves on any branch of most herbs.
Okay.
So you just cut. That way it branches out and continues to grow healthy and just makes a lot.
So you don't want them to get big and bushy.
You don't want to grow real tall.
Okay. You've got great ways of implementing them into daily recipes.
Yes, quick and easy.
The first recipe we're going to do today is a cinnamon basil chicken salad. Now, cinnamon, basil, and chicken, that seems a little off, but you say it's delicious.
You can use any type of basil, but my favorite is cinnamon basil. It has an allspice flavor,
Really?
and it's phenomenal.
Okay, so what do we need for ingredients?
Cinnamon basil, onion chives or chives, red grapes, and low-fat mayonnaise.
And of course, chicken.
And chicken.
For the base.
First, add some sliced basil to the cooked chicken, then a few chives, the red grapes, and finally the low-fat mayo. Once everything is mixed together, season with a dash of pepper and serve on a bed of red lettuce. That's as easy as it gets.
Now, this next recipe is great for those who love to grill and for those who like to kick it up a notch, as my friend Emerald would say. It's a grilled calypso shrimp using Cuban oregano. And you've probably seen these in hanging baskets or planted right in the garden, but this is an herb and it's a tasty herb.
It's light and lemony and it's great mild oregano flavor.
Yeah, it's really nice. So what do we need for this one?
Jalapeno peppers, shrimp, red peppers, pineapple, skewers, Cuban oregano, olive oil, pineapple juice, and roasted garlic.
Make the marinade by first mixing together the olive oil, pineapple juice, oregano, garlic, and jalapeno peppers. Then assemble the shrimp, pineapple, and red pepper on a skewer.
All right.
And now we'll just drizzle the marinade over there. And you have to put this in the refrigerator for about 10 to 15 minutes to let the flavors soak into the shrimp and the pineapple.
Ooh, it looks really good.
Isn't
and
it
smells
nice?
Delicious.
After the shrimp is marinated, then just grill the skewers about 6 to 8 minutes on each side.
And it tastes as good as, oh wow. This is excellent.
Isn't that great?
Oh, very, very nice, but not too spicy.
Nope, just enough.
Very nice. Okay, what's for dessert?
Oh, we have something fantastic for dessert.
And for those of you who are chocoholics, you are going to love this recipe. It's simple brownies with a mint twist.
Yes, it's chocolate mint, and it's so easy. 1/3 cup of chopped leaf stem and all from the chocolate mint. Throw it right in your favorite brownie mix.
That's all there is to it. Perfect combination. And of course, you've all heard about putting mint leaves in your tea or your lemonade, but you have a better idea.
Pineapple sage.
Ooh, with
Phenomenal,
lemonade. I bet
yes.
that's really nice. Well, Bonnie, you have outdone yourself. You have prepared a wonderful meal for our crew, so sorry to hate to make you leave, but I think we're ready to break for lunch. Herbal vinegars have been around for a long time. We use them to marinate our meats, toss them on salads, or even make a pasta salad out of them. However, the ones you buy in the store may not always suit your needs. Well, not to worry, because today I'm going to show you how you can bottle your own blend. There's not a lot of materials you need to make these herbal vinegars. First of all, you need a clean, sterilized glass bottle. You can either buy them or simply dig through your recycling bin, any old wine bottle, or look at this juice bottle. That will work just fine. You'll also need vinegar. I have found that white wine or red wine vinegar works best, plus it's the easiest to find in supermarkets. Then you need a variety of herbs and spices and some fruits, depending on the concoction you want to make. I'm going to show you how to make 3. The first one is a citrus fruity blend vinegar. I'm going to start with this bottle, which has already been sterilized, and the first thing I'm going to do is put raspberries on the bottom.
Start off by gently pushing the fruit in the bottle and try to be careful not to squish the raspberries because they look much prettier when they're whole. Then snip off some mint, stuff that in. This is pineapple mint. Now add thin slices of oranges and also a slice of lime cut in half. As you continue adding more mint and oranges, you may find you need a skewer to help push the ingredients into the bottle. The idea is to fill it up as much as possible. Now that we've got the fruit and the mint packed in, here's the simple part. Open up a bottle of white wine vinegar, get a funnel, and pour the vinegar in. Now we'll just put the cap on, and believe it or not, we are finished. Now it's going to take about 2 weeks for the flavors to really infuse, but I notice within 24 hours you're going to be able to taste a delightful vinegar. Now this is just one way. This is the citrus fruity variety. Now let me show you how to add a little more spice. How about a spicy herbal variety? Now for this vinegar, I'm going to put together a variety of herbs, including rosemary, oregano, thyme, I'll try some garlic, tricolor peppercorns, red chilies, and of course a slice of lime. The first step is to line the bottom of the bottle with the tricolored peppercorns. Okay, that looks good. Now we will start packing the bottle full of herbs. I'm going to start with the rosemary here. We'll put this in and gently push it down, and if it seems not to go in smoothly, just twist it and it should go right in. Now we're ready to add lots of thyme. And don't forget a sprig or two of oregano. Then you can add the hot chili peppers. The amount really depends on how spicy you want your vinegar to be. Next, we'll add a couple cloves of garlic, stuff in more thyme and rosemary, and to top things off, how about a thin slice of lime? All that's left is filling the bottle up with white wine vinegar. Now just add the cork. They're done. Look how beautiful this is. Now this is a little peppy, so it might be good to marinate your chicken or your beef in. Excellent for a stir fry. The next blend is an Italian blend. Here I'm going to use a variety of herbs, including oregano, basil, some parsley, a little bit of thyme. We could all use thyme. Some julienne peppers, garlic, tricolor peppercorns. And for this vinegar, I think I'm going to use the red wine vinegar. Of course, I got a great bottle for this one. And now we just do the same layering process all over again. Keep in mind, these vinegars should be stored in a cool, dark location and should be used within 6 months. That way, they'll taste as good as they look. These herbal vinegars are great gift ideas. They look beautiful as is, but if you want to add a tag, you can do that. But look around the house and try to reuse something you already have. Here we've taken some paper, torn the edges, added some ribbon, a little dried fruit, a great tag. Or a calligraphy pen, right directly on the bottle. Or if you use a jar that has an unfavorable lid that's not so pretty, just take some handmade paper, add a little bow, and look at that, it can't be beat. Whatever you choose, these herbal vinegars are a great way for you to share a piece of your garden in a bottle. There's nothing like the fresh taste of basil. It's definitely one of the most popular herbs grown. From pesto to pizza, there's a basil for everyone's palate. I think you'd be surprised to find out just how many different varieties of basils there are. Certainly one to suit your culinary need. But typically they're divided into 4 different categories. The first is known as the sweet basil. This basil is used in Italian cooking and is the staple for pesto. Second, we have the purple leaf basils. These look beautiful in gardens. They're not quite as flavorful. Typically they're best in a tossed salad, but they're excellent if you want to use them to tint vinegars. If you're a connoisseur of Indian or Asian foods, the Thai basil is just for you. It's beautiful to look at, but the scented leaves are nice and pungent and will add an extra kick to any dish. And finally, we have the scented basils. For instance, we have cinnamon, lemon, lime, and even licorice. Now, because of their flavor, they're better suited in fruit salads. And no matter which basil you grow, the rules for planting are the same.
Now, the best area for your basil bed will be a location that gets full sunshine and has well-drained soil. And if you can, it's always a good idea to enrich the soil with a rotted cow manure, compost, or peat moss. Now, the one thing you have to understand with basil, they're very sensitive to cold conditions. So before you plant it, make sure that your overnight lows are consistently above 50 degrees and that the soil temperature is about 65. How do you know that? Take a look at the chives. If they're in bloom, it typically means that soil temperatures are warm enough. But just to be sure, you can invest a few dollars in a soil thermometer, pop that in, read the temperature. It says that mine's about 75, so the basil's ready to be planted. You can plant basil two ways, either by using transplants, which you pick up at the nursery, but the one thing you want to remember is that you slowly introduce these to the sun. That's called hardening off. Otherwise, they'll wilt the first day. The rules are the same. You plant them as deeply as they are in the container. The benefits of planting basil from seed is that you get a wide variety of basils to choose from. These can be started 6 weeks before your last frost, or just wait till temperatures are warm enough and you can plant them outdoors directly in the soil. If you sow your basil seeds directly, spread the seed thickly and press them into the soil. And be sure to use a gentle spray when watering because basil seeds are so light and tiny they'll literally float away. And once the plants are established, keep them well watered, especially during the hot summer days. And don't forget to give them a shot of fertilizer at least once a month. Now, once the plant is about 10 inches tall, feel free to start using the basil in the kitchen. You get to enjoy the flavor, but more importantly, by pinching it back, you're going to make the basil bushier so there's more of it for you to use. So don't be shy. Use your hands or grab a pair of garden shears. Now, one thing to keep in mind is temperatures get colder toward the end of the season. Basil will be the first plant to go. You hate to waste the whole plant, so let me show you a technique that works wonderfully for me. You can enjoy basil right through the winter season. All you need to do is harvest the leaves, whether it's the whole plant or just a couple of stems, place them into a Ziploc bag, put this in the freezer. They will freeze immediately. Once they're frozen, smash the basil, it crumbles up, roll it up, keep it in the freezer. You can continue to enjoy pesto or pizza, whatever it is, right through January. Growing herbs indoors is a great way to keep your garden growing all winter long. The herbs taste good, they smell good, and with a few clips and twists, you can turn them into terrific topiaries. I know it may look a little complicated, but I think you'll be surprised to find out just how easy these are to make. Now, to make your topiaries, you need herbs. Just stop by your garden center and you'll see a wide variety coming in all different shapes and sizes. Some of the best herbs that work for topiaries include rosemary, lavender, trailing thyme, myrtle, and Santolina. We're going to start off with the rosemary because it has a woody stem. So with a few clips, eventually this is going to look like this. So here's what you'll need to get started. First of all, you need some stakes, pruners, something to tie the plant with like raffia. Then we're ready to get started. Now the first thing you want to do is take the stake and insert it into the center of the plant. Now obviously this is a little bushy, so in order to get it to look like this, we're going to trim off the outer stems of the rosemary. Okay, at this point, if you want to create a single stem standard, then you need to remove all the stems, leaving one. In my case, you can see I left 4. And the reason I did that, I thought it might be fun to wind the stems around the stake to get a braided look. In either case, what you want to do is kind of figure out where you want the ball to start developing. Everything below the base of that ball needs to be removed so we have a bare stem.
Carefully pinch off the excess foliage. That way you won't strip the stem. Now you can use your fingers for this, or pruners will work fine too.
Okay, that looks good. Now we're ready to wind.
Begin by braiding the stems around the stake. Then use raffia to tie off the top right below the topiary ball. Finally, snip off the excess stake with your pruners.
Now obviously it's going to take some time for this to look as nice as this, in fact about 6 months to a year. And in order to get this nice round ball, we have to be real prudent with the pruning. So what we want to start off by doing is take the top together and just snip it off. Now by doing this, it's going to send energy back down through the plant, so it's going to get nice and bushy. If you get any new growth along the stem, make sure you remove the foliage. And as far as the base goes, if you want to leave rosemary down at the bottom, you can. Otherwise, slowly prune that out as well. Now, as I mentioned earlier, this is one technique that works great to create a standard with the woody stems. But if you have a plant like this thyme that has the trailing stems, of course not strong enough to make the standards, then for this one, you'll need a form. Now, making this kind of topiary is really quite simple. All you need to do is wind the thyme around the form, and then using floral wire, this is 12 gauge, simply very lightly secure it to the form. Now, if your thyme doesn't quite make it around the entire form, don't worry about it. Eventually it will grow into the form. Just remember to keep winding the thyme as it grows. Now, if you notice on the base, I removed all the extra stems, and what I'm going to do is add a little moss at the base. That way it will set up the topiary beautifully, and it gives it a nice finishing touch. Now, this is just one way of doing a topiary with a form. If you want a classic globe look, you can pick up the form, and eventually your plant will look like this. So now I've shown you how to make a topiary. The trick is keeping it alive. So here are some tips to help you out.
Now, watering is the most important factor. Just don't overdo it. In fact, it's better if you keep the soil slightly on the drier side. Now, make sure your topiary gets lots of sun and rotate it often to keep the shape looking full and healthy. And finally, continue pruning to encourage new growth.
And don't forget to save those trimmings. These are great in the kitchen. Herb topiaries, what a great way to spice up your life in more ways than one. You know, you'll never know the true taste of garlic until you grow your own. Fall's the time to plant it. And there's probably no one that knows more about the subject than Chester Aaron from Sonoma County, California. In fact, in these parts, he's known as the garlic guru.
Chester Aaron is a retired English professor who seeks to enlighten garlic lovers everywhere about the many delights of the clove.
You know, the one thing we have to set straight is that not all garlic tastes the same, looks alike. People think you go to the grocery store and that's what garlic is, but that's not the case.
That's not the case, although only in the last few years have people discovered that there are other garlics, farmers markets, growers like myself, who have about 10, 15, 20, 30, 80, 100 varieties of garlic. They're all different, and people are learning about them. If you buy garlic for the table or to grow, press the bottom at the base, and you will find, sometimes you will find it mushy at the bottom. You don't want that. You don't want it mushy at the top. But if it's a good, firm clove, and it's not yet begun to sprout, some of them have, that's when you want to take the plant.
Okay, well, let's go ahead and plant these.
Okay.
So what do you amend your soil with?
Grape pumice, sand, gravel, and then my own compost.
Now, you raise your beds for drainage.
And also so that the gophers stay out.
Okay, and you've got this drip irrigation system, which is excellent. But what about people at home who may not be able to do a raised bed or have the drip irrigation? Can they still successfully grow?
Absolutely.
Garlic?
You can grow garlic in any kind of soil, almost any kind of soil, and just with regular watering.
Just has to be well drained. If
well
you've got
drained.
clay, you've got to
have to keep it moist right up through the harvest.
Okay, so we're going to do this in your bed. What's the first thing we need to do?
First, we have to put down paper.
Okay.
That helps keep the weeds under control.
Okay, so now you're watering?
Yeah. I water it so that I hold the paper down when the wind blows, and it's easier to put the holes in for the cloves.
Okay, now the hole you've got here is how deep?
It's, I have it so that when I put the clove in, there will be about 2 inches of soil above it.
Okay.
And I'm putting the clove in with the base down, flat base
Right.
down, tip up.
Okay. So these are spaced about 6 inches apart, I see.
I like to keep about 6 inches around each clove.
Okay, now tell me, for colder climates, is the planting technique the same?
Same thing, except that in colder climates you'll want more mulch on top.
Okay, now this is the final step.
Right.
What are we putting on here?
This is a mulch made of turkey manure and cedar chips.
Okay.
And it helps keep the soil and the paper wet. And it also helps keep down the weeds.
And it provides them with a little extra
That's right.
nutrients.
And I'd put about 2 inches here, 2 inches deep, but in colder places you'd want anywhere from 4 to 6 inches.
If you don't have turkey manure nearby, use compost or rotted cow manure. At harvest time, bring your bulbs indoors to a cool, dry place.
Now here's where you're curing your garlic. Why is this important?
Well, when you take the garlic out of the ground, it has a lot of water in it. I cure it, hang it here, cure it, dry it for 2 to 3 weeks. It loses about 30 to 40% of its water. And that's when the taste is most intense.
So in the beginning, they all taste alike.
That's right.
And it's
That's
not
right.
until they're cured
That's
that the
right.
flavors
That's
come
right.
out. Oh, and we're usually harvesting this, what, July?
I harvest in July, anywhere from July to early to mid-August.
Okay. And tell me about the different kinds of garlic you have here. What's going to store best?
I have 2 kinds of garlic, what is called hardneck and softneck. The hardnecks do not store as well as the softnecks, but they have a greater span of tastes. The softnecks will last longer on the shelf, but they don't have much span.
Boy, we're growing garlic for the taste, so
That's right.
might as well
So you
go for
wanna
the
get-
hard
that's
neck.
right.
Speaking of taste, you have many different varieties, and you're
right.
going to prove to me that there is a difference.
That's right.
Let's go try it out. Now, Chester, it looks like you've been busy in the kitchen. What do we have here?
I have made 4 hummuses in 4 different bowls, and in each bowl I have pressed a different garlic.
The flavors range from mild to smoky to really, really hot.
Not bad, not bad. Huge difference. Huge difference. And that's what people need to know. By growing their own, they can really get a great
Tremendous
selection.
spread of taste. Right.
You have been a breath of fresh air. Thank you.
One of my favorite herbs in the garden is chamomile. Not only do I love the way it looks outdoors, but I love the many uses indoors. In fact, we can make a tea that is not only good for your health, but believe it or not, good for your hair. Here's what you need. First of all, some dried chamomile and a pot of hot boiling water.
Okay, first we're going to measure out a 1/4 cup of the chamomile flowers, and we're going to put that into a jar or a container with a lid. Now the next step is to add 2 to 2.5 cups of boiling water over the dried flowers. And it's important that the water is hot. That way it releases those essential oils from the flowers. Now it's real important to cover this up so it traps the heat. We'll let this steep until it cools down. In the meantime, you can get yourself a container, and here's an excellent idea. If you have any plastic water bottles or juice bottles, they work great because they're plastic for the shower, and they have these cool spouts that are excellent for application of the hair rinse. Now what you need to do is take a funnel, put it in the container. We need a coffee filter because we're going to strain the tea. Don't want bits of chamomile in your hair. So just pour it in. Now just apply this like you would any hair rinse, and you'll get golden highlights if you're a blonde.
You can practically smell these beautiful gardens. Gardening is good for the nose. Gina Palandri certainly knows that. In fact, you could say she has a nose for gardening. It's her job to make sense from the garden. She says one whiff of a rose, lavender, or even citrus can affect your mood. It's called aromatherapy.
So what is aromatherapy,
It's
Gina?
therapy by scent. Basically, it is part of our olfactory system, and how our olfactory system and our responses and our emotions all come out when we smell things.
And I mean, does it really work?
Well,
Really?
it works very well, just like when you smell garlic and you think about Italian food.
I just
It
want
works
to
the
eat.
same principle.
Okay, so you're saying if I came home from a really bad day, you've got something here that
will
is
either-
going to help me feel better.
Either calm you or perk you up. or sedate you.
I love that.
Or make you feel sexy or any of those
Oh,
things.
I like that one too. And typically what you use is what's called essential oils.
Essential oil, yep. Well, they're an oilless base actually. It's a liquefied vapor that evaporates very fast, and also they are very volatile.
And it comes from flowers
Comes
and
from
herbs.
pure plant material.
Okay,
Yep.
so a little bottle like this is completely concentrated. We
Less
don't
is
want to
more.
use the whole thing.
Right.
And when we mix these up to say make massage oils or in a mister, you've got oil here.
We have a carrier oil here. We also have an atomizer or a mister, which is a very good way to disperse them throughout your house.
Okay.
Either on yourself, either on your linens, or around the house.
Okay, and you said we must use glass.
Definitely, it's a better.
And
carrier
how many
for it.
how many drops of oil?
Probably 5 drops in that container.
So it's 1 to 10.
Yep, 10%.
So really not a lot.
Right.
Okay, so screw that on, shake it up, and you try it out.
Now you're totally absorbing lavender through your system and your skin, and you'll feel very calm.
And like I need a nap?
And like you'll want to take a nap.
Oh, that's nice. Now, you can use oils, you can use water. Typically, people think of it as putting it on their body.
Definitely.
But we can use this around the entire house.
You can use it on everything in your house.
Lou, let's take a look. Okay, Gina, you're doing laundry. This worries me.
Well, Rebecca, this is a great way to use essential oils. You can
Really?
use them on your wet towels and your socks before you put your clothes in the dryer.
And you just take the drops and drop them right on.
Absolutely, but you want to use a clear essential oil, and you want to maybe use either lavender if you want to do sort of an herbaceous smell, or
Okay.
peppermint if you want a clean smell infused through your whole load.
How many drops?
Probably about 10.
Really? And this won't stain?
It will not stain.
Ah,
And once you start doing this, you'll become completely addicted to the scent of essential oils in your
Really?
laundry.
Ooh, let's give it a whirl. I can't wait to smell the results.
A great way to start your day is to use essential oils in the shower. All you have to do is put a few drops on the shower floor before you get in. Turn the water on and it evaporates up
And what would
towards
you use?
I would use grapefruit or tangerine or peppermint to really wake you up.
Oh, that's a great idea. And you just sprinkle it on.
Right on the floor.
Now, I know a lot of people are thinking essential oil slippery.
Right. But essential oils aren't really oils, they're liquefied vapors, so they evaporate very fast.
So you're not going to slip
Not at
inside.
all, no.
Oh, I like
It's
that.
a wonderful way to start your day.
Oh, you bet.
And if you have the luxury of taking a bath, this is a great way to use essential oils. But a lot of people don't really know like how much to use or when to add the essential oils to the bath water. And the best thing to do is to draw your bath first and wait till right before you get in to add your essential oils, and then add 8 or 10 drops of essential oils to the water and swish it around.
And why do you wait until after?
Because they're so volatile that they evaporate so fast, and if you put them in
sure.
too soon, they'll all be evaporated by the
that
time
makes
you
sense.
get in.
And you also have this lovely candle. We've got a copper pot. It has what, water and oils on
Essential
top?
oils. It's actually called a candle source diffuser. And how it works is the copper well holds water, and you add just maybe 3 or 4 drops of essential oils to it, and it heats up very slow and even, and it makes your whole bathroom become
Yeah.
very aromatic.
Oh, you can smell it. It's really lovely.
Okay, here's another great diffuser to use in the bedroom. It's an electric fan diffuser.
Nice.
All you have to do is pull the tray out and add a few drops of essential oils to the cotton pads and close it up, and you can run it all night and you don't have to worry about it.
Oh, I like that.
This is a body oil or a massage oil that's really nice to do right before you go to sleep. If this is all too much and you don't have time to do this and you want to go right to sleep, you can use the mist we just made.
And this has lavender in it.
Lavender and
Just
some
spray
other
it on the
essential oils
linens.
sprayed on your linens, your pillowcases, your robes, your bedclothes. There's a lot of wonderful ways to use essential oils in your bed, and using things like lavender is very relaxing, very, very, very sedating. You can also use marjoram and chamomile, and clary sage helps to promote dreams. Rebecca? Rebecca?
Herbal breads are very popular. In fact, you can just pick one up at the bakery. However, I've got a very simple recipe so that you can make your own at home. Here's what you need. Stop by the grocery store, pick up some frozen bread dough. You'll need cooking spray, a bread pan, egg white, and of course, herbs. The first thing you want to do is to coat your pan with a nonstick cooking spray. Then you're going to put the loaf right inside the pan. Now this is frozen, so I'm going to cover it up, and it's going to take about 4 to 7 hours to rise. Now this is what the bread will look like once it is risen. The dough should rise just above the bread pan. The next step is to coat the top with a mixture of egg white and a little bit of water. This acts as sort of a glue for the herbs, but also it brings out a beautiful golden color when it's baked. With a pastry brush, apply a thin coat of egg wash.
Then dip your herbs into the wash and carefully arrange them on top of the bread. Now try to work quickly because the egg whites dry fast. Now for added flavor, I sprinkled on a top coat of coarse salt. The next thing you want to do is bake it in an oven at 350 degrees for 20 to 25 minutes. And this is what you get, herbal bread that not only looks good, but tastes great. So the next time you're invited to somebody's house for dinner, tell them you'll bring the herbal bread. They'll think you baked all day. So here's the deal. You're invited to a party, but you have to bring the appetizers. Not to worry, I have a very simple, tasty appetizer that everybody will rave about. All you need to do is get yourself a block of softened cream cheese, use some fresh or dried herbs, chopped green onion, some lox or smoked salmon, some toasted baguettes or crackers, a little bit of lemon juice, salt and pepper, a good personality, and you're set to go. To the softened cream cheese, I'm going to add about a teaspoon of dried herbs. These are herbes de Provence. Okay, now I'm going to salt and pepper to taste. So add a little bit of salt, grind in a little bit of pepper, and just mix it up. Now this is a good base for the cream cheese, but feel free to add other ingredients to enhance the flavor. Just make sure you let the cream cheese sit for a couple of hours so you get the best flavor. Now we're going to spread the cheese on the baguettes. Then you'll want to cut thin strips of your salmon, drape it over the toast, then top it off with some chopped green onion. And finally, add a little bit of garnish. I like to use thyme or parsley. Then squeeze some fresh lemon juice over the top, but wait until you get to the party to do that, otherwise the bread will get soggy. So there you go, a very easy recipe that everyone will love. I'm always looking for ways to bring the garden into the kitchen, and today I want to show you a very simple, tasty ravioli recipe that takes advantage of your fresh herbs and any of your tomatoes. Here I've chopped up some basil, I sun-dried my tomatoes, and then I've got a grated cheese. This is Parmesan, but you could use Romano or even mozzarella. Then stop by your produce section of the grocery store and pick up wonton wrappers. Place them on a cutting surface. I'm going to add a pinch of my basil, a sun-dried tomato, and a nice hefty portion of cheese. Then I want to moisten each side of the wonton wrapper. Then take another one, place it on top, and that moisture is really going to help glue this together. That's real important because we don't want anything falling out as it's boiling. Then we want to, once again, apply more water, fold over the top, and make this very tight. This is a tight pillow. Do this around the entire ravioli. And once this is finished, we'll pop this into a pot of boiling water, cook it for 1.5 minutes, let it drain. Then simply take the raviolis and arrange them on a platter. You can drizzle olive oil, maybe a few toppings of the cheese and the sun-dried tomatoes, or even a marinara sauce, and the raviolis are ready to eat, and I'm telling you, people will love these. Whew, that was a lot of information. Hope you got all that down, and I want to see those hands. Well, like I said, if you've enjoyed this DVD, be sure to look for the others. I'm Rebecca Coles. Until next time, keep those little hands dirty. Hi everybody, I'm Rebecca Coles and this is Rebecca's Garden on DVD. We've put together some of the best stories that we've had over the years to bring you this collection of getting started in your garden. Hopefully it's going to help you and inspire you and you'll enjoy getting those hands dirty. And if you like this DVD, you'll like the others that we have in the collection as well, including one on roses, flowers, gardening in the summer, gardening in the fall, and look for our holiday edition. Hope you enjoy the show, and until next time, keep those hands dirty. The goal for most gardeners is to have flower beds bursting with blooms throughout the summer. But as the temperatures rise into the high 80s and 90s, the summer heat can take its toll on your plants. Too much sun and not enough rain can be the recipe for disaster. The key to preventing your plants from withering with the weather starts with watering. This is definitely not the way to water your plants during the heat of the summer because, believe it or not, a lot of this water will evaporate before it actually gets to the plant's roots, not to mention the fungal diseases that your plant might pick up. The key is to get to the plant's base and water slowly. That way the water has a chance to absorb in the soil and get to the roots. The only problem is, who wants to sit around like this all day trying to water your plants? Well, here's the option. Get yourself a soaker hose. Simply weave this around the plants. The water slowly trickles out, it drains into the soil, and gets to the root of the problem. But it also accomplishes two things. You're going to save 60 to 70% on your water, not to mention that your plant's roots are going to grow deeply, protecting them from the summer sun. Now the big question is, how much water does your garden need? Well, here's a great tip. Simply dig a hole that's about 4 to 6 inches deep. Okay, now you want to take some of the soil from the bottom of the hole. If it feels moist, you know your garden's getting enough water. If it's dry, you need to water more. Now you may have to do this test a couple of times before you can figure out how often and how much water your garden really needs. One last thing on watering. Make sure you do it in the morning. That way you lose less to evaporation, plus you'll get your plant's roots hydrated and ready to beat the heat of the day. Mulching is a great way to keep the plants cool. Not only will the mulch help the soil retain water, but it also keeps the weeds out. A good layer of mulch should be about 2 to 4 inches thick, and any mulch will do. I prefer to use anything organic, that way in the fall I can turn it into the soil. Another great way for beating the heat in your garden is to select drought-tolerant plants. Some good ideas include yarrow, or if you're looking for a ground cover or a border, how about lamb's ear? And speaking of ground covers, there are numerous sedums that love the hot, dry conditions of summer. Purple coneflower, known as echinacea or gay feather, will sizzle with color under the heat of the sun. Plus, these perennials will give you added color late in the summer into the fall. Some other perennials that hold their own in the dog days of summer include daylilies, the bright and vibrant blanket flower, euphorbia, ornamental grasses, coreopsis, and the king of the prairie, black-eyed Susans. But when in doubt, you can never go wrong with planting species native in your area. Beautiful Santa Fe, New Mexico. Not exactly what you'd call the land of rich organic soil. No, this is the epitome of dry, desolate conditions. With only 8 to 12 inches of rainfall a year, gardening can be a challenge unless you know how to make every drop count. That's what xeriscaping is all about.
The word is not xeriscaping, which is the biggest misconception that people have about dry gardening. And it does not mean planting with gravel and railroad ties and few plants. You can really get a very lush look. But the idea is to garden smart.
Catherine Clemens knows exactly what it takes to garden smart in the desert. For 20 years, she's worked as a landscape architect in the Southwest, designing all kinds of xeriscape gardens. So how do you get started when you come to a client's house and design a garden for them?
Well, let's take this space, for example. When we came here, there was basically just dirt and the existing piñons that were here, which were a huge asset for us. And seeing that, what we did was we decided to break the garden down into smaller spaces, which we typically like to do. Spaces that feel a little bit more human in scale. And so we basically break it down into rooms. So we have sort of a living room area, dining room area, and so on here. And this area the client initially wanted to do a lawn in, and we tried to talk him out of that because we figured that a perennial garden like this would end up being more colorful for him and actually give him more than a lawn space would. And one of the things that we really try to focus on is the hardscape, creating a very sound structure in the garden. Then the plants are basically like icing on the cake. It doesn't rely just on the plant material.
What'd you use for the hardscape?
Well, we'll use walls. We use stone walls, fountains certainly. Coyote fencing here is very indigenous material that gives a lot of texture. We like to see garden ornament brought in. Again, that gives full year interest.
Now, having a good plan is the first step to xeriscaping. The next is choosing the right plants. Plants that thrive in the hot, dry desert sun.
So when it's time for planting, what plants would you recommend in a xeriscape garden?
Well, some of my favorites are in this bed here in front of us. I really love the catmint here. I love the lavender colored blossoms. It blooms in the spring and then will bloom again in the fall if it's cut back. The Centranthus here has gorgeous pink blossoms, and butterflies really love that.
This is Jupiter's beard.
Or Jupiter's beard, yes. In front we have a Coreopsis. That variety is the Moonbeam Coreopsis, just a nice light lacy little thing. And you can see that these all knit together really nicely. They flow together, which I really try to do, make a nice tapestry of color in here.
Yeah, and it is. It feels so texturally pleasing. Now, I noticed this is in a raised bed. Was that the purpose for drainage, or was that just something to give some aesthetic beauty here?
Well, it helps us make a little bit of separation between the two rooms, as it were, here. The other thing, the reason that we like raised beds very much is that then we can fill those with soil that has been amended, and it usually has very good drainage, and the plants respond really well.
You amended this, but in the other parts of the yard, do you have to amend the soil well for these kinds of plants?
Definitely. We have very, very poor soil quality here, so we will usually bring in a truckload of some sort of compost material and then use granular fertilizer mixed in with that and till that in a couple of times. And that definitely makes a big difference.
So still the basic rules of planting apply. Amend the soils to make sure the plants get off to a good start.
Yes, very much so.
Next comes the water, what little there is, and that's the key to xeriscaping, getting the water to the root of the plants, which means no overhead sprinkling.
Well, one of the most important things that we do is use a drip irrigation system, and that puts water to each plant. And that's basically set up like this. You have a mainline tube that gets snaked around in the planting areas. We've popped in an emitter, and you run a little tube then to each plant. And that's very important so that you're not wasting water in the dirt in between the plants.
And it goes right to the root zone.
It goes right to the root zone. It's underneath the mulch. It's completely hidden.
Recycling bath water is another popular method of water conservation, especially during drought conditions. A sump pump and a hose will easily transport the water from the tub to the garden. And to keep the water from evaporating, mulching is a must in these dry conditions.
Just because we talk about minimal water usage doesn't mean you can't have a beautiful water feature.
Exactly. Fountains are a very important part of our designs in most cases, and we really like to incorporate that because of the sound of the water. It cools the space down, it feels good, it sounds wonderful, and it actually helps humidify the air.
Another element in xeriscaping is limiting the amount of lawn, which is a water hog. Catherine says it's best to plant smaller sections of turf using drought-tolerant grasses.
Here in Santa Fe, if somebody wants a deep green lawn like we're used to in the rest of the country, a Kentucky bluegrass lawn, we try to substitute a fescue blend here, and that is more drought tolerant here. It uses a little bit less water, and if you need an area that's not really going to be played on, it's not a turf grass, but buffalo grass is a lighter green sort of lawn, and it works very well also.
So is xeriscaping a no-maintenance garden?
Definitely not. There's no garden that's really no maintenance unless it's just completely gravel or something. But I think it ends up being very little maintenance. I mean, there's flower deadheading, occasional fertilizing, and really they're pretty self-sufficient gardens.
It seems like just about anywhere you go in the country, you're bound to find someone suffering from a drought. And for a lot of people, that means sacrificing beautiful gardens. But that doesn't have to be the case, especially if you know which plants to grow. Well, here in Santa Fe, New Mexico, we found a nursery that specializes in drought-tolerant plants.
Santa Fe, New Mexico is dry. It gets less than 12 inches of rain each year, which might be a hurdle for some of the gardening business, but for David Salmon and his wife Ava, owners of Santa Fe Greenhouses in High Country, it's pay dirt. They've learned to embrace Mother Nature's dry disposition by offering plants that thrive under the hot, dry desert sun while teaching homeowners the secrets behind water-wise gardening.
A big part of water-wise gardening is using plants that are adapted to tough, difficult garden conditions. And every region has its own peculiarities, has its own difficulties in climate and soil. And so plants that are water-wise are typically well adapted to other difficult conditions as well.
David took me on a tour through his test gardens to show me some of his favorite drought-tolerant plants.
Now this is a nice one, the purple ice plant.
We use it a lot here because it blooms all summer. obviously takes extreme heat and sun and makes a wonderful plant to underplant larger growers like the moonshine yarrow.
Russian sage has got to be one of my favorites. I have it, I never water, and it thrives beautifully.
It really is an easy to grow plant. It's very water wise, a good deep soaking maybe every couple of weeks keeps it in bloom for months. It's got a very fragrant foliage and flower, which gives it good deer and rabbit resistance.
David says ornamental grasses are a great anchor for any water-wise garden. They're great for adding texture, height, and movement.
This is certainly one of my favorites. This is the Calamagrostis Carl Forrester. And again, I think this has gotten a watering maybe every other week. It comes into plume about midsummer, and then the plumes hold right through the winter, so it provides 3 seasons of interest. Pest-free, very easy to grow. One of my favorites.
And dry doesn't mean dingy. Many drought-tolerant plants explode with color. Some good choices include Fireworks Goldenrod, Blue Salvia pitcheri, or how about Salvia maraschino? Low growers like hardy plumbago will weave beautiful blooms through the garden. Now, many of these bright flowers will also attract bees, butterflies, and hummingbirds, especially this hummingbird trumpet with bright orange blooms, or the hummingbird mint with its wonderful fruity scent. And speaking of scent,
So I followed my nose, which led me straight, of course, to the chocolate plant.
Yes, chocolate flower is one of our native wildflowers here in New Mexico. And of course, the fragrance is incredible, perfumes the entire garden.
Keeps the deer away.
Keeps the deer away, apparently, that chocolate scent. And even as the flowers begin to fold up in the afternoon heat, you still have the additional interest of the dried seed heads.
Oh, and I think they are just adorable.
all of these plants are low maintenance. They grow best in desert climates, but David said they will grow in most parts of the country. He suggests using a drip irrigation system to direct the water right to the root zone. And he said don't forget to feed the plants. For this, he uses a special fertilizer.
So once we've selected the correct plants, let's talk about the best way to care for them. And I see right now you've got this bag of Yum Yum Mix.
Yum Yum Mix is an organic formulation developed by a landscaper here in Santa Fe, and it's full of good organic ingredients that help feed the soil and nourish the plant roots.
So you put this in just before you plant?
Put it in when we plant, and then you could also top dress it with it and then scratch it into the surface of the soil.
Now what about mulching? I see you use a lot of gravel here.
Well, we use a variety of mulches here in the West because mulching is really a cornerstone to water-wise gardening. I like the chipped gravel mulch very much because it encourages a lot of the native plants to reseed.
And you want to put it down how thick?
You want to put it down a minimum of about 1 inch to 2 or 3 inches, depending on the size of the plant.
And once we've done all that, we're going to have a beautiful blooming garden, no matter whether it rains or not.
Rain or shine, the plants will be happy.
Good. If you're looking for plants to add to your outdoor summer garden, you may want to check out Caladium with this decorative foliage, and it does well in the shade, or how about the stately and elegant Calla Lily? Both of these plants are grown from summer bulbs, which means you have to wait until after the last frost before you plant them. Now the bulb is actually called a corm. It looks like this, kind of like a flattened tulip. Now when you buy your bulb, it's important that they're healthy. So put it in your hand, it should feel heavy, and make sure that there's no mold, any mushy spots. You don't want any deep nicks or scars. Now once you get your bulbs, you'll notice that there's going to be a large eye in the center. This is going to be responsible for either a bloom on the Calla Lily or a small cluster of foliage for the Caladium. Now here's where the tip comes in. If we remove this central eye, it's going to send all its energy back down to these little eyes on the side. So instead of one bloom, we're going to get a bunch of blooms. Let me show you how it's done. Take a small knife, like a pocket knife or paring knife, and simply cut out the eye, almost as if you were cutting the eye out of a potato. Now there's no reason you have to make a deep cut, and it's important that you let the cut dry out for about 24 hours before you plant, and just be sure to follow the directions when you do plant. And in no time, hopefully you'll have a bunch of blooms to enjoy. And keep in mind, this tip works best only with the Caladium and the Calla Lilies. When we talk about planting bulbs, usually it's in the fall. However, there are some bulbs that you can plant late spring. They're called summer bulbs, and the exotic blooms they can add to your garden will give you fire and spark unlike anything you've seen before. In the dog days of summer, when a lot of plants are beaten down by the hot sun, we find these beauties just hitting their stride. It can be hard to choose between the beautiful dahlias, gladiolas, cannas, caladiums, and the tuberous begonias. But once you've figured out what you're going to plant, the rest is really a piece of cake. Although they're called summer bulbs, they're really broken into several different categories. For instance, we have what's called the rhizome. These are underground horizontal stems that produce the beautiful canna. Caladium and begonias come from what's called tubers. They kind of look like swollen smashed bulbs with roots. Then we have the tuberous root. From these we get the dahlias. And then there are the corms. They kind of look like a smashed bulb. These produce the glorious gladiolas. Now it's important to know the category since the planting technique for each flower is different, especially with the dahlias. Now what I've done for them is dug a hole that's about 6 inches deep. Now I'm going to make a mound in the center of the hole, and that's going to be about 2 inches tall. Now before you plant the dahlia, it's important to inspect each tuber. If they're hanging by a thread like this one here, you have to remove it. Otherwise, when you plant this, it will rot and could affect the whole structure of the flower. So get out the pruners and remove any suspicious looking roots. Then drape the roots over the mound in the hole. Okay, now once that's in place, it's time to stake the dahlia. It seems a little early, but we're going to do it now because we don't want to injure any of the tubers later as they begin to grow. So we'll put the stake in as close to the stem as possible, then we're ready to cover it up. Now I filled the hole halfway full. The next step is to take some bulb food, just sprinkle that over the top. This will give the bulb its little boost to get growing, and then we'll add another inch of soil around that. And in no time, these beauties will give you blooms sometimes the size of dinner plates. Now, if you prefer things on a smaller scale but still want to enjoy those hot, bold colors, how about growing caladiums for their vibrant foliage? Or begonias. These plants have provided generations with rich colors that look good enough to eat. Now, the biggest challenge you're going to have when it comes time to plant the tubers is trying to figure out which way you plant them. Well, with the caladium, it's easy. Just look for the flattened area. You want to make sure you put that down into the hole facing the soil. With the tuberous begonias, well, if they have the stems, you know you want to plant those facing up. Otherwise, just make sure the concave area is looking up at you when you plant them. In any case, both of these are buried 2 to 3 inches below the soil surface. And keep in mind, these tubers like the shade. Corms are planted just like you would the fall bulb. First of all, you want to find the points. Those go into the ground looking up at you. We'll plant these about 4 inches deep. And if you want a successive look of gladiolas, make sure you stagger the planting, which means every week, plant a few more. As you see, glads can add a variety of color with great height to any garden. These slender beauties also make a great cut flower. Or how about bringing a little bit of the tropics into your backyard with cannas? And don't think their flowers are the only appeal. Their foliage can be just as stunning. Cannas are rhizomes, which leads us to the next category. Now, before you plant your rhizomes, it's important to inspect them carefully because sometimes you can't see the rot. But if you feel around and you feel a soft area like this right here, take a knife and just cut it off. Now, the rhizomes can be planted really any direction, but if there is a bend in the rhizome like this one here, make sure you have the points closest to the soil surface. When you plant them, the hole is going to be very shallow. In fact, I've dug it out. It's about 1.5 to 2 inches deep. Just place the rhizome in the hole, cover it up with soil, and then we're going to scratch in a little fertilizer to give it a boost. And then with all the bulbs, you want to make sure you keep them watered throughout the summer and make sure you scratch in a fertilizer once a month. And keep in mind, these are summer bulbs, which means they don't like the cold weather. So come fall, when frost is in the air, you're going to have to dig these up, store them, and you can use them again next year. Charleston, South Carolina, a city steeped in history dating back to the 1600s. Even today, pieces of the past mingle beautifully with the present. Streets are tightly lined with century-old homes stacked side by side, leaving hardly any room for a garden.
or so it seems. Tucked behind the elegant iron gateways and the white column balconies are magnificent small space gardens. The best time to see these gardens in bloom is during the spring months. Many are part of the Festival of Homes and Gardens tour sponsored by the historic Charleston Foundation. Lucky me, our visit was during tour time.
So this is lovely.
My tour started in the formal garden of Diane Avalon. It's hard to imagine that before this garden took root, this space was a concrete parking lot. Determined, Diane enclosed the space with brick walls and began paving the lot with plants. The formal design, anchored with geometric shapes, is reminiscent of Charleston gardens during the 18th century.
What I love about this garden, it's only 30 feet by 30 feet, and I wish everybody in the world could actually be here to see this because it feels so much larger than it actually is.
Well, I think in a small space, it works very well to have a formal or structured garden because it actually, perversely enough, expands the space. You impose order and geometry upon it, and it leads your eye through the space.
Diane says that keeping the plant material in scale is also very important. She chose dwarf boxwood for the hedges, and to keep the structure of the garden from being cold and hard, she recommends taking advantage of the vertical space as well. Climbing roses and jasmine spill up over the walls, softening the design.
The other thing that I think helps in a small space and in a structured garden is to limit color and to limit plant material. Otherwise, you end up with such visual confusion. We've got pink and white, much more white than pink, and the plant material is very limited. We repeat it from place to place so that it also moves your eye around the garden.
From formal to casual, we went to see the most visited private garden in America, made famous in the book Mrs. Whaley and Her Charleston Garden. Emily Whaley was the original owner. Her daughter Marty now keeps the garden growing with her mother's spirit.
Now, your mother's style must have been unique to produce a garden like this.
I think so, and she was a pioneer in the gardening realm of Charleston.
How's her style different from other gardeners here in town?
I think it's loose. She was daring. She didn't get into a pattern. I remember seeing the most beautiful sight one spring, and she never repeated it again. She didn't rely on one success because she wanted to try so many things.
One of the things she tried that works so well in this small garden is the outdoor room concept. Living walls filled with azaleas, camellias, tea olive shrubs, and loquat help give the space a much larger and more welcoming feel.
So I would advise that you fill up the space and enclose it with the vertical things, and then get your decoration, like a beautiful feature and some water. Then use the space, live in it. If you take it so seriously, it'll be too cleaned up and sterile. And so we have a lot of her homemade signs around here, a place where she would sit to have her cocktails behind the azaleas.
And behind the azaleas.
Right.
Do you want the neighbors to see?
Oh, the neighbors probably were joining her.
The last stop on my garden tour took me to a side garden hidden behind this elegant Charleston home. Now, this is a perfect example of how one can utilize long, narrow spaces. The garden leads to a small, formal private retreat in the back. Owner Vereen Cohen and her husband Dick have maintained the garden for over 40 years now. Creating a focal point was the key design element in this tiny garden. It's a horseshoe bed filled with pansies and English daisies.
You have the brick pavers around here, covered with moss. A lot of people get very nervous and want to get rid of the moss, but it's so
That's
nice
right.
and delicate.
I have a neighbor who has hers taken off, but I have people come in here and say, how do you get it to grow? Well, we've left it like that because it grows naturally that way, and these bricks have been here since about 1954.
Besides brick, boxwood is once again used to outline this garden, giving it structure. The key with these shrubs or any plants in a small garden is to allow room for them to grow. And of course, perfect pruning is a must. Luckily, Vereen's husband tackles that job.
Suddenly one year he realized that this side in the sun was much bigger than the side in the shade, and they weren't near as green. So he dug up all the balls on one side in the shade, brought them over to the sun, put the ones from the sun and put them in the shade. And they've been like that ever since.
I was going to say, please tell me he doesn't do this every other year.
One time.
But it worked.
These three small gardens certainly prove that bigger isn't always better in the garden.
I wonder what time it is. Oh, I forgot. Oh, it's 12 o'clock. Believe it or not, this is how they used to tell time 4,000 years ago. These are called sundials, and what's old is new again. In fact, sundials are now popping up in gardens all around the country.
Whether they're used for function or fashion, sundials take us back in time. These simple timepieces add a nostalgic look to any garden patio or sunroom.
Basically, there are two components to your sundial. You have the dial face, which is the plate, and then the shadow arm. This rises out of the center and at an angle. And it's this arm that captures the shadow of the sun to tell you what time it is. But in order for it to work, you have to position it correctly in your garden. And to do that, you can take a little compass, just put it on the plate, rotate the sundial until the shadow arm faces due north. Now, if you don't have a compass, you can simply use your watch. Just be sure to go out at high noon and set the dial up so that the pointer is right over the noon hour. Now, keep in mind, it depends on where you live, but time zones do vary, and you'll have to make some adjustments throughout the season to keep this fairly accurate.
Also remember that sundials work best when the dial face is mounted on a flat surface. If you prefer a more 3D look, these armillary sundials feature a circular faceplate that rotates. You can tell the time by looking at the numbers inside the circle.
Now, obviously, on a shady day, you're not going to be able to tell the time from these timepieces. And keep in mind, these are sun times, so they're not completely accurate. So I wouldn't trade in your timepiece just yet. Although they've been around for hundreds of years, now more than ever, sunflowers are making a comeback, and in a big way. They're a hot commodity, so hot that people are making a living at growing them. I'm at Tangerini Farms in Millis, Massachusetts, where they grow over 100,000 of these beauties every year. So what better place to show you how to plant them, grow them, and even harvest them? Sunflowers are an annual, which means they have to be planted every year. We're going to do that from seed. Before you get out there and start planting, make sure all threats of frost have gone, and also pick a sunny location with well-drained soil. Now, what I've done here is I've mixed in a well-balanced fertilizer that I picked up at the garden center. Typically, the ratio is about 1 cup per 10 feet. Just mix it into the soil. Then comes planting. Now, the seeds come in all shapes and sizes, but for this one here, we're going to plant this about 1.5 inches to 2 inches deep. So we're going to put that down there, cover it up, and then space them out about 1 foot or more apart from each other. They need space to grow. And if you want a continuous harvest, make sure every 2 weeks you come out and plant more seeds. That's about it. We're going to keep these watered, sit back, watch them grow. Let me show you the results. The beauty of sunflowers is that when freshly picked, they can look great in a bouquet, or they can be very dramatic all by themselves. You'll know it's prime picking time when the head of the flower just barely starts to open up, like this one here. You can see it's still very immature. The best time to come out and harvest is early in the morning, preferably on a cloudy day. This is when there's a lot of water in the flower. As far as cutting goes, make sure you use very clean pruning shears, and you want to leave at least 12 inches of stem. Now, it's best to cut at an angle. This way the flower can draw up more water. Then it's important to get them into water right away. And if you want them to last, put them in a vase, change the water at least every day, and these flowers will last for a couple of weeks. Now, if you're growing the flower for its seed, the rules are a little different. First of all, you can tell that the seed is beginning to mature. You can see the black and white stripes here. The best thing is to go ahead and leave the flower on the stalk, but then you're going to contend with the birds. So if you're going to leave it out, you're going to have to cover up the heads. Cheesecloth is excellent, or some kind of bag. Otherwise, what you can do is wait until 2/3 of the seed is mature, then bring out your pruners, cut down about 18 inches. We'll take it in to dry. Now, this is what the flowers look like after they've been drying a few weeks in a very airy location. You can see they're turning brown, which is good, but watch how easily the seeds come away from the head. So simply just rub them away and you've got your seeds. Now, I've been talking about one variety of sunflower here. There are many more I'd like you to see. Well, there she is, busy at work, Laura Tangerini, the woman that runs this farm here. First of all, your place is beautiful.
Thank you very much.
Did you ever imagine that growing sunflowers would be so lucrative?
We had no idea when we started. Actually, we started using it as a marketing tool to bring people into our farm stand, and it became one of our #1 cash crops.
So they really came in then.
They certainly did.
You know, most people think of the regular sunflower, the one we've been talking about today, but you've got many varieties. Let's talk about them.
Okay. This variety here is called Gold Burst. It grows about 8 feet tall, and it is a multi-branching sunflower, so it blooms most of the summer.
I love that one.
This is Floristan, a red sunflower, also multi-branching. This miniature is called Sonia. This is also a multi-branching sunflower. And this is Valentine. And all these sunflowers are very easy to grow at home.
Well, that's encouraging to me and hopefully for people at home. Keep in mind, sunflowers, very easy to grow. They're a lot of fun, and you know what? The kids will just love them. I've got a great gift idea. It's a wreath, and believe it or not, it's made out of a sunflower. First of all, here's what you need. A sunflower head. It's got to be fresh. You need a floral straw wreath, which you can pick up at a craft store. Don't forget your floral pins. You'll also need a glue gun and just dried flowers that will attach to the wreath. Let's get started. First of all, you want to attach the green head of the sunflower to the straw wreath. You can do that with the floral pins. You want to use at least a dozen of those. Just push that through the head, right into the wreath. That will help secure it. Then comes the fun part. We start getting creative. With the glue gun, we have added lemon leaves around the outside of the wreath. And we're just going to secure those with the glue and overlay them, as you can see we've done here. Then we've added some straw flower. This came right from our garden, so it looks very nice. Also tucked in some wheat and added some Milo. Now this is just the first step. Look what happens by the time we finished. We continued tucking in a little bit of cotton, some sunflowers, a little bit of wheat. Now doesn't that look nice? This is just one thing you can do. If this is a little too complicated or maybe a little extravagant, well, all you need to do then is just attach something to the top. We've added little red chilies, baby's breath, straw flower, a little raffia. Isn't that nice? If we add a loop, attach it to the tree, the birds will love it. I remember when I was a little girl picking vegetables for my mother to pickle. I remember how wonderful the kitchen smelled. I remember how hard she worked, and I also remember how long it took. Well, times have changed. Now pickling is easier than ever. In fact, get ready, pick your produce, because we're going to pickle. Ooh, this looks nice. When you think of pickling, you're probably thinking of cucumbers. However, Andrew Zimmern, a chef here at Cook's, is going to explain that any vegetable can be pickled.
That's right, Rebecca. And in fact, a lot of root vegetables and vegetables that are coming out of the garden right now that are growing above ground are perfectly appropriate for pickling. In fact, some people prefer them to the taste of pickled cucumbers. We're using some carrots, some asparagus, some baby beets, some green beans, some baby Kirby cukes, peppers, mushrooms, Brussels sprouts, anything coming out of the garden right now is appropriate for pickling.
Oh, it's going to be great. And so this is easy. This is an easy method.
I call it my easy pickling method. Grandma's technique sometimes took anywhere from 48 hours to 48 days. This can be accomplished in just a few moments.
All right, let's see how easy it is. Where do we start?
The first thing that we need to do is remember that this is a professional pickling process, so we've got to sterilize our jars. So I'm just going to pull these out of the boiling water here where they've been sitting for about 10 minutes. Making sure that we're observing proper pickling procedures. And of course, sterilize your lids for 10 minutes as well. The next step is preparing our vinegar solution. And we're using standard household white vinegar. We're using our pickling ratio of 1 cup of sugar to every quart of vinegar. And we're going to add our pickling spices. So here I've got 4 quarts of vinegar coming to a boil. So I'm going to add 4 cups of sugar.
Great. Now we need to flavor the vinegar, and we're going to put together a little bag of goods here.
Mm-hmm. We're going to put our pickling spice, which is your standard supermarket pickling spice, right into a little cheesecloth bag. We're going to add a bud of star anise, which is very, very strong in flavor, so just 1.
Right.
And if we just tie that, we have a beautiful little sachet, and this prevents the little seeds from floating around in our pickling solution, disturbing the look of it, and also that way it won't get into Grandma's teeth.
That's not very pretty, is it? Okay, then drop that in.
Once the spices have been added, turn off the heat and let it steep for 30 minutes. Now we're ready for the secondary seasoning. Puts another layer of flavor into the pickle.
All right.
Our hot chilies, a clove of smashed garlic.
And it has to be smashed.
Yeah, that releases the essential oils inside the garlic.
Okay.
A little bit of fresh dill from the garden.
All righty.
Some beautiful flavor and color. And some fresh lemon rind, which I find really softens up that vinegar taste.
Okay. What's next?
Now we're ready to load and go.
Ooh, I like that. Be sure to cut the vegetables to the size of the jar. And it's okay to mix harder root vegetables like carrots with the softer textured asparagus or beans. And most importantly,
Make sure you eat as you go.
It's the best part.
Do we want to pack these in?
Yes, you do. You want to get them as tight as you can without ruining the vegetable because you know once they pickle, they are cooking and they will shrink.
Okay.
as you finish packing your vegetables, Andrew suggests giving the jar a little shake to fit in as much as possible. And don't forget to add some slices of red pepper for color and zip.
Okay, now we're done here.
We're ready to add our pickling solution.
Make sure the liquid is room temperature when you pour it into the jars. And if you pickle with beets, don't mix them with other vegetables because they'll turn purple.
So that liquid comes to a ½ inch of the top, and then you just tighten down the lids just until resistance is met. You want it firm, but of course, it's going to expand in the hot water. You don't want to blow a gasket.
So that's why we bring it ½ inch down.
Exactly.
Okay, now we give it a bath.
That's
in hot
it,
water.
into the water bath.
How long?
Carrots, other root vegetables, 5 to 7 minutes in the hot water. Soft vegetables like green beans, just 2 or 3 minutes. And if you're mixing and matching, try and go in between.
Oh, these turned out beautiful. A little hot to the touch, so we can't eat them now. How long do we have to wait?
Well, ideally, cool them at room temperature, 16 to 24 hours. That creates the vacuum seal that'll keep them shelf stable for a long, long time.
Great. And if you're going to make these as gifts, you can get a little creative, putting paper over the top, raffia, and these are adorable. And remember, when you open these up, you want to hear this.
The pop of freshness.
That means these are ready to be eaten. Well, after all our hard work in the spring, you can see it's paid off. The garden is up and growing. But this is no time to sit back and relax. Because if you want to be guaranteed a great harvest, you've got to stay on top of the garden with a maintenance plan. Rule number 1, keep the weeds out of the garden. They'll steal nutrients and water from your plants, so it's a big competition. But if you get them when they're young, it's very simple to just drag a hoe across the soil. You can literally skim them out. Remember, about 30 minutes a day will keep most weeds away. What the hoe doesn't get, your hands can. Now that we've got the weeding done, it's time to water. And if you really want to conserve on water, keep these things in mind. First of all, do it in the morning. That way it gets the plant hydrated so that it can take on the heat of the day. Plus, by doing it so early, you're not going to lose a lot to evaporation from all the wind. Also, if you can keep the water right at the plant's root zone, that too helps conserve water. Now, how often you water is up to your soil and where you live. It's a good idea every couple of days to come in, either dig a little hole or stick your finger in the ground. If it's dry, you water. To minimize both watering and weeding, it's important that you mulch. You can use just about anything. I'm using a coarse compost that's actually ground up peanut shells. This will decompose nicely in the soil while offering a little bit of nutrition. And it's important that you put a layer about 2 to 4 inches thick around the base of the plant. All right, that looks good. Now this layer will help retain moisture, it's going to keep the soil cool, and it's going to keep the weeds out. To a zoologist, these are elephant's ears. To a baker, these are elephant's ears. But to the gardener, these are the real elephant's ears, a great tropical plant that has these huge leathery leaves that are great for any backyard or patio. Elephant's ears are hardy in zones 9 and warmer, but can be grown just about anywhere during the summer months. The plant grows 3 to 5 feet tall and has oversized leaves that look great as a backdrop to any colorful flower bed and are perfect in a pot on a patio. Now, if you want to grow your own, this is what you need to look for. This is where the ears start. Looks like a huge bulb when in fact it's a tuber. Typically, garden centers have these available late winter, early spring, and that's an excellent time to get them started. What you want to do is look for a heavy bulb, and all of them are pretty big and heavy anyway, but make sure you examine the bulb and stay away from any of those that might have any mold or mushy spots. Then just take this home, it's ready to go. As far as planting goes, if you're going to put this outdoors, you need to wait till all threats of frost are gone. Otherwise, you can give it a jump start indoors by starting it in a pot, and that's what we're going to do. For starters, you need a pot, a large one, something at least 18 inches across and deep. Inside, I've added a nice potting soil, and if you're one that may skip on watering, you may want to go ahead and add some of these polymers. It's called Soil Moist.
This helps retain water and will keep the bulbs hydrated. Now you got to remember, these bulbs are heavy feeders. They get hungry. So to help them out, I'm going to add a handful of an all-purpose 10-10-10 fertilizer and mix it into the soil before I plant them. Okay, we got that mix. Now we're ready to plant the bulbs. Now, which way is up? It's pretty easy. Just look for a point, and of course, if you see stringy things at the bottom, those are the roots. They want to go down, point looking up at you. As far as depth goes, you want to plant them 2 times their height. So this is going to go down about 8 inches. So start digging. We got a ways to go. Okay, now we're going to give them a good drink of water, and then we won't water at all until we see the sprouts. Once we have the sprouts, then you want to keep the soil relatively moist, because remember, these are tropicals and they are heavy feeders. So once they start sprouting, you can go ahead and feed them every couple of weeks with a water-soluble fertilizer that is reduced down or diluted down to half strength. In no time, this little pot will look like these big ears. You know, there's no reason you can't have a beautiful garden, even where the sun doesn't shine. Today I'm going to give you my top 10 list of plants made for the shade. They're loaded with color and texture that are guaranteed to bring that shady spot alive. Impatiens are #1 on my top 10 list. If you want to cover some shady ground with vibrant color, this popular annual will always come to the rescue. Impatiens can be purchased as individual plants, or you can buy them in baskets. They come in a variety of different colors and really will brighten up any dark spot. They thrive in the shade. If, however, you have an area that gets a little more sunshine and you like this look, then you should test out the New Guinea Impatiens. This has darker green foliage, plus you get larger, brilliant blooms. Another annual that offers show-stopping color is the tuberous begonia. There are many different varieties and colors to choose from. It loves the shade but will tolerate about 6 hours of sun a day. It creates a dazzling display in containers, hanging baskets, even in the ground where it grows into a 12-inch mound. #3 on my list is fuchsia. Talk about beautiful blooms. They almost look fake. Fuchsia is great for a hanging basket on a shady deck. Now, if it's leaf color you're looking for, check out Coleus. The foliage comes alive in the shade with all sorts of color and texture combinations, from deep purples and dark greens to golden yellows and chartreuse. Its paisley patterns are sure to please any gardener. When it comes to perennials in the shade garden, hosta is king. There are more varieties than you could ever imagine. It's easy to get hooked on hosta. You'll find all types of textures, colors, and sizes, from the dwarf to the giant. Whether lining a pathway or adding interest to a shady corner, there's definitely lots of hosta. And here's a great hosta tip. The more yellowish green the leaves are, the more sunshine the plant will tolerate. Darker bluish green leaves will do best in deeper shade. One of the first perennials to bloom in the shade garden is the delicate bleeding heart. This will thrive in the shade but can tolerate a little bit of sunshine, and it loves moist soil conditions. Bleeding hearts usually grow about 1 to 3 feet tall. Their blooms dangle from arched stems in both pink and white. The pink varieties are more common and usually more vigorous. Another blooming perennial, shade pick #7, is a stilbe. It produces soft, feathery plumes mid to late summer in shades of pink, white, and red. Now, as far as ground covers go, Lily of the Valley is a sure bet for the shade garden. It's a quick spreader. We're treated with delicate blooms in the spring, followed by tiny orange berries after the bloom. Ferns are fine for shady plant #9. Once again, they're quick spreaders and great filler for deep shade. And finally, last but not least on my shady list is baby tears. This low-growing plant is very dense and looks like green carpet growing in the garden. So there you have it, my top 10 list of plants that shine in the shade. Now, to keep them looking good, be sure to water them and don't forget to feed them once a month. With your annuals, it's a good idea to deadhead them. That means remove the spent blooms after they've faded. That will keep them blooming all summer long.
The splendor of Oregon's Cascade Mountains is something to behold. Towering mountain peaks, wild and rushing river valleys, and of course, majestic conifers as far as the eye can see. So it's no surprise that one of the finest conifer nurseries is located right here in Boring, Oregon, where they not only grow trees like that, but they can transform them into a sculptural masterpiece like this. At Isley Nursery, there seems to be no limit to what a pair of pruning shears and a whole lot of imagination can produce. The ideas just keep growing. The man behind this extraordinary nursery is Andre Isley, and I think, Andre, what we need to do first is define what a conifer is.
Rebecca, a conifer basically is a plant that bears cones.
Well, that's real simple. How and why would you encourage people to incorporate conifers in their landscape?
Oh, I have an insatiable appetite for conifers because of the low maintenance, the different color, the texture, everything else about them, and such low maintenance.
Well, low maintenance is key, I think, for anybody. What soil? They're not real picky?
Not really picky.
So you can grow them anywhere in the country.
Almost any geographical area of the country, right.
Well, and the texture is unbeatable.
Well, thank you. Yeah, we have some extraordinary textures here.
Dwarf conifers can be large, like this Sargent weeping hemlock, which makes a perfect privacy hedge, or small, like this motherlode, great to smother your weeds. And as for shapes, some, like this John's dilly, grow in a perfect conical form without pruning. Most people plant their conifers and let them grow as they naturally would. However, with a little artistic touch and some creativity, you can turn something like this into something like this beautiful spiral topiary. We're going to learn from the master here at Isley Nursery. His name is Randy Smith. He says this is fairly easy to do and that we can do it in 20 minutes. So start your clock. Okay, Randy, the clock is running. What do we need to know first?
Okay, well, we're going to make a spiral.
Okay.
So what you need to do is you need to look at your tree, and you need to see a spiral in the tree.
Oh, Randy, I don't see it.
Okay, well, what I often tell people is to take a piece of tape like this.
Okay.
It's just flagging ribbon, and tie it to the top of the tree.
All right. And why are we doing this?
Well, this is going to work as kind of a template for you. You're going to make kind of a candy cane stripe going down the tree.
All right.
And that'll help us make our first cut.
Oh, I get it. That's very smart. Okay, so now we have our template. I imagine we start cutting now.
Yes, now what I like to do is take the grass shear, just your standard grass shear.
Okay.
And you're going to come in and you're going to just kind of draw a line in the foliage.
But cut it out as you draw.
Yeah, well, you're cutting it out, and that's drawing your line.
And you stay above our marker or below?
Well,
now, don't hold out on information, because yours can't look better than mine.
Oh, well, I don't think you have to worry about that. I'm sure you'll do fine. Either way, whatever, you're visualizing the spiral.
Okay, I'm visualizing.
So whatever looks good to you.
Okay. Okay, Randy, I've got a hole in my plant.
Oh, well, that's the one I gave you.
Great. Do I fix that?
No, that'll probably work right into your spiral.
All right. Now we're finished. What's the next step?
Okay, well, we're going to take the tape off now. We want that out of our way. And then we're going to go in to the line that we drew with the shears, and we're going to take our pruners and begin to actually cut that foliage away.
Right to the trunk?
Right to the trunk. We want to clear out a hole all the way around the tree.
Oh, so if you make a mistake, you got to make it part of the topiary.
This is when, this is the moment of truth.
Okay, here we go. Well, you're just like really going to the core.
Right to the core.
Can you kill the plants doing this?
No.
Are you sure? Not too much?
Well, the Alberta spruce is a really hardy plant, and surprisingly, it takes really well to shearing.
Hey, it's coming.
It's looking like a spiral.
It is. Okay, now we just kind of smooth it out.
Right.
You'll want to trim off about a ½ inch from the outer growth to round out your spiral nicely. Grass shears work best for the finishing touches. Okay, stop the clock. How long did it take us?
Well, I'm going to say 12 minutes.
12? I think it's more like 20.3. Okay, what do we need to do to care for this now?
Okay, well, there's two things that you might want to do. One is to think about the top here. You could cut your top off and maintain it at this size, or you could leave the top growing naturally, maybe for another year or two, and continue the spiral.
Okay, so if we need height, let it grow. What about just trimming the outside?
Okay, trimming, you go back to your grass shears. You're going to do that probably just as summer is beginning, as the new growth for the season is just hardening off.
Okay.
And you'll shear it about the same depth that we did.
And just once a year.
Once
That's
a
it.
year. Yeah.
easy.
You bet.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
This is great. Get ready. You're about to see a spectacular, one-of-a-kind garden with not 100, not 200, but nearly 700 different varieties of hosta. This is Don Dean's shade garden. He's been hooked on hosta for about 10 years now. His collection includes everything from the dwarf varieties to the giant, all colors, all textures, you name it, he's probably got it. Well, now, let me tell you, I'm looking around this garden. You're putting a lot of us gardeners to shame with something like this. You've only been doing this for 10 years.
Correct.
So what do hostas need? The three top things.
I would say a loose, highly organic soil, ample moisture without being soggy, and a little bit of neglect, perhaps.
Oh, neglect.
A little bit of neglect.
Great tip for those of you who don't want to work in the garden. Well, kind of. I would love to learn the names of all the plants you have here, Don. Obviously can't do that, but why don't we start off with some of the ones you've used for the borders?
A fine plant to use in the border would be this little green plant. It's a species called Venusta. It is more readily available than most of the other dwarfs or miniatures. Behind it would be yellow boa, used as a contrast in the border. So I pick up the green with the gold.
Now this is a nice combination. Behind the border you have this beautiful blue-gray hosta. Which one is this?
This is Hosta halcyon. This particular plant puts out a wax coating, and the wax coating is to, I presume, to protect it from the UV light of the sun, protect it from burning. As the season goes on, that gets worn off. And as you can see, if I rub my finger across, I can rub that wax right off, and below there you see the base green color of the leaf.
So this must be a very hardy plant then.
It's a very hardy plant.
Now a lot of the smaller varieties we've seen, they're easy to find, but you've got a rare one called Hot Lips. Where did that one get its name?
If you take a look and pull up the leaf and you take a look at the petiole running down to the base of the plant, it's really a quite bright red color, resembling painted lips.
Now the olive branch is another rare one. Tell me the story behind that one.
Olive branch, if you take a look at it, has a neat maple leaf pattern of a lighter color surrounded by a medium green.
Now there truly are a number of different sizes of hosta. We've got the large one. This is nice and small. Is it definitely not one of the smallest though, is it?
Oh, no.
No. Well, this one's a little smaller. Is that one the smallest?
Not close.
Not close. Well, now wait a minute. This one is very, very small.
That's getting small, but they still are available smaller than that yet.
All right, hang on. We're on the hunt for the smallest hosta. Keep going. I'm looking. Now this one is very small. The tiny tear.
That one is very small. It is one of the smallest.
But it's not the smallest.
It is not the smallest
All
yet.
right, where's the smallest?
Rebecca, this one here would be close to the smallest one available and the smallest that I am growing. This one's named Thumbnail, and as you can see, the leaves are at least no larger than my thumbnail.
That's pretty small.
That is pretty small.
Now it seems like hosta and slugs go hand in hand. Any varieties that hold up to slugs?
There would be several that would perform better than others. One such hosta would be Love Pat, for example. If you feel that leaf, you can feel how thick it is.
Oh, yeah.
A plant with heavier substance is more resistant to the slugs being able to bite through it with their small teeth.
It seems no matter where you turn in Don's garden, he's got a story to go with each variety of hosta. Whether it's Green Ice, Golden Tiara, Just So, Delta Dawn, Shade Fanfare, On Stage, or Center Stage, it makes you wonder which one's his favorite.
My favorite? Sagai.
Sagai, why?
Why?
Now wait, show me Sagai. I'm looking at what? How many different varieties here?
Sagai is over here.
This one?
Yep.
The little variegated?
Very large, upright, vase-shaped plant, good strong contrast in the variegated pattern to it, and it just plain performs well.
I really like the one next to it. I think of all the ones I've seen, that would be my favorite.
You like Sun Power?
Yeah, really nice.
Excellent gold. It performs well in heavy shade up to a fair amount of bright light.
Now, of your collection, this is another one of my favorite. What is this one?
That plant's called Niagara Falls.
And it's harder to find.
Well, it hasn't been propagated very much yet, so it's difficult to find, yes.
Where did it get its name?
Well, if you take a look at this leaf, it has this neatly pie-crusted edge to it, plus the way that it drapes out and cascades down, giving that effect of water.
I love it. It's beautiful. And you obviously love it because you're hoping to hybridize this.
I would like to use the pollen on this plant and bring some of these characteristics of this neat pie crust on a large leaf, the deeply impressed veins.
Ooh, can't wait to see that. So what does it take to hybridize a hosta?
Well, actually it takes about 5 seconds to actually do the hybridizing, but then about 5 years to watch the seedling go from germinating up to a mature plant.
Is it something that anybody can do?
Anybody could do it. Pick up a characteristic from the one plant and move that characteristic blended in with the characteristics of the second plant.
You blend that with pollen.
Using the pollen and using the egg or ovary of the female parent.
One of the superstars of the shade garden is hosta, and it's the type of plant, really there's no need to go out and buy several of the same plant, because if you learn to divide properly, in a few years you can have dozens. Now the best time to divide hosta is typically in the spring and fall. We're going to start by digging around the outside of the plant. This is called the drip line. We start here because we want to try to get as much of the root ball as we possibly can. Okay, so this is what we end up with. Now you can see each of these petioles here. We could actually divide these, take one petiole, plant it, we'd get another hosta plant. But what we're going to do instead is probably divide this up into 3, 4 different plants. Now there are many different methods. You can just take a sharp knife, serrated knife, and just cut right through the crowns, right through the center of the root system. That will divide it up. But with this type of hosta, we can almost just jiggle this apart. It's the wiggling method. And untangle the roots that way. And look at that, pulls off, we got ourselves a plant. Now before you plant it, you may want to dust the roots with a rooting hormone that has a fungicide mixed in. This will help prevent crown rot. Now planting's the easy part. I've dug a hole and you can see I've got a mound in the center. I'm going to drape the roots over the mound and cover it up with soil, making sure that the soil line is 1 inch above the crown. That's all there is to it. Learn to divide your hosta and soon you'll have lots of hosta. Well, here it is, my custom designed potting bench. Let me show you some of the features. First of all, a lift out top. Below we have potting soil. In the other area, a place for compost. We've got a shelving unit on top, one below, pull-out wire baskets, and the best part, this bench has casters, which means it can be moved easily. Now this is definitely a potting bench with the features every gardener needs. I'll show you how we put it together, and hopefully by the end of the process, you'll be able to build your own. Now the first thing you need to do is come up with a design. And if you're not going to be building the potting bench yourself, you need to enlist someone like Steve Haugen, who's a carpenter, who's going to help me out. Now I've given him a list of all the options I would like to see on my potting bench, and you've come up with a terrific design.
That's right. We have a nice large work surface for you here. We have a couple of bins that one holds the black dirt and one holds the debris. We have lots of shelving above. It's good and sturdy, and some bins below for storage as well.
Looks absolutely fabulous. Okay, now what do we need to do?
Well, now we got to do a little shopping. We have a material list for you.
We, you mean I?
Yeah, you, Rebecca, if you could go buy the materials.
Yeah, sure.
I would love to help you put it together.
Okay, I'll be back.
All right.
Once you get your list, it's a good idea to head out to a shop where you can buy all your materials in just one stop. I'm here at Home Depot. Bill Buck is going to help us select the materials. Obviously, Bill, I need wood. You've got a lot of different types. Which one might be best for this project?
I think for your project, Rebecca, the cedar is going to be great because it's going to hold up well for the outside and getting wet and stuff. Also, too, it stains up real well. It's a real nice wood to use for like a bench like you're going to be building.
Okay.
The other thing we could go with is go with green treated wood. That's going to hold up real well outside. It's if you ever had to stain it, it stains up fine too. But I think for the natural, nice look for your bench, we're going to go with this.
Well,
cedar.
then cedar it is. Now, I'm not sure what I need here. Can you explain this?
Well, in the 2x6 cedar, you're going to need 5 8-footers, 5 12-footers, and in the 1x12 cedar, you're going to need 2 8-footers.
Would you mind taking care of that, and I'll get the other materials?
No problem.
Thanks. Okay, let's see. Brass hooks for we got some hooks. Well, Bill, looks like I've got everything. Started off with the screws, and I noticed that these had to be galvanized.
Yeah, we went with galvanized because it's going to be outdoors, and being outdoors, the wetness and the rain and everything, they're not going to rust. Also, too, if you went with like sheetrock screws, the black ones, they can stain your wood and they can also rust. So that's a great choice.
We don't want that. And that was the same rule for the bolts. They had to be galvanized.
Galvanized too, so they don't rust. But also too, if you ever have to take any of it apart, these parts of this that we put this together with, we can take it apart to move it.
That's very good. Now, the potting benches I've had in the past are very hard to move when you get them loaded down. That's why we put casters on these. But these are big casters.
They're big casters, but you know, if you got tools on your bench and the pots on there and stuff, and you ever have to move it, it can be heavy. So by putting, it'll be easier for you to move with the bigger wheels. Also, too, they do swivel, and then we got locking devices on them. So when you're working on it, you can lock the wheels in so it won't move.
Very important. And then we've got the brass hooks for our tools, and then we picked up wood glue. Now, this is not just like a regular glue. This is called weather tight. There's a difference here.
Yeah, you use it for outdoors when you're using it with the moisture and stuff. It's going to seal up real good. Another tip, when you're using it, you want to make sure you wipe it off the wood so it doesn't stain.
And it paints up real well.
Paints up well also.
And then we have our wire baskets. This is for extra tools, and also our rubber baskets to put our soil in. And you got the wood.
I got the wood.
So we're all set to go?
We're all set.
Okay, so don't go away, because when we return, we're going to take this back to the carpenter and we're going to assemble our potting bench. Well, I hope you're ready, because now we're going to start building the potting bench. We're back in Steve Haugen's workshop. I've purchased all the materials. You've got the tools. What do we need to build this?
Just a few simple tools. A drill, it would be nice, and a skill saw or a hand saw. If you're not used to a skill saw, I wouldn't recommend using that.
Okay.
A square and a hammer, and that's safety glasses, of course.
Safety glasses.
Yeah.
Okay, you've got the wood already cut out here. What do we have going on here? Is this the first step?
This is the first step. It's going to be the top of your bench, and we're going to assemble that right now.
Okay, let's do it.
To begin, you'll need 6 pieces of the 2x6 lumber, each cut 6 feet long. The best looking wood should be used for this part, since it will be the top of the bench. Then, using the weatherproof glue, glue all the pieces of wood together. This will create a solid work surface, which I like much better than the open slatted ones.
All right, to ensure we have a good tight fit, Rebecca, we're going to use some clamps on this.
Okay. Okay, this is about as tight as I can get it.
That looks great.
Okay, what's next?
We're going to put the supports onto the top to hold it all together.
Okay, measure them how far in?
They're 4.5 inches from the edge.
Okay.
And they're 30 inches long. And I've made a couple marks there for you.
This is where you need the 2.5-inch galvanized screws. They're used to attach the 2 cross supports underneath the top. Just make sure you pre-drill the holes first so you don't split the wood. And to ensure your potting bench is extra sturdy, Steve recommends using 12 screws on each support.
This is a workout. Okay, so we're done with the tabletop. Now what's next?
We're going to let the glue dry, and we're going to build the legs.
Okay, should we move it?
We should move it on the way.
Now, the first thing we need to do when building the leg is to build up the base, because obviously this caster isn't going to fit here. So what we're going to do is build it up with blocks of wood. That way it will support the caster.
Each square block of 2x6 wood should be attached with screws to the base of each leg. There are 2 3-foot legs on each side, supported by 2 30-inch cross braces. The hex head bolts are used to connect the braces to the legs. For this, you'll need a 5/16-inch drill bit. Once again, drill the holes first so you don't split the wood. Then hammer in each bolt and washer. And don't forget to tighten the nuts until the washers begin to dig into the wood.
Okay, looks like we're done.
They turned out great. Rebecca, this is the shelving we built for the top of your bench. And it has some open storage on top and a couple of shelves for all your goodies.
Oh, this is going to work nicely.
When building the top shelving unit, we use the 1x12 lumber for the back and the 1x6 for creating the sides and the shelves. Now, you can position the 2 6-foot shelves wherever you'd like, but just be sure they're secured firmly by drilling screws from the sides and along the back. The 2-inch wide strips on top are also connected with screws, but because they're quite flimsy, we added wood blocks to hold them in place.
Okay, now we've got the major components done.
And the next step is to connect the legs to the top.
Here again, sturdiness is the goal. So first we attach the legs with 3 screws from the side. Then we flipped over the bench, placing 2 more screws through the top in each corner. The last 4 pieces of 2x6 lumber should be cut 6 feet long and used for the bottom shelf. 3 of the pieces need to lay flat on the bottom braces about 1.25 inches apart, and the final piece should be attached as the backboard between the legs.
Okay, that looks good. Now for this next step, we need to cut out 2 holes from the top of the potting bench. You see, I've always wanted easy access to both my potting soil and my compost. So by cutting out the holes, we'll put the garbage cans below. That way I can get to them easily. So I've already marked where I need to cut out. Steve's going to help us make the actual cut.
Ready to start cutting.
All right.
A circular skill saw works best for cutting out the holes, but if you don't have experience using this piece of equipment, you can also use a handsaw. Drilling finger holes in each cutout is the next step. Choose a drill bit that creates a hole big enough to fit 1 finger.
Oh, good job. That's nice. Okay, so we got the holes cut out. I'm hoping or guessing that we're almost done.
We're getting close. Okay. We got to flip the whole thing over again and add some stops so the wood doesn't fall through these tops.
Okay.
And at the same time it's upside down, we can add the casters and add your wire basket.
Super, let's do it.
The stop should provide a 1/2-inch lip for the cutouts to rest on. They can be made with scrap lumber. Then it's time to add the casters. Center a square block of wood on each leg, and to make sure the casters are firmly in place, attach them with hex head bolts.
Go ahead.
And while your bench is upside down, don't forget to add the wire baskets, which will hang below the bottom shelf.
Oh, the stops work nice. These are great lids, and the casters are a real big plus here. This is a solid piece of furniture.
Now we just have to add the top shelf and we're all done.
Okay.
While Steve added the final screws to connect the top shelf, I attached the wire hooks for my tools. These screw in easily along the side of the bench. They're perfect for hanging all my garden gadgets.
Corn is one of the most popular vegetables grown in backyard gardens. I mean, who can resist the buttery flavor at the end of the season? And if you've ever had sweet corn, you know what I'm talking about. Once you eat it fresh, you are spoiled for life.
I'm gonna make a mess. Good.
There are basically 2 families of sweet corn, the super sweet and the sugary enhanced. The super sweet has the highest sugar content and tastes like candy. It's very crisp and it preserves well, whether it's freezing or canning. The only drawback is that you lose that old-fashioned corn flavor, which the sugary enhanced has. And the best part about the sugary enhanced is it's great for the backyard garden because it germinates easily and there's no cross-pollination. In order to get the best tasting sweet corn, you have to harvest when the corn is ready. How do you know? Well, take a look at the silk. It should be dried and brown. Also, one sure test is to puncture one of the kernels. If the liquid that comes out is a milky color, that means the corn is prime. If it's clear, you need to wait for a couple more days. And remember, once you get it picked, you have 48 hours to get it eaten because that's when it tastes best.
The challenge is to find the best way to serve your freshly picked corn.
And for this section, we've invited our resident chef, Andrew Zimmern, to give us some great ideas. You're already busy at work shucking. What are we making?
Oh, yeah. Well, I'm actually leaving the husks intact, and I'm pulling off all of this corn silk. Now, the most important thing, I think, when you're cooking corn is having it be nice and clean, whether you're going to boil it or whether you're going to roast it. If you roast it and you leave the corn silk on, it tends to stick to the kernels and it gets in your teeth. So all I do is I just bind them up like that, and I have all these corn cobs sort of ready to go. The silk has been removed. We're just going to moisten them a little bit. You just roll them in a pan with water. You don't need to soak them. You don't need to get into analysis paralysis over it.
Okay.
And you just throw it onto the grill.
And this is high heat?
Very high heat, about 550 degrees.
How long?
And, well, 10, 12 minutes.
Okay, so that's one way. The next way, which everybody is
familiar with is boiling, but you have a whole new technique.
Well, what's amazing is as many cooks as there are techniques for doing this. I have found one way that works for me, bar none, perfect every time. I get a pan of boiling water.
Okay.
I take my corn.
It's all cleaned.
Nice and clean. I've seasoned the water with a little bit of salt, not sugar.
Okay.
The corn is sweet enough. I drop that in there and I let it go for about 30 seconds.
30 seconds.
That's it. You just let it boil for 30 seconds. Then, after
Okay.
it's boiled,
Yeah.
you put the lid on and you turn the heat off. And you let it sit for exactly 10 minutes, no more, no less.
It's perfect.
Perfect every time.
Ooh,
You
I'll
just
have
drain
to
it
try
and
that.
serve.
Really, that's
Yes.
nice. Okay, besides the corn on the cob, you've got something else.
Succotash. When you have a lot of corn, you want to know what to do with it. The best thing to do is to take it off the kernel and saute it. And that's a very, very simple process. All you do is shuck your ears. Make sure you
Okay.
do this outside, right?
Yeah.
Send the kids out into the
It's
back
nice.
porch. And all I want to do is slide my knife right down there and just cut the kernels right off the cob.
Okay, and you're not digging in too deeply.
No, I'm just taking off that outer layer.
Yeah.
What I'll do is I'll save the cobs later on and make a corn chowder.
Oh yeah, brings in a lot of flavor. Plus, it thickens up the snips.
Get all that milk and stuff in there.
Okay.
But all we do, put that into a bowl, move this over here to our grill, and we'll use this burner.
Melt some butter over high heat. Add your carrots, onions, and shaved garlic. Now it's time for some fresh marjoram.
Marjoram is just like oregano,
Okay.
but it's got a much more floral smell. Smell the twigs. Isn't that
Oh yeah,
nice?
yeah, it is nice.
And I just take a few tops of this thyme that I picked from the garden.
Okay. Now add some chopped celery, chili flakes for a little perky flavor, and chopped sweet red pepper just for some color.
And you see now how all the onions
Oh,
are starting to
yeah.
get glassy. It's time to add our corn
Okay.
and some of our beautiful peas. Look at that.
Yeah.
Now the corn and peas don't require a lot of cooking, so we just want to saute those just briefly to heat them through. We don't want to overcook them, maybe another minute or two, and then we're done. And all we do to finish this is we add 2 tablespoons of cream, a little bit of salt, a little bit of white pepper,
Ooh. Stir that up. Flip a couple of times.
and that is
Wow,
beautiful
It is pretty.
succotash. Isn't that delightful?
Yes. Now, what would I use this for?
Well, you can serve it as a side dish to anything, but one of the things that I love to do is put a mound in the center of each plate and put a piece of grilled chicken or grilled salmon in the summertime, or a skewer of grilled lamb kebabs.
Oh,
Isn't
yes.
that amazing?
You are unbelievable.
The vegetables are amazing. I mean, you don't do anything to it. It's just those beautiful garden fresh vegetables.
It tastes like it was just picked off the vine.
Probably because it was.
You did it again. Thank you. Whew, that was a lot of information. Hope you got all that down, and I want to see those hands. Well, like I said, if you've enjoyed this DVD, be sure to look for the others. I'm Rebecca Coles. Until next time, keep those little hands dirty.